The Coelho Medallion. Written by Kevin Tumlinson. Narrated by Richard Riemann. Prologue. Prime Alert Fire Safety Products, Inc., New Mexico. Alarms were already blaring, echoing through the canyons of corrugated aluminum among the outbuildings and warehouses of Prime Alert Fire Safety Products. Alarms were a bit unusual here. The facility was located in an expanse of desert nestled in among some foothills in New Mexico, close to the Colorado border. The closest town only had a few hundred people officially. Unofficially, maybe a few 150. And none of them had any interest in breaking into a bunch of warehouses where smoke detectors were manufactured and stored. Except for tonight. Henry Hank Lott was pretty sure this would turn out to be a case of some bored teenagers getting a little too drunk and a little too rowdy. He figured he would find them next to one of the metal outbuildings with a can of spray paint and more than a few bottles of beer, tagging the giant metal canvases of the warehouses to show their virility before slinking off to diddle each other in the brush. Guys and girls, Hank figured. Kids. Hank was the night shift here, and he had no issues with that. He didn't even mind being alone. He made his rounds in the beat-up Chevy pickup that the company had issued him almost 3 decades ago. He ran off the same sort of teenagers who were probably causing all the ruckus tonight. The monitoring service had called just 20 minutes ago, and Hank rolled out from his little spot overlooking the mountains and the flat pan of the surrounding desert. He was a little grumpy about putting down the book he was reading, a Nick Thacker thriller that was really killing the hours. But he so rarely saw any activity here, it was tough to be mad for too long. There was always the chance he might catch some burglars trying to steal computers from the offices or something. He pulled up to Building 3, one of the storage and staging warehouses where boxes of smoke detectors were stored before shipping. From here, Prime Alert reached out to the Walmarts and Targets and Home Depots of most of the United States, selling a reliable and inexpensive product to the masses. Hank felt a certain amount of pride working for a company that actually did save lives, if indirectly. Building 3's front entrance was open, and a large moving truck, one of those that could be rented from a home storage center, was backed up to the bay. From his vantage point, Hank saw 2 men moving within the barely lit interior of the warehouse. They were using hand trucks to load stacks of boxes into the moving van. Hank stepped out of the Chevy and drew his weapon, an aged .45 that he'd had since he left the service. It was his personal weapon, and much more comforting to him than the little 9mm pea shooter the company had tried to issue him. It would make a big bang and a big hole if the need arose. Thankfully, the need never had. Hank also took out his mobile phone and dialed 911. In a whispered rush, he told the operator the situation and his location, and said that there was a robbery in progress. He advised them that he was armed and about to engage the suspects. Before the operator could tell him to stay put, he hung up. The police wouldn't be here for quite a while. The facility was at least half an hour from the closest police station. But by then, Hank hoped to have these guys rounded up and held at gunpoint. He stepped away from the Chevy without closing the door and crept quietly toward the moving truck and the gap in the loading bay. When he was close enough, he saw that there were actually 4 men, not just 2. They were quickly loading the hand trucks and rolling boxes of smoke detectors into the van, then speeding back to reload. "That's enough," he said loudly, aiming his weapon at the men, who were clustered around the next batch of boxes. They froze and turned on him. They were wearing black masks that hid their features, along with black gloves. Their coats were olive drab, probably military cast-offs. "Just step away from the boxes with your hands in the air. Get down on your knees out here in the open floor." Hank had stepped through the gap and into the loading area of the warehouse, and he kept the gun trained on the men the whole time. He hadn't expected 4 men, but he felt he could keep them subdued until the police got here. The men made no move to do as he'd ordered. In fact, it almost seemed like they had no idea what he was even saying. Suddenly, there was a sound from behind him that sent goosebumps up his back and made him break out in a sweat. Hank had heard that sound before, back in the war. He knew what it meant. It meant he was a damn fool for not looking back. "Lower your weapon," a voice said from behind him. It was strongly British and sounded a bit young, but it was firm and left no room for doubt as to what the owner of the voice would do if Hank didn't do as he was told. Hank raised his left hand even as he knelt down and placed his weapon on the ground. When he stood up again, he raised his right hand and turned to look into the back of the moving van. A man stood among the stacks of boxes that the burglars had already loaded. It was quite a lot, actually. In the short time it had taken for Hank to put down his book and get over here, these men had systematically emptied a very large portion of the warehouse. There were thousands of smoke detectors already loaded into the van. "You called the authorities, I assume?" the man asked. He, too, was wearing a mask and gloves, and the olive drabs, and he had a semi-automatic rifle aimed directly at Hank's head. "Yeah," Hank said. "They'll be here any minute, so I'd—" "You couldn't have called them more than 10 minutes ago. It will take half an hour at best for anyone to get here." The man paused, as if running numbers in his head. "We have time. They'll be here any—" Before Hank could finish, the man raised his rifle and fired a single burst, striking Hank right in the chest. He fell forward, slamming to the ground, and coughed and sputtered from the pain. He tried to crawl away, but the man had dropped down from the van and stepped up to him. Hank looked up at him, rolling onto his back. The man stood over him, held the rifle in one hand like a pistol, and put a bullet in Hank's head. With the deed done, the man said something in Arabic to 2 of his men, and they rushed to move Hank's body out of the way, then scrambled back to the boxes. In moments they had emptied the warehouse and sped away into the night, even before the sirens could be faintly heard in the distant New Mexico night. Northwest of Pueblo, Colorado. Just when Hal thought every inch of mountains, trees, and rivers in the world had been cataloged and named and pixelized by Google Maps, he crested another Colorado ridge. There, stretching out in front of him, was a world that couldn't possibly be known. How could it? Not a road for miles. No houses or barns or derelict old gas stations. Even airplane flight paths skirted this spot. For once, all Hal had to show for civilization, as far as his eye could see, was himself. His collection of Gander Mountain hiking gear was the closest thing to human intrusion for miles. And then his mobile phone rang. He fumbled in the pocket of his cargo shorts and pulled out that one vice he'd never been able to kick. Cigarettes and booze were nothing compared to his iPhone, which now caught a glint of sunlight and blinded him for an instant, before he blinked and answered the call. "Hello." "Hal, where are you?" Heidi's voice had that amazingly subtle but unmistakable tone that said she was annoyed with Hal to the point of stabbing him. He'd know it anywhere. He heard it often. She was back at the cabin, probably sipping a glass of Pinot Grigio, while complaining about him to her folks. He sighed. "I took a hike. I had to get away from you for a while." "Oh, God," she said. Hal recognized that tone, too. Now she was annoyed and disgusted with him. That was her tone that said he was too pathetic to believe. It was the tone that said she thought he was a loser. Or that's how it always felt to Hal, anyway. "Get away from me? That's a really nice thing to say to your wife, Hal. I can't believe you went without me. Where are you?" "I just needed a break," Hal said. "I'm a few miles away. I found a trail. I'll be back before dark." "We're supposed to go on a hayride this evening." "I'll be there," he said, and then abruptly hung up. Just like that. Which is something he wouldn't usually do. He would typically argue with her until they were both so furious they were saying unbelievably hateful things, which he would later apologize for, even though he thought he'd done nothing wrong. That was the dynamic of their relationship. Each of them went for the throat, but he was the only one who ended up apologizing for it. Not this time. The fight had already happened, and he was still pissed at her for making him the bad guy, one more time, just for wanting to do more with his limited vacation days than sit and stare at the mountains and remain totally silent while she said anything that came into her head. And he took a deep breath, looked at all the nature around him, and willed himself to just let it go. It wasn't really her fault. She was stressed, and he knew that. They both were. It had been a rough year. It was just, he couldn't always be the bad guy, could he? He couldn't always be wrong. When she called back, he ignored it, sent it to voicemail, and just kept walking. Actually, it wasn't really that he was still all that pissed. In fact, he'd gotten over the fight hours ago. The whole thing had been really stupid. One of those fights where you eventually figure out you're both saying the same thing. But you're spewing acid and molten lava anyway, so you might as well burn each other to ashes. Stupid. Pointless. It had started when he woke up that morning with an urge to finally go on a hike, but Heidi had vetoed. She didn't feel like hiking, she said. She just wanted to relax for once. Which, by Hal's estimate, was all they'd done since getting to Colorado. He'd made it clear when they left that he was perfectly willing to go along for the ride on anything her parents wanted to do. His only stipulation was that he wanted at least one day of hiking and exploring, soaking in the kind of countryside he didn't get to see much these days, since moving to the city. Heidi had agreed, had even smiled lovingly and talked about how wonderful it would be for the two of them to find some secluded spot, away from all the chaos of life, and maybe have a picnic. She had legitimately seemed enthusiastic about it. But once they arrived and her parents had shown up, the hike seemed to continuously get pushed further back on the agenda. And by now, Hal knew, it wasn't likely to happen at all. That was pretty much how things went. If it was something Hal wanted, it steadily drifted down the priority list, falling below sitting and staring, apparently. Of course, Heidi accused him of being a big baby when he complained that he hadn't gotten to do the one thing he'd wanted to do here. She reminded him that this trip was supposed to be about her parents and their anniversary, and about spending time with family. Hal reminded her that they'd just spent 9 days with her family, which just ended in Heidi rolling her eyes and saying something condescending under her breath. That had been his limit. "No problem," Hal had told her coldly. "I wanted to go by myself anyway." And that was the start of all the yelling. They'd had this fight before. Hal was a fairly independent guy, and always had been. At times he had his fill of quality time, and so he would make plans to take a road trip, or just hit a movie, or maybe just go for a walk by himself. Somehow Heidi always managed to invite herself. And what could he do? Nice guys, stand-up guys who respected and loved their wives, didn't say things like, "I don't want you to go." That made things tense and stressful. It made resentment flare up. It made life suck. So despite his objections, Hal usually just closed his mouth and let her come along. It sucked, but it helped keep the peace at home. This time, though, he had been adamant. He was going by himself. She, equally as adamant, assured him that he was not. Maybe not in so many words, but she did make it plain that he would have to wait until she was ready before he could even step foot out of the cabin. Hal stepped down onto a natural staircase of rocks and brush, looking outward as he did, into the forever expanse of wilderness and nature. He was alone here, not a soul to be seen, not Heidi, nor her parents, nor anyone else in the world. He liked it. As he came to the bottom of the inclined terrain, he found a path. It looked like an animal trail, and for a minute Hal paused and reconsidered. There are big cats here, he thought. Or some kind of predatory animals, anyway. Not to mention snakes. Were there snakes in this part of the country? He was sure there had to be. TV and movies always showed huge rattlesnakes in places like this. He had a walking stick that had a pretty decent heft, and he was reasonably sure he could fend off most small to medium animals if the need arose. He didn't think there was anything bigger around, now that he reconsidered. Nothing he'd have to worry about right now, anyway, he hoped. But the trail was here, and it was too good to just pass up. It wound its way through brush and large rocks, and disappeared just past a rise in the landscape. Hal set out, the hefty walking stick in hand, and followed the trail until he came to a river. He stopped abruptly. He checked his iPhone. The map didn't show a river here. He turned on the satellite view and was greeted by nothing but rocks and trees. No roads, no towns, no river. Was he lost? With a slight panic, he checked the GPS and saw that it was on and working. Was there something else wrong? He turned to look back up the path. On the map, he located the rise he had come down and traced his finger along the route he had just taken. He came to where the dot indicated he was standing, and there was no river there. Not on the map, anyway. Now he worried. He had heard stories about heavy rains causing a flood somewhere out of visual range, and walls of water suddenly gushing through gullies and dry creek beds, low patches not unlike the one he was currently standing in. Hikers would sometimes get caught unaware by these flash floods, dashed into the rocks and trees and anything else that happened to be in the path of the rushing water, their bodies disappearing into the wild. He checked his iPhone for weather reports and saw no rain anywhere within hundreds of miles. There was also no indication that it had rained earlier in the day anywhere that would be upstream of this place. Nothing that should cause a flow of water here. As far as he could tell, this river was just somehow overlooked by the satellites and mapping technology. Hal held up his iPhone and took pictures of the river as it stretched in both directions. He made sure the GPS coordinates were attached so that he could find his way back here again sometime, assuming, of course, he would ever get a chance to make a trip like this again. He thought about posting about this place on Facebook and Instagram right away, but stopped. It was a beauty of a river, he had to admit, a really nice spot and totally worth sharing. It would make an interesting story. I was just hiking along, and there it was, completely out of nowhere. The map showed nothing at all, but look at these shots. Maybe later that would be exactly what he did. He'd take a few selfies, write a few funny comments, and share it with everyone he knew. Probably most of his friends wouldn't care even a little about some river that appeared out of nowhere. Heidi wouldn't care for sure. The fact that he cared would probably make her roll her eyes. He'd deal with all the potential scorn later. For now, this was his river. This was his moment. He was the only one who would like this for now. It wasn't a very wide river, and it seemed shallow. In fact, if he was so inclined, he could probably wade across. The waters ran a bit still at this spot. Further downriver, he could hear the sounds of rushing water and rapids, so it might be much more turbulent there. But here it was calm, and the water was crystal clear. If not for glints of sunlight on its surface, Hal might start wondering if there was really even any water there at all. He stepped forward and knelt on a stone by the river's edge, then dipped a hand into it. The water was cool, almost cold, and it felt refreshing. He looked around, though he wasn't sure why, and then scooped water up to his mouth to take a drink. He knew he shouldn't. There could be all kinds of bacteria or parasites or other nasties in the water. He might end up getting sick, and then he'd have to miss the hayride after all, or spend the rest of the trip in bed, or maybe even fly home early. But it was worth it, just to taste something truly fresh. Silly, he knew, dangerous even, but worth it. The water had that earthy quality that stream water always has. To Hal it tasted pure and clean, with just a slight metallic tingle on his tongue. For the first time, he realized he was actually pretty thirsty. That cold sip of water was a pleasure after his hike, and he smiled and laughed a little. It occurred to him how nice it would feel to take a dip in the river, and before long he was peering around again, making sure no one was in sight, while he stripped off his clothes and laid them with his walking stick and his iPhone on the stones by the river's edge. He waded out into the water, letting the coolness wash over him. There was something ridiculously thrilling about being naked here in the wilderness, and the cold water made the experience feel even more exotic and taboo. His heart was thumping. Maybe it was a slight shocked reaction to the sudden change in temperature as his hike-warmed flesh met with cool water. Or maybe it was just a bit of excitement and a feeling of getting away with something as he slipped, naked, into this forgotten river, off the map and off the beaten path. Either way, it felt good. He felt good. This was the first moment he'd actually felt relaxed since he and Heidi had stepped off of the plane here. And as he stretched and floated on the river's surface, every thought of Heidi or her parents or hayrides drifted away from him, along with all the stress and anxiety and anger. It was wonderful. It was freeing. And then the river was gone. It wasn't until his butt bumped a stone on the river's bottom that he opened his eyes to see that he was now laying in a shallow pool with no river in sight. He got to his knees and then to a crouch, and he watched as even the pool around him began to drain away into the stones and soil of the riverbed. The water seeped into the stony ground below him until every drop of it was gone, and only the moistened and slightly muddy soil of the riverbed remained. Hal hurried to his clothes and pulled on his underwear. He grabbed his iPhone and quickly shot video of the fading river, the upriver current dwindling to a trickle and then to nothing. Even the distant sounds of rapids faded and disappeared. The remaining pools of water were all vanishing as he watched, but he managed to get a few seconds of footage of them as their levels fell and the stones began to dry. What was this? What did this mean? It was strange enough that he'd stumbled upon this uncharted river in the first place, but to see it just vanish in front of him was like suddenly discovering that ghosts were real. It was creepy and unnerving. Was there an underground river running through here? That had to be it. The water table must have risen slightly for some reason, filling this old riverbed just in time for Hal to see it and swim in it. There were probably aquifers all through this area, filling up and pushing water to the surface for just a little while, then ebbing and drawing it all back down, back into the earth. Which was amazing. He'd gotten to see it. Not only that, he'd actually recorded it. This was going to be huge on YouTube, for sure. Probably. Maybe. Hal really didn't have a good sense of what was actually sensational to other people, honestly, but it was huge for him. Hal finished dressing, then climbed back to the top of the rise, finding the trail he had taken to get here. He looked back as he went, but never saw a trace of the river again. After an hour or so he was so far away, and the view was so obscured, he wasn't even sure he could make his way back there, even with a map and coordinates. As he approached the spot where earlier he had stood and talked to his wife, he used his iPhone to send the photos and the video clip to Facebook, along with a brief description of what had happened, minus the part where he was swimming in the buff. No sense giving Heidi any more ammunition than she already had. The GPS coordinates were embedded in the metadata of both the photos and the video, so any of his friends who cared could come find the river again someday. Or, at least, they could find where the river had been. None of them ever did. The images just didn't sell the story for them. It didn't make any of this exciting or interesting enough. With attention spans crammed full of funny kitten videos and pointless political arguments, how could a river possibly compete? So the whole weird event faded into the background for Hal, just like the fight between him and Heidi eventually became irrelevant history. In fact, a lot of things faded into the background for Hal and Heidi, who went on to become parents as a result of making up after he got back to the cabin. Soon Hal's Facebook wall was crammed full of newborn photos, and laments about late-night feedings, and ironic jabs about how he'd only thought he'd had no alone time before. And with every new baby photo and baby's first everything video, the forgotten river became more and more forgotten by almost everyone. American Museum of Natural History, New York, New York. The medallion was part of an exhibit of ancient American artifacts. The very phrase seemed like an oxymoron to most museum patrons. The words ancient and American just didn't belong together. America had always been, the New World. The civilization that currently stretched between her shores had a lifespan that could be measured only in centuries, not millennia. There wasn't anything ancient here. At least, that was the way most people thought of it. The truth was, European descendants were preceded in North and South America by cultures extending thousands of years into history. Aztec, Mayan, Inca, hundreds of indigenous tribes, the so-called Indians, all had cultures that stretched back almost infinitely beyond the arrival of the Niña, Pinta, and Santa Maria. Recently making headlines, in archaeological and historic circles at least, was mounting evidence that Vikings had once landed on the eastern shores of what would become Canada and the United States, making homes for themselves in a world that was so far from their native soil it wasn't even supposed to exist. This was the edge of everything to the ancient seafarers, but nothing as trivial as the edge of the world, or a harsh and freezing cold ocean, could possibly keep away Vikings. So the possibility of something ancient in the New World might be bizarre to most of modern society, but it was no less a reality. And it was to this reality that the medallion alluded, providing tantalizing proof of something, well, something impossible by the standards of current archaeological research and the known historic record. Named for its discoverer, Eloy Coelho, the Coelho Medallion had been found in a dig near Pueblo, Colorado. It was in a region that was rich enough in Native American culture, but was always considered out of reach for a group of seafaring warriors such as the Vikings. It hinted at an alternate history of the United States that was filled with mystery and adventure. No one knew for certain what the history of the medallion might actually be, and that was its most attractive feature. Even if the origins of the medallion were a complete mystery, however, it was an intriguing part of the ancient history of America. There were markings on the surface of the medallion, both front and back, that could count their origins among any number of Native American cultures. There were also symbols that looked for all the world as if they were Norse, which was fueling a flood of speculation from both inside and outside the scientific community. This led to a few brave researchers to wonder, aloud and in print no less, whether there had been some kind of intimate contact between pre-European North American culture and Norse culture. Why not? In the light of recent discoveries, it seemed plausible enough. Sure, it went against hundreds of years of assumed facts and known history, but discovering something like the medallion, a sort of Rosetta Stone of ancient American history, put every former idea under a microscope for re-examination, didn't it? These well-meaning researchers, of course, were quickly snubbed, and their careers briefly called into question, highlighting the dangers and foibles of daring to question the status quo in academic and scientific circles. New ideas and new perspectives were not always welcome, hardly ever welcome, if one were being honest. Actually, the controversy surrounding the medallion and its lack of an origin story made it just the sort of mystery that the American Museum of Natural History needed. Dr. Albert Shane, the museum's curator of human origins, was tickled by the press coverage of the event. He particularly liked a quote from the New York Times. "At the heart of the exhibit, a mystery. What is the origin of the Coelho Medallion, which headlines the event? A circular object, 2 inches in diameter, covered with ancient symbols and images. The medallion inspires the imagination toward fantasies of khaki-clad archaeologists on a quest to solve the mystical riddles of a lost culture." That had just the right flavor, Dr. Shane thought. It set the tone for the entire exhibit. It attached a bit of mystery and intrigue to the medallion that overrode any academic or scientific controversy. And the controversy itself only propelled more people to want to see the medallion for themselves. And so far, thousands of people had come through the museum's doors, wandered among the glass cases and read the placards, looking to be even a small part of that khaki-clad archaeologist's quest. Those same patrons bought trinkets and souvenirs in the gift shop, and more than a few season passes were sold as well. Dr. Shane felt they had a winner on their hands, and it was about time. For most of his tenure here, the museum had seen only modest and fairly dull returns on exhibits such as this. People just didn't have an appetite for mummies or dinosaur bones or broken shards of pottery anymore. They could see all of that on YouTube while seated on the toilet, and it cost them nothing. Why should they shell out money to see these things in a stuffy building that didn't even have a Starbucks? But the medallion was different. Nothing stirs the public like an ancient mystery. The mere fact that this object and the other artifacts from the dig pointed to Vikings in the mainland was stirring all sorts of interest with the public, who craved something new and interesting, especially if it was right in their own backyard. Of course, that mini-series on the History Channel had helped. Some of the museum patrons even recognized Dr. Shane and asked for his autograph. Definitely not an everyday occurrence. Dr. Shane felt so good about the exhibit that he gave the green light for an extension. The artifacts would be on display for an additional 2 weeks before they were taken on national tour. By his calculations, that would mean another $100,000 in ticket sales alone. The concessions, souvenirs, and season pass sales would be through the roof. It was enough to make him feel okay with his life choices again. He still might have preferred being out in the field, actually being part of the discovery. That had always been the dream of his youth. He had never wanted to be the curator. He'd wanted to be that khaki-clad adventurer mentioned by the Times. But this was good, too. He could be satisfied with this. On Thursday night, after Dr. Shane had retired for the evening, his mobile phone rang. The caller ID showed the number for museum security. His stomach twisted instantly, and all of his life choices once again seemed to press in upon him. "This is Dr. Shane," he answered. "Sir, you'd better get back here right away. said Neil Gosner, head of museum security. "The exhibit has been robbed." It was so pointed, so matter-of-fact, not a hint of the crushing existential meaning that came with the words. "Robbed?" Dr. Shane felt like throwing up, and before he even asked the question, he knew what Gosner's answer would be. Still, he had to ask. It was his job. "What was taken?" "We're not sure how they did it, sir, not yet, but it looks like the only item stolen was the medallion." The only item stolen? The medallion? The centerpiece of the entire exhibit? The only item stolen? The medallion was everything. "I'm on my way," Dr. Shane said, and he slammed the brakes at the last second as he almost lurched through the back of his garage. He put the car in reverse then and sped backwards out of his driveway and onto the street before shifting back to drive and squealing away in the direction of the museum. Memorial Park, Houston, Texas. In the back of a van with no windows, Dr. Evelyn Herelica tried to ignore the pain in her wrists as the thin zip ties cut into them. She ignored the gag in her mouth as well, as best she could, and concentrated only on breathing as steadily and calmly as she could through her nostrils. Her heart was thumping, and her blood pressure was high enough that she could hear her heartbeat in her ears. It sounded and felt like water being forced through sand. She had no idea why she had been kidnapped. She feared rape, but the kidnappers had given no sign that they were even remotely interested in that. They had simply grabbed her from the jogging trails circling Houston's Memorial Park golf course. She had been nearly finished with her run, the full 3-mile circuit around the course, when 2 men had rushed out of the tree line, gagged and tied her, and dragged her into the woods before she could even react. They had shoved a rag in her mouth and duct-taped it in place, and bound her hands and feet tightly with the plastic zip ties, effectively disabling her despite her best attempt to struggle free and escape. Once they had her trussed up, they swiftly lifted her onto their shoulders and carried her through the woods to a secluded spot on the golf course where the van waited. The graphic on the side of the van read, "Menton Landscaping and Irrigation." Evelyn had seen vans like this 1,000 times around Houston. She used Menton for her own landscaping. The guys who showed up were nice and polite, even if most of them didn't speak English. She'd never felt unsafe around them. She kicked and bucked and tried to scream the whole time she was being carried, but the 2 men were experts. They had swiftly moved her out of sight and out of hearing range, and the van was parked at just the right spot so that the doors were undetectable from every angle. They tossed Evelyn into the van like a rolled carpet, and she landed with a painful smack on the metal floor just as the 2 men shut the door. She was thrown into darkness before she could even tilt her head to look up. She had not even seen a glimpse of their faces, though she was pretty sure neither of them was wearing a mask. Dr. Herelica kicked at the side of the van and tried to scream, but the sounds were muted, falling back on her in dull tones. The van's interior walls were covered in some sort of foam that provided plenty of padding and soundproofing. The metal floor was her best bet, but even her hardest kicks produced only a distant-sounding thud. These men had been too good, too methodic, to be mere rapists or kidnappers. Grabbing her wasn't part of a whim. It was part of a plan. She was being kidnapped by professionals. But why? What could someone want from her? She wasn't part of any government contracts, and she had no connection with national security or anything that could influence tides of money or politics. She was a linguist. She specialized in dead languages and ciphers. She was, as most of her friends thought of her, the most boring type of researcher there is, one who reads for a living. As the 2 men climbed in up front, slamming the unseen doors of the van just before they drove away from the golf course and onto the streets of Houston, Dr. Herelica found herself wondering who would feed her cat. It was a stupid thought, and it made her cry. Columbia University, New York, New York. As far back as the 10th century A.D., there is evidence of, well, let's call it Norse dabbling in North America. There was a minor chuckle at this, mostly from the heavy academics in the room, and Dr. Dan Kotler was grateful for it. When he had agreed to speak on this topic, the research was already making its rounds through the scientific community, but it hadn't yet caught on. Most of his fellows thought of the topic as absurd, despite all the best evidence. Kotler was able to lecture openly about Norse influence on North America only because he wasn't bound by the regular limitations of academia and science. He was an independent, free to posit any absurd theories he wished with very few repercussions, other than occasionally being thought of as a fringe lunatic by his peers. He worked hard, however, to present impeccable research and evidence for any claims he made or conclusions he drew, which kept him more or less in the good graces of the scientific community. More or less. His musings on the Norse influence on North America had ridden the fine line of academic absurdity and legitimate archaeological research for years now, and he knew that. The theories were starting to gain acceptance in the larger scientific community, an inch at a time, but only grudgingly. Kotler felt sure he'd been invited to do this talk only because of recent findings in Pueblo, including the medallion unearthed by Dr. Eloy Coelho and his team. If not for the popularity of that medallion and the exhibit associated with it, Kotler might still be lecturing, but on a very different topic. Then there was that History Channel miniseries. Vikings in America had been rushed through production, spurred at least in part by the exhibit that included the Coelho Medallion itself. It had just the right mix of dramatized reenactments and testimonials from some of the rock star-level researchers and scientists in History Channel's rosters. Kotler himself had been asked to be a part of the program, and during his interview he had outlined much of what he was discussing today in this very lecture hall. The miniseries event had aired over the course of 4 nights and had brought in high ratings. It had fueled a passion for finding out more about this strange idea. Vikings discovering America before Europeans had ever set foot here. Suddenly the whole idea became wildly popular, drawing a crowd to the exhibit, and somehow to this lecture that had never been intended as anything serious. They were forced to upgrade the venue at the last minute to accommodate all the ticket-buying patrons who wanted to learn more. Now, instead of the few dozen academics and graduate students Kotler had expected, the auditorium was jam-packed with highly interested— what was he to call these people? What was the half-joking nickname that Evelyn Herelica had used? Science tourists. We've long known that Vikings had at least 2 settlements in Greenland, but what has come to light more recently is evidence of a small settlement in Lanza Meduze, in Newfoundland. Kotler touched the screen of his iPad, and the large display above him changed to show a collage of shots from Lanza Meduze. What looks like a fenced-in grassy knoll at first glance is actually the remnants of what we have confirmed to be former Vikings' houses. He paused for effect. This is a Viking village on the shore of Mede Bay, right here in North America. He advanced his presentation again, and now the audience was treated to a computer model of what the village might have looked like circa 1000 A.D. Kotler was again pleased to hear some satisfied ahs and oohs from the audience. He advanced the presentation to show some artifacts. This was one of the things the science tourists came to see. The weird and mysterious stuff. They hung on his every word as he described the function of various pieces, their role in Viking culture, and the conditions under which they were unearthed. He cycled through various carved stones and markers to the pleasure of the audience. "This is one of my favorites," Kotler said, pausing on an image of a man in a top hat, standing beside a large stone with white runes carved into it. "This is Dighton Rock, which was discovered half buried in the mud of the Taunton River in Massachusetts. It was discovered as early as the 17th century, when it was at first mistakenly determined that these markings were made by Native Americans. Later, in the 19th century, they were thought to be Phoenician, and later still, they were even thought to be Portuguese. But I prefer a 20th century interpretation." He paused, looking around at the rapt faces in the audience, "which identifies them correctly as Norse runes." He let that soak in. Norse runes in Massachusetts, of all places. Even the academics in the room were whispering to each other at this point, though Kotler decided they were probably discussing how best to crucify him. Kotler had personally concluded that these were unquestionably Norse runes, despite the current academic position that they were unverified. But he had brought more than his own expertise to the table with this. Evelyn had verified that the runes were more than just random carvings. There was a message there. There was meaning. That was enough to convince Kotler, but he'd gone ahead and had it verified by a few more independent experts anyway. Every one of them came back with the same conclusions, and after the third or fourth confirmation, Kotler no longer had any doubts. Again, he advanced the presentation. "This is Viking Tower in Newport, Rhode Island." And again, "This is Thorvaldsen Rock in Hampton, New Hampshire." And again, this time a shot of several easily identifiable swords, axe heads, and other ancient objects. All of these artifacts, nearly 200 of them, were discovered near Sheboygan, Michigan, on the coast of Lake Huron. A lot of good things came out of Sheboygan, but it's surprising to learn that an ancient armory is one of them. He got the laugh on that and went on. "And lest you think that Vikings only spent time in the Northeast." On the large screen, several images were gathered in a collage. "The Beardmore relics of Beardmore, Ontario. The Heavener runestone in LaFleur, Oklahoma. And most infamous and most controversial, the Kensington runestone, found in Alexandria, Minnesota." The crowd really appreciated those little tidbits and thrilled to the idea of Vikings coming inland, hitting the interior of the United States. Kotler imagined everyone asking the same questions he had asked. How had they gotten there? Some of these places weren't accessible by lake or river, so did they portage their ships across dry land? How far did they get? Kotler looked at some of his colleagues in the front row of the auditorium. He took note of several looks of disapproval and expressions of out-and-out denial. He sighed, steeled himself, and then said, "These finds are remarkable and point to a hidden history of the Americas that we're only just starting to uncover. Our history is more ancient than we realize. But even more intriguing is that we are finally discovering evidence of something entirely unexpected. There are artifacts coming to light that provide tantalizing proof of a connection between Norse culture and that of several pre-Columbian native cultures, including the Aztec and Mayan cultures, and most recently the Pueblo Indians. Effectively, we now have evidence that Vikings may have had more influence on ancient Americans than we ever realized. And it's a discovery that changes everything we know about American history." As the audience reacted to this, and his colleagues grumbled to each other in the front row, Kotler brought up a side-by-side image of the front and back of a disc-shaped gold medallion, inscribed with hundreds of marks and symbols. This is the Coelho Medallion, discovered by Portuguese archaeologist Dr. Eloy Coelho while on a cooperative dig in Pueblo, Colorado. The area is rich in Pueblo ruins, and during an exploration of these, Dr. Coelho found a structure that had been buried in an avalanche for more than 500 years. He and his team were able to determine the general time frame by carbon dating the remains of animals that were killed in the collapse. It's safe to say that no one has seen this structure for at least that 500-year range, and possibly a great deal longer. It went undiscovered during the whole of United States history. Murmurs of appreciation and speculation from this, and Kotler let that simmer just a bit before continuing. The medallion contains markings from numerous pre-Columbian cultures, but it is these markings. Kotler tapped the iPad and the image on screen expanded and dimmed, with a bright circle illuminating a short series of symbols near the center of the medallion. That has caused such a big stir in the research community. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a confirmed set of Norse runes. He turned to the crowd, all of whom were silent, rapt by the presentation. Evidence, it would seem, of ancient contact between the Norse and pre-European Americans, deep in the interior of what would become the United States of America. Dr. Kotler. Kotler had just signed dozens of autographs, including copies of some of his books, and he was really just interested in getting to the men's room at this point. His colleagues, all of whom had glared at him even as they marched out of the auditorium in a stodgy line, would all be in touch later for a bit of rebuttal, he was sure. The man who stepped in front of him was dressed in a dark suit and white shirt. He had a plain dark tie, and his shoes were shined and very practical-looking. They looked as though they were designed to fit a more formal look, but could give plenty of traction in a sprint if needed. "I really have to go to the restroom. Can I sign whatever you have once I'm back?" "We're going to need you to come with us," the man said. And for the first time, Kotler noticed there was another man, dressed exactly like the first, standing just on the other side of the door. Both wore very sober expressions, though the other man was watching the crowds rather than Kotler himself. "FBI?" Kotler asked. The first man reached into his coat and produced a badge. Agent Roland Denzel. FBI, indeed. He nodded to his partner. "This is Agent Richard Scully." As Kotler smirked and raised his eyebrows, Agent Denzel said, "No relation to the X-Files. And he would appreciate it if you didn't mention it." "Fair enough," Kotler nodded. "But I was serious about the restroom. If I could—" "I'm afraid you'll have to hold it, sir," Denzel said. "I'm sorry." "Not any more than I am," Kotler said, and grimaced as Denzel put a hand on his arm and led him down a side corridor, away from the crowds, and into a conference room, where he was instructed to wait. Denzel and Scully took positions outside the door. Kotler sat in one of the leather chairs and crossed his legs. Only a few minutes later, the door opened, and an older man entered, wearing a suit only slightly different from those of the agents, a bit more tailored and a bit more expensive. "Dr. Kotler, I apologize for shuffling you away like this, but it was unavoidable." "Who are you?" Kotler asked. His ability to play games of politeness or politics with these people was severely compromised by the pressure on his bladder. The man sat across the table from Kotler and opened an iPad that was in a clamshell case, with a keyboard that made it look like a tiny laptop. The older man peered down his nose at the iPad screen, tapping and swiping until he came to whatever it was he was after. "You are an acquaintance of Dr. Evelyn Herelica, the linguist." At the mention of Evelyn's name, Kotler felt a wave of mixed emotions. He had just been thinking of her during the talk, but if he was being honest with himself, he'd thought of her often over the past couple of years. They still talked frequently, still had contact when they could, despite— Actually, yes. I've spoken to her recently. A couple of days ago, I believe. Is she okay? You've spoken to her numerous times over the past several months, according to phone records. Kotler blinked. Yes, though I don't see why that's any of your business. Unless something has happened. Has she been... Is she hurt? Kotler felt dread at the thought of what this man was about to tell him. The man looked up from his iPad and then leaned forward slightly, twining his fingers as he propped himself on his elbows. Dr. Kotler, I'm Director Matthew Crispin with the New York offices of the FBI. I'm afraid Dr. Herelica was recently abducted in Houston. It happened on a Friday evening, unfortunately, and so it was nearly 72 hours before anyone realized she was missing. We are investigating the abduction, but in the course of that investigation, your name surfaced. Numerous times, actually. Abducted? Kotler felt his stomach clench. Wait, 72 hours? My God, that means the trail... Cold, Crispin nodded. But we have a few leads. We believe the abduction had something to do with the work she was engaged in. And there again, we found a connection to you. She was in Houston working with a new employer, but apparently she was also continuing to collaborate and consult with you on some of your work. But in looking at emails on her laptop, not every communication she had with you was professional in nature. Kotler blushed and nodded. Well, I won't make any secret of our relationship, Director Crispin. Evelyn and I were dating, for a while anyway. These days, we're mostly pen pals. Kotler smiled, hoping it would break some of the tension, but the director remained intense. I haven't seen her in person for a few months. She's been in Houston working on a project funded by an oil company there. Something about determining whether some of their land overseas should be classified as an historic site, which would prevent them from drilling without a lot of special precautions. She was helping with translations and some of the research. But that's not why you were in contact with her, Crispin said. No, Kotler said. Most of our calls and emails were personal. Most, but not all, Crispin replied. Kotler considered this. I did send her scans of the Coelho Medallion, which were passed to me by Dr. Eloy Coelho himself. She was helping me to identify and translate some of the symbols and languages. She and Dr. Coelho have also been in touch about this. The Coelho Medallion, Crispin said, peering once again at his iPad. That's the artifact that you believe links Vikings and Aztecs? As well as Mayans, Pueblos, and several other indigenous American cultures we are still cataloging. Very interesting, Crispin said, and for once he looked up from his iPad and smiled. I have something of an interest in archaeology myself, but you're not an archaeologist, are you, Dr. Kotler? Kotler shook his head. I'm a private researcher. I have a background in archaeology, linguistics, etymology, and symbology. I also have degrees in quantum physics and quantum mechanics. Quite a resume, Crispin said, tapping the table between them with the fingers of his right hand, before leaning back a bit and folding his hands together. And diverse. From quantum physics to symbology, how does one make that transition? Kotler shrugged. It's not really a transition, if you're still doing it. When it comes down to it, I'm on the same quest everyone else is on. Crispin waited, then prodded Kotler. Which is? Meaning, Kotler said. I'm looking for meaning in history, in the universe, even in cultural relationships. It seems to pay very well, Crispin said. You have no employer, and yet your lifestyle seems to be fairly comfortable. I'm not short of money. I have an inheritance and investments. Quite a few, Crispin said, nodding. He was looking at the iPad again, scrolling through whatever was hidden from Kotler's view. Kotler immediately caught on to the fact that Crispin had been deliberately misleading him. Was he testing Kotler, trying to see if he'd be honest about his finances? Or was he simply trying to keep Kotler off balance for some reason? "I'm sorry, are you investigating me for Evelyn's disappearance?" Crispin looked up at him, as if surprised. "Should we be?" Kotler peered at him, trying to figure out the game. "You've seen something in the research I shared with Evelyn. What is it?" "It's your research, Dr. Kotler. Why don't you tell me?" Kotler shook his head. "Nothing from the translations I've gotten so far. Mundane greetings, that sort of thing. But there were the new runes, a series that looked like city and gold. They're in an associative relationship with the rune for river. Evelyn thought that together they might be taken as a place name, the name of an ancient North American city, perhaps. Possibly a translation of something the pre-Europeans introduced to the Vikings, or vice versa." "You seem to know quite a bit, Dr. Kotler. Why don't you tell me? What do you know about this city?" "Exactly what I've told you," Kotler said. "What do you know about the city?" Crispin laughed, then shrugged. "I know that Dr. Horelica sent you an email about that translation, then went for a jog, and an hour or so later she was gone, which, you have to admit, is somewhat suspicious." Kotler thought about this and realized there was a lot about it that just wasn't adding up. "Director Crispin, why exactly is an FBI director handling an interrogation like this personally? And why cast suspicion on me? If you've seen our emails, you know that Evelyn and I were intimate. I care for her very much. I would certainly never do anything to harm her, and especially not over anything to do with the medallion. So what's really going on here?" Crispin shook his head as if disappointed in Kotler. "Dr. Kotler, you were the last person to be in contact with Dr. Horelica. Can you account for your whereabouts on Friday?" "I was here, in New York," Kotler said. "Can anyone corroborate that?" "I'm sure someone can. Do they need to? Do you have something that might indicate I'm lying?" "Give me the names of people who can place you in New York on Friday. Also," Crispin reached into his coat and pulled out a thin sheaf of papers, "this is a warrant for full access to your apartment, your phone, and your computers." Kotler took the warrant and read through it. "I'm being investigated for the kidnapping of Evelyn Horelica?" "In part," Crispin said. "You're also being investigated for your role in a potential terrorist collusion." Columbia University, New York, New York. This had all the earmarks of the FBI covering its own butt, and Kotler was apparently just the pair of tighty-whities for the job. That was enough to make him want to take a swing at somebody, but at the moment he was more concerned about Evelyn. As breakups went, theirs wasn't necessarily that bad. It was almost mutual. She had gotten the offer from Houston, and it was too good to pass up. Kotler, on the other hand, liked his life essentially the way it was. He traveled and visited excavations and archaeological sites. He spoke and lectured at museums and universities. He did his research and he wrote his books, and then he returned to his apartment in Manhattan. The city was home. It was where he recharged, and he liked it that way. His needs were more than simply taken care of by his inheritance. He'd be considered wealthy regardless of where he lived in the world. The only thing he ever felt was missing in his life was companionship, and, well, that was usually just a temporary deficiency. For all the trysts, though, Kotler often still felt a bit lonely and isolated in his daily life. He had always needed someone who was an intellectual equal, someone who shared his passions if not his viewpoint. So it was good, when those lonesome moments came, that he could find someone who was both a companion and a good friend. Things had been good with Evelyn. The two of them had been running in the same circles for years, catching glimpses of each other at symposiums and academic events. They had spoken to each other often, on topics ranging from lofty personal insights and speculations over the purpose of the Great Pyramids to mundane conversations about restaurants they liked and their favorite flavors of ice cream. Kotler had suspected for some time that eventually they might take a turn together, slipping away from friendship and delving deeper into the waters of a more intimate relationship. Evelyn was a knockout, with a model's figure and a mind that could put most of her male counterparts to tearful shame. Kotler was attracted to her immediately, but had never acted on it until he felt for certain that she reciprocated, which did happen, eventually. And that first night, after a museum banquet, it had been almost inevitable that the two of them would sneak off for some private moments in the ancient hominid exhibit. In fact, it was an almost cliché that they'd snuck away in the middle of a black tie event, which might even be what appealed most to Kotler. His life wasn't often so unpredictable. A bit of inevitability was good every now and then. A spot of predictability was soothing for the soul. But predictability soon wears out its welcome, and Kotler found that he didn't particularly want to be in a committed relationship just now. He was too mobile, his life was too fluid, and if he was being honest, he liked women a little too much to settle on just one at the moment. He knew what that would look like to anyone on the outside. He was sure to be billed as a philanderer, a womanizer, and in today's over-politicized, militantly correct climate, such a thing made him almost an anachronism, and certainly someone to be sniffed at derisively if the topic ever came up. That didn't really bother him. It didn't seem to bother Evelyn either. In fact, she didn't seem to mind the breakup at all. When she gave Kotler the news that she was taking the job and moving to Houston indefinitely, her entire demeanor was that of a woman who was tying up a loose thread. She was still sweet and kind and loving. They still had passion between them, but now it had the tone of something laced with farewell rather than monogamous commitment. Maybe she sensed that Kotler was getting restless, or maybe she had just had enough of him and wanted to move on and explore other avenues herself. Or it could be that she never thought Kotler was serious relationship material, which would have been a fair point. He could be distracted to the point of it being ludicrous when he was working. It might be days before he even looked up from what he was reading or examining, uttering more than a grunt or monosyllabic exclamation upon discovering something new. He tended to travel frequently, and with just an instant's notice, which often shredded plans and canceled dates. And his conversations inevitably drifted away from the mundane world and into whatever it was that had caught his fancy. His life was his career. It always had been. Even Evelyn, up here in this field, didn't want to talk shop all the time. She loved her work as much as he did, but it was hardly the only thing in her life. She had friends, she had hobbies, she had family, something Kotler himself didn't have to worry over. It stood to reason that she might want a life that consisted of more than solving the next ancient riddle or deciphering the next mystery of the universe. So maybe she was as ready to move on as he was. Despite that possibility, however, and despite the 1,600 miles between them, the two of them still talked often. Their initial attraction was still there. They still wanted to know what the other thought, whenever they made a discovery or needed to make an intuitive leap. Evelyn was often traveling as part of her new role, and sometimes their destinations overlapped. They would spend quick evenings together, usually something small and intimate. They made the most of the time they had, and for now it seemed to be enough. At the moment, however, all Kotler wanted was to see Evelyn alive again. He was less worried about being investigated for her abduction than he was bothered by the fact that the FBI was wasting time. The real kidnappers were still out there. and every day the trail would grow colder as Director Crispin kept efforts focused on the wrong man. Kotler had all of these thoughts while finally relieving himself in the restroom just down the hall from where he'd met with Director Crispin. The director had left several minutes ago, with the dire warning that Kotler should not leave town until they could complete their investigation. Agents Denzel and Scully were still guarding him, one inside the restroom and one outside. As Kotler washed his hands, he looked at Denzel in the mirror. Why does a fairly run-of-the-mill missing persons case require the director of the FBI to make a personal visit? Agent Denzel paused before saying, "That isn't for me to know, sir." "And why are you two agents still with me? Do you intend to follow me home?" "We do have orders to escort you home," Denzel said. "After that, Agent Scully and I are relieved." "Meaning that someone else takes over and watches me?" Kotler asked. Denzel said nothing. Kotler dried his hands and threw the paper towel in the bin. He was thinking about everything he'd managed to learn from Crispin, which wasn't much. Whoever had Evelyn took her because of her work. That much seemed clear. Crispin had brought up the emails that had gone between Kotler and Evelyn, and of late most of those had to do with translating the symbols on the Coelho Medallion, so it seemed reasonable to assume the medallion was at the heart of this. But how did all of this tie into collusion with terrorists? That was the scariest bit, if Kotler was being honest with himself. In today's rampant terror-noid climate, security agencies were more likely to simply bury you in a cell somewhere, rather than deal with determining if you actually represented a threat to national security. Much like the Red Scare trials of the 50s, the mere suspicion that you might have ties to a terrorist organization made you a threat. The fact was, it wouldn't take much to tie anyone to a terrorist group, especially someone who traveled frequently and often visited conflicted portions of the world. So to that point, Crispin's veiled threat was weighty enough to put some pressure on Kotler, regardless of his innocence. Which made Kotler wonder, what if Crispin was only using that charge specifically to put some heat on Kotler? What if it was meant to make Kotler act, so they could see what he did next? If they needed Kotler to reveal something through his actions, then they would want to put as much pressure on him as possible. So how should he respond? As far as he could tell, without knowing the real motives of Crispin, or whomever might be pulling the strings, there was nothing for it but for Kotler to play along and do exactly what they wanted, for now. Evelyn was missing, and despite the apparent frame-up the FBI was trying to push, Kotler really would do anything he could to keep her safe. He would start by looking at his own research materials, to determine what he might have said that resulted in Evelyn being abducted, and whether he had any culpability in this. Going back to the research seemed obvious, which meant it was the most likely outcome that Crispin was hoping for. So that was exactly what Kotler did. He took out his iPhone and opened Evernote. He kept all of his research in Evernote these days, rather than on paper documents, so he could access it from anywhere. Many of his colleagues still relied on bulky file cabinets filled with reams of paper, unindexed, and sometimes impossible to cull through. Kotler preferred to be far more fluid and mobile, and to have access to information instantly and on demand. He paid a service to scan every document, photo, and map that came across his desk, and then send the digital files to him in Evernote before archiving all of the physical materials off-site. More often, however, Kotler would simply photograph something from his phone while in the field and tag and categorize it himself. It made things quicker, and Kotler liked quick results. In a folder labeled Coelho Medallion, his cataloging and archiving service had created a note with an overview of everything he'd uncovered to date, and there was quite a bit. Hundreds of notes contained photos and quick scribbles about symbols and translations, some of which he'd done himself, but many of which he had received from Evelyn or other experts. He sorted these by clicking on Evelyn Herelica in his list of tags. So far, nothing jumped out at him that might be the cause of all of this. Kotler had a habit of copying and pasting relevant emails into notes, and he spent a few minutes sorting through Evelyn's messages regarding the Coelho Medallion. After a moment he had an entire list, which contained mostly suggestions about possible translations. Near the top, among the most recent messages, was the translation that mentioned the keywords river, city, and gold. He had mentioned these in his lecture earlier that evening, and had given them only a casual reference, because they were fairly casual terms. At least they had seemed that way at the time. The unique combination of city and gold in the Norse symbology was a curiosity he had intended to explore later, perhaps the next time he spoke to Evelyn on the phone or in person. This was the newest bit of information to wind its way between them. The email was from just over a week ago. It wasn't the most recent email. There were several that contained more mundane and personal and intimate conversations. There wasn't much shop talk in those, other than a few thank yous and you owe me's. Kotler wasn't prone to unchecked speculation or hyperbole, but even he couldn't pass on the opportunity to bring up the fabled El Dorado, the Aztec city of gold, or the Muisca city of gold, if one were being historically nitpicky. El Dorado was largely suspected to be a European pipe dream, by modern scholars at least. Some suspected it was a complete fabrication, meant to fuel the fires of well-funded exploration for kingdoms looking to expand their power and wealth by exploiting the resources of the Americas. Spanish sailors could find backing for expeditions to the New World much easier if kings and queens and lords of all standing thought there could be an entire city of gold in it for them. And to compensate for never having found such a city, the spice trade at least kept many coffers filled. Tobacco alone was worth the journey. In one of his reply emails, Kotler had quipped that maybe the reason Europeans never found El Dorado was because the Vikings already sacked it before the Spanish got there. A joke, only slightly funny, and Evelyn had responded with the intellectual equivalent of, "Yeah, right, pull the other one." As Kotler considered it now, however, in light of Evelyn's abduction and the FBI's peculiar interest, he wondered if maybe this was the trigger after all. Which brought him to an alarming conclusion. Someone other than the FBI had access to their emails. But who and why? The most obvious answer to the second question was that someone was on a quest of their own, and something about the Coelho Medallion had caught their attention. Maybe they were interested in the prospect of a massive amount of gold, or maybe it was something else entirely. The who question was a bit more problematic. Whoever was monitoring their emails had also arranged for Evelyn to be abducted, and was so far eluding the FBI. They would need to be both powerful and wealthy by Kotler's estimate. Hacking emails, kidnapping researchers in broad daylight without anyone so much as hearing a whimper, these things took planning and resources. Considering the oddity of an FBI director being involved in the investigation, Kotler also wondered if there was something being hidden there as well. It was not entirely outside the realm of possibility that Director Crispin himself might be involved in the kidnapping of Evelyn Herelica. And if that was the case, well, Kotler was good and screwed. Or might be. It really just depended on what they needed from Evelyn, and how Kotler figured into all of it. Of course, at the moment, all he could do was behave as if the FBI was on the side of the angels, and help them with the investigation in any way he could. It was what was best for Evelyn, and for him as well. He could hardly be of any help if he found himself in a cell somewhere. And there was always the possibility that he was wrong, and that the FBI really were the good guys in this. Agents Denzel and Scully escorted him to the elevator, and then down to the lobby. Kotler had been scanning Evernote during all of this, and they hadn't so much as tried to peek over his shoulder, which meant they were either monitoring his activities in some other way, or they knew that with the subpoena, the FBI would eventually have access to everything he was doing anyway. The one thing Kotler had going for him was the fact that even though his notes and emails might be accessible to anyone who might be monitoring, his thoughts and his conclusions were entirely private. The spies could know the details, but they couldn't know the connections he would make between them. A small victory and a small comfort. What connections could he make? Which details mattered, and which were useless? Kotler was logging onto Uber from the street, requesting a car, when Agent Scully said, "This way, sir. We've arranged for you to have a ride home." "Guys, I appreciate that I'm under suspicion, but unless you're going to arrest me, I see no reason to be treated like a prisoner." "It's for your protection," Denzel said soberly, almost apologetically. "There's a possibility that you may be a target." "If I'm not the mastermind behind Evelyn's abduction, you mean?" Denzel and Scully said nothing, just guided him to the car. Kotler sat in the back seat while the two agents sat in front. As they drove, Kotler considered again the information he had. Was it really possible that this was all about his silly joke? Could this really be about his notion that Vikings might have found the city of El Dorado, or perhaps found its equivalent? It had been such a passing remark, and so recent, that he hadn't spent any time seriously considering it. He hadn't so much as thought of it since, if he was being honest. The idea was kind of silly, and he'd had no reason to keep it top of mind. But now he wondered if he should start reaching out, making contact with people who might have some answers, and digging up some answers of his own. Who should he reach out to? And would contacting them put them in the same danger as Evelyn? Several minutes passed in silence as Kotler rode in the back seat of the FBI vehicle. They arrived at his apartment building without so much as asking him directions, and Kotler noted at least 3 vehicles parked nearby that might have been more agents, or potentially kidnappers or assassins. This game was already dangerous. Kotler nodded to the agents without a word and stepped out onto the sidewalk in front of his building. He walked past Ernest, the building's doorman, and gave him a friendly smile and wave, as he always did. If the FBI had already searched his place, Ernest gave no sign. Kotler cringed a bit at the idea that he'd be the talk of the building once the FBI barged in. But controversy wasn't all that new to him. He'd be fine. As Kotler waited in the lobby for the elevator to arrive, he realized that his best bet for settling some of his questions and for making any headway in helping Evelyn and himself was to start from the beginning. He needed to go to the source, as it were. He needed to speak to Dr. Eloy Coelho. American Museum of Natural History, New York, New York. The restriction on travel kept Kotler within range of his home for the foreseeable future. Crispin had told him he had the run of Manhattan, but that was as far as the leash stretched. Luckily, Dr. Coelho was currently working here in Manhattan, and not unreasonably far from Kotler's apartment. The day had turned a bit dreary outside, so Kotler opted to take the subway, noting that at least 2 men in suits boarded the same car, and when he exited a few blocks from the museum, he saw that 2 more dark-suited men were stationed and waiting to follow him to street level. How many resources was the FBI expending on him? It added to Kotler's impression that something else was going on here, below the surface of what Director Crispin had shared with him. It was a foregone conclusion that Crispin wouldn't share all of the details, and would most certainly lie. But it was obvious that Kotler had somehow found himself in the middle of something big, without even trying. He was used to trouble finding him, eventually, but he preferred the kind that he could see coming, or could at least understand. The walk from the subway to the museum was long enough to both clear Kotler's head and make him rethink walking in this weather. There was a drizzle of rain making everything sloppy and miserable, and there was just enough chill in the air to make it uncomfortable without a coat, but too warm while wearing one. He was grateful to reach the museum when he did, and vowed to take a car going back. When most people think of research into antiquities and ancient artifacts, they picture stodgy old men in outdated fashions, hunched over large oak tables, strewn with dusty bits of jetsam and debris. That vision is not far from the truth, but rather than some dingy basement dungeon, most research is conducted in fairly clean rooms, with modern equipment and lighting, and most researchers these days are youthful, casually but nicely dressed, and generally intelligent and inquisitive. Dr. Eloy Coelho was of the older generation, with platinum hair that contrasted nicely with the bronze of his skin, though his hair was starting to thin slightly on top. Coelho had donned the sort of wire-rimmed spectacles that might be considered cliché for his breed. He was wearing a light blue button-down dress shirt, the sleeves rolled to his elbows, with khaki chinos that were pressed and neat, but had clearly seen the field on more than a few occasions, as noted by the tiny bit of fraying at the cuffs and the small bit of fresh needlework near the belt line. Folded and hanging over the back of a high-backed stool was the doctor's tweed coat, with requisite leather patches on the elbows. Kotler appreciated Coelho's sense of fashion because it was more or less how he dressed himself much of the time, minus the spectacles. He had started dressing this way partially for comfort, but also because it seemed to be expected of him, especially when he was speaking at conferences and summits. People had a certain perspective on what an archaeologist and researcher should look like, and it was good to occasionally meet expectations. Plus, if Kotler was being honest, he rather liked that his wardrobe was a subtle clue to his profession. He wondered if this made him anachronistically trendy, or maybe a bit old-fashioned. "Dr. Kotler," Coelho said, smiling. He extended a hand, and the two shook. "Dr. Coelho," Kotler said, "it's good to see you again." "You've had a visit from the FBI?" Coelho asked. His Portuguese accent made him sound jovial, but Kotler picked up on a slight irritation all the same. "You too?" Kotler asked. Coelho nodded. "Evelyn," he said sadly. "They asked me many questions, most of which I could not answer." He peered around, as if ensuring the FBI agents were not in the room with him. "They asked me many questions about you as well." Kotler nodded. "I'm a suspect, thanks to my relationship with Evelyn and some emails they pulled from her computer, though I believe there may be something else going on." "And is this why you are here? Are you trying to find something that clears your name?" Kotler thought about this before responding. "I'm here to see if there's something about the research into your medallion that might have gotten Evelyn abducted, and I'm hoping it will save her." Coelho examined him for a moment, then said, "Evelyn was not the only abduction. The medallion itself has been stolen as well. It was taken from the museum a few days ago." "A few days?" Kotler exclaimed. "I haven't heard a thing in the news." "The museum closed the exhibit immediately, claiming there were some issues with public safety or some nonsense. I only know because Dr. Shane called me personally. I believe he was ordered to tell no one, but he felt I should know." "Do they have any leads on the theft?" Kotler asked, though he suspected he knew the answer already. Coelho shook his head. "Dr. Shane tells me they're not even certain how it was stolen. There's no evidence of an actual break-in. It was there one moment, and the next it was simply gone." This was odd and interesting news, but at the moment it didn't intrigue Kotler. He wasn't sure how the theft of the medallion tied into Evelyn's abduction, if at all. For the moment he filed this information away, with the thought he could follow up on it later. He looked at the table where Coelho had been working, and noted the less sensational artifacts recovered from Pueblo. "I was emailing Evelyn just before she was abducted," Kotler said, his voice quiet and intense. He looked up at Coelho and saw that the old man's face was registering some of the pain that Kotler was feeling. Coelho and Evelyn were colleagues on occasion. It was hard not to be in this work, small world and all that. And though they might not be close, Coelho was clearly a man who felt deep emotion over anyone's misfortune. "Did Evelyn ever mention to you an idea about a city of gold?" Kotler asked. Coelho nodded. "Once, a day or so ago, on the phone, she mentioned the translation, and that you had brought up El Dorado." Coelho smiled. "It would be very amusing, no, to discover that the Vikings had sacked El Dorado before the Spanish ever set foot on these shores." Kotler smiled and nodded. "It would, but even the presence of the Vikings is in question at this point. Just because those symbols happen to resemble Norse doesn't mean they truly are. We need more corroborating evidence to move this from a question to a fact." Coelho grinned then and motioned for Kotler to follow him. In one of the clean rooms at the back of the lab, 2 technicians were working on something that Kotler could not quite make out from the other side of the glass. In Portuguese, Coelho asked the 2 if they would stand aside and move the rolling table closer, so Kotler could see what they were examining. Kotler leaned in and gasped as he saw what was on the table. It was a wooden figurehead from the prow of a ship, and carved in the shape of a dragon, and woven in among the patterns of scales in the wood surface was a clear and unmistakable knotwork pattern that was instantly recognizable as Norse in origin. It was old, and the wood had clearly rotted over the centuries. It had gaping, jagged holes, and the pattern occasionally disintegrated into splinters. But it was clearly the figurehead of a Viking ship. Kotler had personally seen hundreds just like it, but it was still a shock to find it here, in the context of Coelho's dig. "Where did you get this?" Kotler exclaimed. "We brought it back from Pueblo 2 days ago. We located it in an underground cavern that we believe links to an aquifer system, an underground river." Kotler looked at him, unbelieving. This was underground? "We gained access to the caverns through a surface cave near where the medallion was found," Coelho said. "I found some of the same markings from the medallion carved into the mouth of the cave. It is clear that before its collapse several hundred years ago, the cave mouth was an archway. It appears to be a natural formation that was further carved and adorned with symbols from numerous languages, all of which appear on the medallion." Kotler was still staring at the carved figurehead, not quite sure if he should believe what he was seeing. Before him sat actual proof of a Viking presence in deep interior North America. In Colorado, far from the Great Lakes, and even further from the Atlantic Ocean. There weren't even any major rivers connecting this central part of the United States to the East Coast. Kotler could only imagine the journey that would have to take place for the Vikings to find themselves here, closer to the Pacific Ocean than to the Atlantic they were familiar with. The figurehead not only verified a lot of the research that Kotler was participating in, it opened up possibilities that turned American history on its ear. Nearly everything known about pre-European America would have to be re-examined and reconsidered. It was perhaps the biggest historic discovery in the U.S. since unearthing dinosaurs. "Eloy, this is simply amazing." Dr. Coelho smiled and nodded and led Kotler back to a small office, where each of them poured a cup of strong black coffee. Coelho peered through the crack in the door, then reached into his desk and removed a small flask, splashing some of the amber liquid into his cup. He offered it to Kotler, who appreciatively offered his cup to be enhanced. "You must come to the site," Coelho said. "The markings are incredible, and we believe the figurehead is just the beginning. There are many fragments of oak scattered within the cavern. My team leader, Richard, is dating those now and preparing them for shipment to here. They do appear to be from the same source as the figurehead." Kotler sipped his coffee, winced a bit at the first taste of whiskey, and nodded. "I would love to visit the site. I think that's going to be tough to arrange at the moment, however. The FBI have me under guard and surveillance. They're here in this building right now, looking as indiscreet as possible." "Why would they possibly believe you'd harm Evelyn?" Coelho asked, shaking his head. "I think it's more complicated than it looks," Kotler replied. "They've tied in this collusion with terrorists claim, which I believe is meant to put added pressure on me. They figure I know something, and they want to give me proper motivation to reveal it." "And what do you know?" Coelho asked. "The only thing I've been able to come up with is El Dorado." Coelho scoffed. "Do you honestly believe the FBI has any interest in a mythical city of gold? It seems most unlikely." Kotler considered this, sipped his coffee, and shook his head. "No, but I believe someone does, and that somehow has pull, enough so that they can have me come under special attention from some powerful people, and that isn't the kind of scrutiny I'm comfortable with." "No," Coelho said, shaking his head abruptly. "I imagine not. So you are unable to leave Manhattan?" "For the moment," Kotler answered. "Pity," Coelho said. "I believe you would be useful on site. My benefactor has provided us with quite a few resources. This is perhaps the most well-funded expedition I have ever been party to, and we have made tremendous progress. I believe our continued findings there would be of particular interest to you." Kotler thought about this and agreed. He wasn't quite sure why or how, but he had the sense that Coelho's work was intimately tied to Evelyn's abduction, and this new discovery in Pueblo was bound to be part of it. He wasn't yet sure how El Dorado might factor in, if it even did, but his gut was telling him that Evelyn's abduction was linked to the mysteries spiraling out of the Coelho Medallion. He needed to see where it was recovered with his own eyes. "You said the medallion has been stolen," Kotler asked. "Do you know if there are any leads?" Coelho shook his head. "No, my apologies. I know only what little I've shared. I have not even been approached by the police." "You haven't?" Kotler asked, surprised. "No one has reached out to you? The thing had your name on it." Coelho laughed. "I do not think that holds quite as much interest for anyone beyond the two of us," he said. Kotler was about to comment on that, to assure Coelho that his work and contributions were history-making in their importance. But just as he was about to speak, there was a storm of noise from outside the research lab. Gunshots, Kotler realized. Alarmed. "Eloy, come with me," he said, and stood, opening the door and gesturing for Coelho to follow. The older man seemed confused for a moment, but did as Kotler said, hurrying through the door as Kotler led the two of them toward the back of the facility. Kotler had been in this part of the museum before, more than a few times. He knew the layout well enough. He had no idea what was going on in the corridors outside, but he did know that there was a freight elevator in the back of the research suite, and that could take them up a flight to the street-level loading docks. This was where exhibits were brought in by truck, and items to be studied were diverted into the research facility in the basement level. On instinct, Kotler kept low and gestured for Coelho to do the same. The cacophony from the corridors was getting louder, which meant it was getting closer. There were screams of pain from outside the room, and the sounds of authoritative shouting that Kotler assumed were from the FBI. The two agents who had followed him into the museum might be the only thing standing between them and whoever was blasting their way inside. Kotler intended to get away from here as quickly as possible, and to take Coelho with him. He'd seen enough live fire at his time, and dodged enough bullets to last 2 lifetimes. He wasn't feeling nostalgic about either experience. Unfortunately, whatever the final barriers were to the gunmen entering the facility, they must have fallen. As Kotler and Coelho reached the service elevator and waited impatiently for the car to settle in place from above, the doors to the facility burst open, and a few heavily armed men ran in shouting. The chaos was too loud for Kotler to make out everything they were saying, but the gist was clear. Kotler and Coelho were being ordered to stop, and that was an order Kotler had no intention of obeying. The elevator finally settled in place, and Kotler yanked the metal grate doors open, shoving Coelho inside and to the floor, before following closely behind and slamming the doors closed. He hit the button to send the car up, and then dropped to the floor of the car just as bullets began ricocheting from the metal grating. Sparks danced all around them as the bullet struck, reminding Kotler of something akin to crazed fireflies. Kotler heard more yelling, and this time he was able to make out a few words in Arabic, and not anything that sounded all that pleasant. One man was yelling to the others to stop firing, to take the 2 of them alive. Comforting in its way, but Kotler knew they couldn't depend on gentle treatment. Finally, the elevator rose beyond the threshold of the ceiling, and in a moment it stopped at the loading bay floor. Kotler slammed the elevator gate open and practically dragged Coelho out behind him. It was then that he noticed that Coelho was a bit sluggish. Kotler eased Coelho to the floor behind some large wooden crates near the elevator. He peered over the top of the crates to make sure no one was rushing in on them. This was a bad place to pause, but one look at Coelho, and Kotler knew they had no choice. The older man had taken a bullet to his right shoulder. Blood was soaking the man's shirt, and Coelho was already looking pale from the loss of it. He was sweating and panting from the pain. "Eloy," Kotler said quietly, "I'm sorry. We have to keep moving. Can you manage?" Coelho nodded, even as he winced. "I will need some help." "You have it," Kotler said. He gently put Coelho's left arm over his shoulder, assisting the older man in standing, and then guided him toward the large bay doors of the loading area, which stood open and exposed to the street. Again, this was not an ideal exit. There was no way to know what waited for them on the other side of those large rolled doors. But the street was public, and people were wandering by, completely oblivious to the gunshots and chaos happening just below their feet. A young man in a green hoodie, pulled down low over his face, glanced up at them as he rushed by, hands buried deep in his pockets. After he'd passed, the sidewalk beyond the bay doors looked more or less empty, with a crowd of people moving along on the cross street, which Kotler could just make out from this angle. The kid in the green hoodie disappeared into the crowd, and Kotler found himself thinking that was probably best for them as well. If he could get Coelho out of here safely, they could disappear in that crowd and find a place to regroup, to call for help, and get Coelho the medical attention he needed. It was time to move. They scrambled as quickly as they were able toward the opening beneath the rolled doors, and Kotler kept glancing back over his shoulder, hoping he would not see armed men burst into the loading bay. As they neared the exit, with the street in sight, a man stepped around the corner, weapon drawn and leveled on the 2 of them. "Hands where I can see them! Get on your knees!" Kotler stopped in his tracks, shifting slightly to stand between Coelho and the armed gunmen. In an instant, however, and to his great surprise, Kotler realized the man was Agent Denzel. Upon recognizing Kotler, Denzel lowered his weapon and rushed forward in a crouch. "Dr. Kotler," he said, "we got the call from our agents inside. Weapons fire. Have you been hit?" Kotler looked down to see that quite a bit of Coelho's blood was on his shirt. "Dr. Coelho has," Kotler said. "I'm fine." "Come this way," Denzel said, and led with his gun as he stepped out into the street. Police sirens had started up at some point, and people were being herded away from the building. A SWAT van squealed to a stop nearby, and in moments several armored men swarmed out, placing barricades and blocking street access. Denzel helped Kotler get Dr. Coelho to a safe place behind the barrier, and in moments paramedics were on the scene, tending to Coelho's wounds. "Who are they?" Kotler asked, nodding toward the museum. Denzel shook his head. "We have no idea. Not yet. We had 4 men in the building. 2 are dead. The other 2 have barricaded themselves in one of the rooms. Did you see the attackers?" Kotler nodded, catching his breath, though he hadn't been aware he was breathing heavy. "I saw 3 men enter the research lab. They were firing at us, but once we got into the elevator, I was able to take a head count. They were speaking Arabic." "Are you sure?" Denzel asked. Kotler nodded again. "Absolutely." Denzel took out a notepad and jotted these details down and asked a few follow-up questions to see what other details Kotler could provide, which wasn't much. "Why do you think they're after you?" Denzel asked. Kotler considered for a moment, unsure how he should answer. The honest answer was that he didn't know why they were after him or Dr. Coelho, but he had a suspicion. He just wasn't certain he wanted to share it with the FBI. He wasn't yet certain where they were in all of this. But given that Denzel had just saved his life, "I think they're trying to gain access to any information about the dig in Pueblo," Kotler said. "I think they want to find the City of Gold." FBI offices, New York, New York. The FBI offices were a lot different than Kotler had expected, based on what he'd seen in television and in movies. They were a bit more stiff, for starters. Drab was another word that came to mind. There were plenty of windows in the outer offices, which were largely stacks of cubicles in which hundreds of phone conversations chattered on. And yet, the inner offices, the ones Kotler had seen at least, were dark, with faux wood-grain desks and cheap rolling office chairs. Most of the desks were stacked with file folders. Director Crispin's office was a cut above the rest, of course. He had a window view for starters, and his desk, though supporting its own stack of folders and files, was neat and organized, and adorned with a few photos and personal items. There were comfortable leather chairs in front of his desk, and to one side was a round meeting table near a whiteboard, which was filled with unintelligible notes about ongoing investigations or something else entirely. Kotler wasn't quite sure, and knew he'd get no answer if he asked. They were seated around this table now, as Kotler sipped from a coffee mug emblazoned with the FBI seal. He had already told his story to numerous agents, while seated in numerous dark and drab interior offices and conference rooms. He had told it to Crispin himself just now, as they sat sipping coffee and going over details again and again and again. It was tedious, of course. It was meant to be. Every syllable of Kotler's telling and retelling would be recorded and scrutinized to find details he might have meant to keep secret, or to uncover clues he had not meant to give. It didn't matter how often he said he had nothing to hide and was willing to cooperate fully. The assumption was always that he would try to keep something from them. After enduring another hour of this, finally Kotler said, "Don't you think it's time you gave me a little more information from your side of this story? Can you at least tell me if Dr. Coelho is all right?" "He should be fine," Crispin said. "He was in surgery within an hour of leaving the scene, and the bullet was removed without major complications. He's still in the ICU, but recovering for now and under heavy guard." "Where?" Kotler asked. "We'll just keep that information quiet for now," Crispin said, giving Kotler a hard stare. "He's safe." Kotler nodded. It was the best he could hope for, and it was all he really needed to know, for now. Before the attack, you say that Coelho showed you the figurehead. Kotler nodded. We've recovered that, along with the research tied to it. Crispin hesitated, then said, we could use your help in determining how it ties in with all of this. Kotler scoffed and shook his head. Now you want my help? Yesterday you all but accused me of kidnapping and terrorism. Tell me, Director Crispin, what is your agenda in all of this? Without hesitating, Crispin replied, we want to find Dr. Herelica. And what about this terrorist connection? We're investigating that as well. And do you still believe I'm cooperating with them? Crispin smiled. I haven't ruled it out, yet. Kotler nodded. And who is pulling your strings, Director? Because this has all the signs of being some sort of snow job. What has the FBI muffed up? And how is it you expect me to help fix it without giving me any information? And while you've tied my hands with veiled threats? Crispin's expression remained more or less the same, but Kotler picked up on some of his micro-expressions. It was clear that Crispin was not used to being challenged or having his motives questioned. It was also clear that Kotler had hit on something, a raw nerve that maybe Kotler could exploit, though he couldn't be sure what it was. Crispin stood then and went to the small bar in his office, where his personal coffee-maker stood. He poured a fresh cup of coffee and gestured with an offer to freshen Kotler's cup as well. Kotler shook his head. Consider your hands untied, Crispin said as he sipped from his mug. We're suspending the investigation into you as a suspect in Dr. Herelica's abduction, effective immediately, upon certain conditions. Kotler felt his gut clench. And what would those conditions be? You help us decipher the research from Coelho and his team, and you help us in our investigation into the terrorist actions tied to this case, in any way we see fit. Well, that sounds a bit broad for my tastes, Kotler said. I prefer terms and conditions that don't leave me to the whims of someone I don't trust. Trust is a strange thing, Dr. Kotler. It's not earned, the way many people think. It's a decision. I'm making that decision now. You should do the same. To a point, Kotler said. To a point, Crispin agreed. Anwar Adham, Crispin said, sliding the image into view on the iPad. Kotler laughed lightly, and when Crispin stared at him, he explained. His name is somewhat ironic. Anwar means radiant and full of light, but Adham means black or dark. Kind of a built-in pun. It's amusing. Not so amusing to his victims, Crispin said, advancing the image again to show several badly mutilated corpses. Kotler had seen his share of mutilations, from severed limbs to beheadings, and far worse. The images on screen did not terrify him particularly, but they were in no way pleasant, and Kotler wasn't exactly happy to be ambushed by them. He said nothing, but noted that Director Crispin was watching him for a reaction. He'd done this intentionally. These are the latest bodies to be connected to Adham directly. He either performed these mutilations himself, or he was overseeing them while in the room. The photographs have been scanned by systems within the NSA and run through deep analysis. These aren't the only photos, of course, but you get the idea. Clearly, Kotler said. Crispin advanced the screen again, and this time photos of two different men appeared. Kotler recognized one of them. That's Dr. Louis Ullman from the Colorado School of Mines, Kotler said. I don't recognize the other man. Dr. Alan Ridgway. He was here from Britain. Both were working with Dr. Coelho at the Pueblo dig, and both went missing almost 3 weeks back. Missing until 2 days ago, that is, when they were found in the condition you saw a moment ago. Kotler felt his face flush with shock and anger. Dr. Ullman wasn't a close friend, but Kotler had worked with him several times. He was a good man, quick-witted, if a bit nerdy. It was unnerving and frankly offensive that anyone would do that to another human being, and the shock was all the more poignant because it was someone Kotler actually knew. But Kotler felt an even deeper fear at the thought that Evelyn could just as easily be murdered in this way. It lent more urgency to an already heavily laden situation. Kotler felt an ever greater pressure to do something. "As far as we can determine," Crispin said, "these men were abducted directly from the site and taken into New Mexico, then across the U.S. border into Mexico near El Berendo. They were found by Mexican authorities, who at first suspected they were victims of a drug cartel. They called us when they found the videotapes and photos and the IDs of both men. The current Mexican administration considers terrorism to be an American problem." "And these murders are connected to Evelyn's abduction?" Kotler asked, dreading the answer. "Based on some of the evidence we uncovered, we believe they are, along with at least 3 other murdered people who had some connection to the Coelho Medallion. We believe that you and Dr. Coelho himself were marked for elimination, or possibly abduction by Adam's group, and the prospect of you both being in the same location at the same time was too good to pass up." "Elimination? Why would they want to kill us rather than abduct us? Not that I'm advocating either course of action." "We're not entirely certain, but we suspect that if they couldn't capture you, they would want to remove you as assets to our investigation. They may have everything they need with Dr. Herelica." Kotler nodded. "So you've known about these 2 murders and the other abductions for at least 2 days?" "That's right," Crispin said. "But you only came to me yesterday." Crispin said nothing. "I don't appreciate being bait, Director, especially when I have no idea I'm even in danger. We've had men on you 24/7 since we determined the link between these men and Dr. Herelica. You were in no more danger than you would have been otherwise, and we needed some way to draw out Adham and his people." "You apologize for nothing. Got it. So, Director, you're after Adham. What is Adham after?" "We believe Adham is after funding. We think he's gotten wind of a potentially massive windfall in Pueblo, and he believes he can use it to do a lot more damage in the U.S. and worldwide." "You're talking about El Dorado?" Kotler said. "You think he's after a mythical lost city of gold?" Kotler shook his head and then laughed. "This is too much. We only just discussed this as a possibility a few days ago, and that was entirely a joke. My joke, I might add. There's absolutely no serious evidence that Vikings actually found El Dorado, or anything resembling it. We've only just uncovered reliable evidence that Vikings even had a presence in the area a couple of days ago." "We have a source that believes you're on the trail of something very big," Crispin said. "Coelho's discoveries have fueled a fire, and your joke was taken as more of a hunch, which we believe served as just enough confirmation to put Adham to work." "Terrorists in Colorado, looking for an ancient Aztec treasure, presumed stolen and hidden by Vikings." Kotler laughed and rubbed his eyes with the forefinger and thumb of his left hand. "When do the Nazis and UFOs get here?" "Now that you mention it," Crispin said, and he slid the iPad across the table. On the screen were scans of some old document shipping records. It appeared they were in extremely poor condition. "These are pages from a ship's manifest from 1945. They were taken from one of Hitler's U-boats, and while the ship they were taken from contained no Aztec treasure, it did contain a series of maps and documents from archaeologists who had been searching and studying Pueblo at that time. Hitler was on the hunt for gold and had a particular fascination with Norse mythology and with Vikings. We think he had spies in the Pueblo camp, and we think they were reporting back to the Fuhrer about what they uncovered. Nothing solid, only hints. But the hints were enough to intrigue a few people who kept them secret for decades. Until recently, that is. When Coelho uncovered that medallion and the other artifacts, it triggered a black market bidding war on these old manifests. "But you have them, don't you?" Kotler said, pointing to the iPad. "These are just a few of the documents. They were in the private collection of our source. The rest, we assume, were sold off to anyone who bid high enough. We have bits of the shipping manifest, but none of the maps or research notes that were taken. We believe Adham has those." "And he's using them to hunt for a buried treasure," Kotler said, "which he'll then use to fund attacks on the United States." "Something along those lines, yes," Crispin said. Kotler studied the manifest for a few minutes. His German was pretty good, but he was having trouble deciphering everything. Some of it was pure gibberish. He realized then that the manifest contained bits of code ciphers, meant mostly for masking some of the descriptions of the content of various shipping containers. "You have a key for this cipher?" Kotler asked. Crispin nodded and smiled lightly. "Impressive. It took some of my team a full day to realize there was a cipher." He took back the iPad, swiped through a few files and images on screen, and produced a new document, a complete document that had English translations for the scraps of manifest, along with the decoded contents. Kotler read through these and stopped when he saw a phrase that sent chills through him. "Barnstoker," he said aloud. "Yes," Crispin said. "I'm not sure why that wasn't translated from German to English." "It's because it isn't German. This is Norse. Barnstoker means child trunk. It was a tree that stood in the center of King Volsung's hall. Sigmund, father of Sigurd, the mythical dragon slayer. He was a hero to the Norse. One day a one-eyed stranger appears and pierces Barnstoker with a sword. The stranger turns out to be Odin in disguise, which really shouldn't have surprised anyone. It was almost always Odin in disguise. But whenever you hear about a one-eyed stranger in a Norse tale, it generally indicates the special significance of the story. And in this case, Odin announces for all present that the man who can remove the sword from Barnstoker will have it as a gift. And though many strong and powerful men tried to remove the sword, it was only Sigmund who could pull it free. "Fascinating," Crispin said, though he clearly was not impressed by Norse mythology. "What does this have to do with anything?" Barnstoker was sometimes used as a symbol of oath, usually an oath of marriage, but sometimes as an oath between the Vikings and some of the other cultures they encountered. A symbol of Barnstoker would sometimes be used as a seal of agreement, a way to tell other Vikings that the locals were under protection or that there was an alliance. And according to this manifest, one of the missing documents was a translation of markings found at Pueblo, one of which was the symbol of Barnstoker, adorning a stone. It's further proof of a Viking's presence in ancient America, frankly, and it's a strong hint that the Vikings struck some sort of accord with the indigenous people of the area. "Dr. Kotler, I appreciate how exciting this is for you, but unless it has some direct bearing on this case—" "It's motive, Director." "Motive? How?" "If the Vikings were willing to pledge an oath to the Pueblos and Aztecs and other ancient American cultures they encountered, there must have been something they wanted, but were uncertain they could just take. Vikings were very good at taking what they wanted, but they weren't idiots. If they found themselves in an indefensible position, such as encountering a force that could match them in ferocity, as well as overwhelm them with numbers, they would not be above diplomacy and negotiation. "You're saying they signed a deal with the Aztecs? They made a trade in return for gold?" "I'm not certain it was gold, but yes, they made a deal with the Aztecs and a number of other cultures. As far as I can determine, this site in Pueblo was some sort of indigenous United Nations. Several cultures coming together, marking the occasion by carving symbols into that archway cave entrance and forging the Coelho Medallion. The Vikings must have sparked some sort of major cultural alliance that brought a lot of disparate native tribes together." Kotler shook his head and grinned. "It may be one of the first times in history that the Vikings were responsible for bringing peace to warring nations." "So someone gets wind of Coelho's discovery, sees the connection with documents he already had in his possession, and contacts Adham, giving him the resources he needs to go find an immense lost treasure, a patron to terrorism." Kotler shook his head. "That's where things start falling apart for me. There's something weird about the connection there. Whoever has possession of those maps and other documents clearly has an agenda. But what would be the benefit of bringing a terrorist cell onto U.S. soil? How does Adham factor into this person's plans? What good could come from being a patron to a terrorist?" Crispin shrugged. "Since 9/11, we've uncovered evidence of terrorist movement on U.S. soil that could make you hide in a bunker forever. The motives of the people who support them range from absurd to delusional to purely treasonous. Their motives are irrelevant." "I disagree," Kotler said. "In my experience, motives are everything. People make decisions with clear reasons. Whoever the patron is, if they actually are a patron, they have their purpose. They would support Adham for a definable reason. Their motives matter." "And what motives might you have, Dr. Kotler?" "None," Kotler said, shaking his head. "Or rather, my only motive is to rescue Evelyn, if she's still alive, and I think you know that by now. In fact, I think you've known it all along. You've been using the terrorist component of this to push me and get me on board with helping you investigate this. And I don't believe your motives are to find Dr. Herelica. I think you want Adham, and you could care less who gets hurt, or worse, while you hunt for him." Crispin regarded him for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll give you this much. I will admit that Dr. Herelica is not the top priority in this investigation. That does not mean we have stopped looking into her abduction, but our resources are being put on finding Adham more than on finding Dr. Herelica." "I'm just going to assume, then, that you're using Evelyn's abduction as an excuse to get me involved in the hunt for Adham." Crispin nodded. "Why?" Kotler asked. "You're a special talent," Crispin said. "We've looked into you, Dr. Kotler. You're an independent with few solid ties, a wild card. You're beholden to no one because you have money, and you have freedom to pursue any area of study you please. Someone like you might be a perfect asset, but you're very difficult to enlist." "I would have helped to find Evelyn," Kotler said, feeling the muscles in his neck tense. Crispin nodded. "I believe that, but this goes beyond the kidnapping, Dr. Kotler. And if we had come to you and asked you for assistance with the investigation into Adham, would you have agreed to come on board?" Kotler said nothing. Crispin picked up his phone and made a call, speaking partially in English and partially in some sort of FBI code that Kotler didn't even try to decipher. Instead, he focused on the rest of the translation of the manifest, trying to find any more hints or clues, anything that might help him to help the FBI, whom he hoped was equally as focused on finding Evelyn as they were on taking down Anwar Adham. but Kotler wasn't entirely sure. Crispin said the right things. He sounded sincere. But could he ever be trusted when his first instinct was always to lie and cover the truth? Nothing he'd revealed to date could be entirely trustworthy. Kotler would have to be on the watch with him at all times. Crispin hung up and went to a coat hook near his office door. He pulled on his suit jacket, buttoning the top button and smoothing the lines. "Your flight leaves in an hour, Dr. Kotler." My flight? To where?" "To Pueblo, Colorado. I've made arrangements for you to personally inspect the base camp and the ruins. With an escort, of course." Kotler nodded and stood. "Good. That's good. I think I can best help from there. But can I make one request?" "You can make it. I won't promise to give it to you," Crispin said. "I'd like Agent Roland Denzel to be my escort." Crispin considered this. "Denzel is a good man, and he's already familiar with you and the case. Consider it done." And with that, Crispin gestured for Kotler to exit the office. As they passed the desk outside of Crispin's office, the director gave instructions to his secretary, who then stood and let Kotler pass the cubicle farm into another room, where he was instructed to wait for Agent Denzel. Kotler was given back his phone and other personal items. He checked and answered emails and text messages as he waited, and he did a quick search for information about Dr. Coelho's medical condition, with no results. He then searched Evernote for anything he already had that might be useful in regard to the Coelho Medallion and the Pueblo site. There wasn't much. Before long, Agent Denzel knocked and opened the door and asked Kotler to follow him. In moments, the two of them were stepping out of the elevator and into Denzel's car, en route to the airport. Kotler hadn't even had time to pack a bag, which, as it turned out, wasn't necessary. Some items had been prepared for him, obviously taken from Kotler's apartment by whomever was there searching through his belongings. And in amongst his clothes was an iPad containing all the information Crispin had shared earlier. At least Crispin had shown him that courtesy. The flight would be nearly 4 hours long, and there would be plenty of time to catch up on research. But what Kotler wanted most at the moment was to catch up on sleep. He used one of the flight pillows provided by the attendant and propped himself against the window of the plane, settling in to catch a quick nap before landing in Colorado. As he drifted off to sleep, however, he had the nagging sense that he had overlooked or forgotten something. It wouldn't occur to him until later that Crispin had never actually answered Kotler's question about who was the FBI's source in all of this. Coelho Dig Site, near Pueblo, Colorado. Pueblo was bitterly cold. They were arriving fairly late in the evening, and as the chill from earlier in the day dropped from the low 40s to an icy 24 degrees Fahrenheit, Kotler found himself once again wishing he'd been allowed to pack his own damned bag. One of the inhabitants of the research camp was kind enough to loan him a coat, but it was a bit small and couldn't be buttoned in the front. As a result, Kotler was forced to pull on practically every light scrap of clothing in his bag and make do with the coat as best he could. It wasn't quite enough. They were standing around a folding table in a medium-sized portable building, set up on this spot to serve as a sort of home base for the dig. Everything they did here had to be extremely low impact. Anthropogenic ecology had already shifted the local flora and fauna away from what was native to this region during the time this site was active. The last thing anyone in the scientific and archaeological communities wanted was to incur more damage and potentially wipe out the faint footprints of a lost civilization. The very fact that this location was proving to have so much Aztec and Mayan influence, not to mention Vikings, was somewhat shocking to the historic purists in the region. Some locals resented men like Coelho, who had come and turned local history on its ear a bit. Kotler was always fascinated by the idea that people might rather remain ignorant and hold on to their lingering beliefs about history or culture, rather than explore any new information or consider any new perspectives. Some of the locals had taken to openly debunking any finds that the researchers took from this region, going so far as to accuse Coelho and his research team of fabricating and planting artifacts in an effort to justify the team's continued presence here. Kotler had to admit, from the outside, a lot of what was being discovered in these canyons was so incredible he might have doubted it himself, if not, that is, for the fact that he had personally examined artifacts from this region, as had his good friends, Eloy and Evelyn. "This is the area where Dr. Coelho uncovered the medallion," said Richard Barmouth, pointing a finger at an area of the map outlined with red ink. Barmouth was the lead for the primary dig team. He was the first to put hands on the figurehead, and had been present when Coelho found the medallion. Short of Dr. Coelho himself, Barmouth was the most knowledgeable person on the planet when it came to this dig, which could make him a target, Kotler mused. He glanced around to assure himself that Agent Denzel was nearby. Of course, security here at the dig site was incredible. Just getting into this building had meant passing through 3 different checkpoints, and the personnel were not shy about brandishing rifles. Barmouth now slid his finger across the map to a different spot, marked this time in green ink. "The archway is here, about 50 meters from the medallion site." "How is it that the archway wasn't found sooner?" Kotler asked. "There are hikers all over this region at any given time of the year, aren't there?" Barmouth nodded. "Hundreds of hikers come through here every year, but the archway was collapsed and buried by a rock slide centuries ago. It's pretty difficult to spot without a technological assist. We used ground-penetrating radar to pick up the gap, and it was almost blind luck that we happened to be in that particular spot. Most of our searching has been focused on the area immediately surrounding where the medallion was found." "What were you hoping to find there?" Kotler asked. Barmouth shrugged. "Buildings, dugouts. The medallion was buried under a lot of rubble, alongside several other artifacts. We thought the spot might be some sort of temple, but now we're not so sure. It may have been more like a vault or a tomb." "Any human remains found inside?" Kotler asked, suddenly very curious. Barmouth shook his head. "No, all we found was animal carcass, which we were able to use for carbon dating. The chamber that held the medallion was sealed off while it was standing, and we think the same landslide or seismic activity that collapsed the archway also destroyed the chamber." Kotler considered this and examined the maps and photos in silence for a moment. Barmouth answered some questions from a couple of the researchers, mostly about mundane operations for the camp, including making accommodations for Kotler and Denzel. Kotler looked up to see the FBI agent studying his own collection of data testimony from the researchers regarding the 2 murder victims. With the increased security in the camp, there was an ongoing debate about whether the dig should be shut down altogether and the people moved to safety elsewhere. Someone along the ladder was preventing that, Kotler figured. Maybe the same someone who had the pull to get high-level federal agents to put pressure on Kotler to force him to play along. Security on site was a private force that seemed to largely be ex-military. Their bearing and demeanor had military written all over it, at any rate, making them seem more like trained mercenaries than a security detail. In addition to the high-powered weapons they carried, they had turned a fairly unremarkable dig site into something resembling a military base. Multiple checkpoints with armed guards at every entrance and exit, plus an armed patrol around the perimeter, and God knew what else. Kotler was impressed with their efficiency. Denzel was just annoyed. Kotler looked back to the photos and spread them out in a haphazard grid on the table. Each was marked with map coordinates, and Kotler could cross-reference these with the map. Looking closely, he was able to see that everything found and catalogued so far had come from the same general area circumference of about 150 meters, starting with the medallion's location as a starting point. That seemed odd. That wasn't a tremendous amount of space to be dedicated to something that clearly held significance for whoever had made the medallion. It had been kept in some sort of primitive vault, but then was left more or less isolated in the canyon. No outbuildings, not even a home nearby. And the archway was a mystery as well. Kotler would have to check to be certain, but he had no memory of any Native American culture that carved ornate openings for natural cave entrances. That must have been an influence of the Vikings, who were prone to using runes and symbols as wards and protections, as well as signs of oaths and covenants. But again, with the Viking involvement, it seemed that one vault and one archway were a scant marker for something so grand as the meeting and accord of several vastly different cultures. Also, the markings hinted at gold, and so far the medallion was the only bit of gold anyone had uncovered. If there really was a city of gold here, El Dorado or otherwise, where the hell was it? Kotler heard some loud conversation start up just outside of the temporary building, and saw Agent Denzel put away his phone and go out to investigate. Kotler wasn't getting anywhere with what he had in front of him anyway, so he decided to do the same. Outside, Barmouth and a few others were in an argument with 3 of the private security team. "We need access to that site. You can't just barricade it," Barmouth shouted. "We have orders, sir," replied one of the security team. He was a tough-looking man in his early 40s, and Kotler could see the volumes of muscle bulging under his uniform. Just like the rest of the security force, this man was holding a semi-automatic rifle and wearing full desert camo, complete with a helmet and what appeared to be night vision goggles resting on top. "Your orders include keeping us from doing our work?" Barmouth replied. Kotler watched this exchange for a moment and had to admit he wasn't sure why a security detail should have to barricade part of an archaeological dig from the actual archaeologists. In fact, it was just about the most curious thing going at the moment. Kotler sidled up to Denzel. "Can we get into that site? Do you have authority to get past security?" Denzel snorted. "I'm an FBI agent. They're a private security firm." He paused, during which time Kotler looked at him expectantly. Denzel rolled his eyes. "Yes, I have the authority to get us into the site." "Let's go," Kotler said, starting in that direction. "I have the authority," Denzel said, "but I didn't say I would do it." Kotler turned and looked at Denzel, who was wearing a thick, warm-looking, well-fitted coat, with FBI stitched across the front and back in large yellow letters. "You're my escort. You're guarding me wherever I go?" "Those are my orders," Denzel replied. "Good. Keep me from being shot by this private security firm," Kotler said, and turned again to walk away. He heard Denzel curse, and then heard the sound of the agent's boots crunching gravel under his feet as he followed Kotler deeper into the dig site. They came to the barricade in just minutes. The base camp was central to everything, and nothing here was more than a few minutes' walk from the command center. As Kotler approached the checkpoint, 2 heavily armed guards raised their weapons. "This is a restricted area," one of them said. "Turn and go back to the main camp." "Restricted by whom exactly?" Kotler asked. "You will not get another warning," the security guard said. Denzel stepped into the light just behind Kotler, his badge already raised. "I'm Agent Roland Denzel with the FBI. Dr. Kotler and I have full authority to survey any part of this site. Lower your weapons." The 2 guards hesitated, glanced at each other, and then pointed their weapons at the ground. "We have very strict orders, sir." "Keep at them," Denzel said. "Now, let me and Dr. Kotler pass." They exchanged glances again and stepped aside as Kotler and Denzel walked through. Before continuing on, Denzel paused and asked the guards, "What is the name of your superior? How can I reach him if I have questions pertaining to our investigation?" "We report to Will Canfield, sir. Everyone calls him Sarge." "And who does Sarge report to?" Denzel asked. "We get our orders directly from Mr. Cantor, sir." Kotler recognized the name. Cantor? Mark Cantor? The founder of Zealot? "Yes, sir," the guard said. Denzel gave Kotler a strange glance, then said to the guards, "Thanks for your cooperation, gentlemen." He then moved away with Kotler beside him. "Who is Mark Cantor and what is Zealot?" Zealot is a social media site for academics and researchers, sort of a Facebook for academics and scientists. Actually, it's more of a tool for crowdsourcing research. People who are really passionate about a topic and who do loads of independent research can publish their findings for the community to access, without worrying about pesky trivialities like peer review or credentials. "Sounds like you're not a fan," Denzel said, smiling smugly. "It had promise when it was first created. I contributed articles myself, and was pleased to get very good feedback and quite a few leads, but it became a haven for conspiracy theorists over time." "Doesn't everything on the internet become a haven for conspiracy theorists?" Denzel asked. Kotler chuckled. "I can't deny that, so I won't." "So what is Cantor's interest in this dig site, and why would he have his men block access to it?" Kotler shook his head. "That's what I intend to find out." Kotler didn't have the maps with him, but he had taken photos on his phone, and he was zooming in on these now, determining their current location in the dig site. "This is the archway," Kotler said, pointing first to his phone and then waving a hand at their surroundings. "They're blocking access to the most important area of the site." "On the grounds that it presents a present danger to the researchers," Denzel said. Kotler shook his head. "Without access to the archway, this camp may as well pack up. What's the point of keeping everyone around if they won't be allowed to do the job they came to do?" "Just in case," Denzel said. Kotler looked at him. "We've assumed that the research team is the only group studying this, but if Mark Cantor has a private security team built entirely of ex-military and special ops, you can bet he has at least one person inside the site doing private research." That made sense, and Kotler was surprised he hadn't thought of it. He had a growing appreciation for Agent Denzel, beyond the feeling that he owed Denzel for saving his life. The man was smart, calm under pressure, and willing to play something out even if he didn't understand it entirely, just to see where it was going. Rare qualities for anyone, but perhaps they were necessary qualities, considering Denzel's line of work. They continued down the stony path, their way lit by the occasional solar lamp, until they came to another temporary building, this time nestled against the side of a rock face. Kotler and Denzel exchanged glances and then entered the building. Inside were two men, one of whom was dressed in the sort of casual khakis and button-downs the rest of the researchers wore under their coats. The other man was dressed in well-tailored business wear, though his suit jacket was hanging from a hook by the door. He was young, maybe in his late 30s at the most, and had a close-cropped beard that was clearly meant to age him a bit. He was fit and had the bearing of someone who was used to being in charge, but had to keep to a tightly contrived personal image to maintain the air of respect he felt he deserved. Kotler immediately recognized the man as Mark Cantor. Cantor and the researcher looked up from whatever they'd been studying as Kotler and Denzel entered, and there was the briefest flash of annoyance on Cantor's face. Kotler was good at reading micro-expressions. He'd trained with some of the best in the field as part of what he had thought of as expanded anthropology, and for the briefest instant what he saw in Cantor's features was not the annoyance one feels when their authority has been bucked, but the sort of deep anger that comes when expectations have been suddenly derailed. Cantor did not want them here. "Mr. Cantor," Kotler said, making no move to step forward, but instead placing his hands in the pockets of his own khakis, a passive-aggressive signal that would send the message that Kotler wasn't under Cantor's authority. "Dr. Kotler," Cantor replied, nodding. "You two know each other?" Denzel asked. "By reputation only," Cantor said. He looked again at Kotler. "I'm a fan of your work. I saw your lecture on the Coelho Medallion." "From yesterday? You do get around," Kotler smiled. Cantor returned the smile, though it lacked some of the warmth one would expect. "I had someone in the crowd streaming it to one of our servers. I watched it on the flight in." "I wasn't aware anyone was taping," Kotler said. "Taping?" Cantor said, laughing. And this time it actually was genuine. "No one uses tape anymore, Dr. Kotler." "Right," Kotler said wryly. "My anachronism is showing." "What brings you here?" Cantor asked, nodding to the interior of the temporary building. It was a large open space, with a few square tables pulled together to form a rectangle in the middle. High-backed stools surrounded this, and spread out on the table were maps, photos, digital tablets, and a few artifacts that had obviously been recently liberated from the dig. What was more impressive to Kotler, however, was the large gaping maw in the back of the room. Through several clear plastic panels draped over it, Kotler could just see the jagged outline of an excavated cave entrance, and on one side, just barely visible through the dangling plastic, he could see a hint of carvings. The most visible carving was a Viking rune, which gave Kotler a small thrill to see in person. "I was going to ask you the same question, Mr. Cantor," Kotler replied, smiling and looking Cantor in the eye. "Call me Mark," Cantor said. "Dan," Kotler replied. He indicated Denzel with a nod. "And this is Agent Denzel with the FBI." Denzel nodded and said, "You can call me Agent Denzel." Kotler fought to keep from laughing or even smiling. Cantor seemed to ignore Denzel's bravado, and instead turned his attention back to Kotler. "We're here for essentially the same reason you are," Cantor said. "I'm funding this project, so I'm very interested in what we find here. But I'm also concerned about the researchers and the actions of Anwar Adam. I want to prevent any more of my researchers from being abducted or murdered, and I want to do anything I can to help bring back Dr. Herelica safe and unharmed." Noble purposes, Kotler had to admit, but something about Cantor's body language wasn't quite matching up. It was true, he did have a vested interest in the dig and in keeping the researchers safe, but when he mentioned Evelyn, he didn't seem quite as concerned as he claimed. That might be because he wasn't personally affiliated with Evelyn Herelica and had no real personal stake in her well-being. It might also be that he was only concerned with the researchers because of the impact their deaths had on the work he was funding. Cantor could be a sociopath for all anyone knew. Kotler couldn't be certain about any of his motives at the moment. Kotler stepped closer to the two men and peered at what they'd been studying. "Is that a heat map of the area?" Kotler asked. For the first time, Cantor smiled, and it was a smile of real pleasure. "Yes, it is. Do you know how to read one?" "For area surveys? Not particularly. We've used similar technology to look for hot and cold spots in tombs and other sites, to find cavities in the walls, that sort of thing." "That's basically what we're doing here," Cantor said. He pointed to the map. "These images are taken from 3 of my satellites. These red and yellow areas are the surrounding stone, lit up by stored heat from the sun. But this," he indicated a blue ribbon that crooked and curved its way through the map until it disappeared in a black mass several miles away from this location. "This is underground. The computers use a combination of heat scanning and ground-penetrating radar, plus a few patent-pending technologies I'm not at liberty to discuss. What you're seeing is a composite of layers and layers of scans piled on top of each other to give a more complete picture." "When was this taken?" Kotler asked. Cantor hesitated, though it was very brief, only an instant. "I believe this image is from several months ago, maybe July." Kotler nodded, letting it pass, though he stored that information. "You said this is underground," Denzel said, pointing at the blue ribbon. "What is it, exactly? It looks like a river." "That's exactly what it is," Cantor's companion said. It was the first time he'd spoken, and as everyone stared at him, his face flushed a bit. "Sorry, I'm David Reese." "And what is your role here, Mr. Reese?" Denzel asked. Reese made a brief glimpse at Cantor, as if looking for permission. It was Cantor who replied. "Mr. Reese is my lead researcher. I found him on Zealot. He's very knowledgeable about the technology we use in our satellites. He was a contributor on several of the new patents, though he has a confidentiality contract that prevents him from discussing them." Cantor gave Reese a pointed glance, as if ensuring that the man remembered his non-disclosure agreement. "I felt he would be invaluable here." "I don't remember seeing your name on the researcher log," Kotler said. "Neither do I," Denzel interjected, glancing at Kotler as if to say, "I was just about to say that." Again Reese looked to Cantor, then said, "I came in with Mr. Cantor. I've been studying the findings from this site in my home office. I was very excited to get a chance to see it in person." "And you're saying this is an underground river?" Denzel asked. Reese nodded. "The technology we use can penetrate several hundred meters, and we estimate this is about 800 meters down in this region, almost half a mile. And these lines," he indicated a few wispy streaks of white, "are the roof of a cavern. Metrics put that gap at around 18 meters. Kotler looked up, startled. 18 meters? You're saying there's a river down there that has 60 feet of clearance? Reese quickly looked again to Cantor, and Kotler followed his glance. Cantor was peering hard at Kotler, watching. He nodded. His expression told Kotler everything he needed to know. Denzel, on the other hand, was lost. "When the two of you finish talking telepathically, can you let us mere mortals in on what you're saying?" Kotler looked at Denzel, shaking his head in disbelief. "There's enough clearance down there for a vessel that was 50 foot tall. Essentially, a sailing vessel could have navigated that river." "And what does that mean?" Denzel asked. "It means, Agent Denzel," Cantor replied, "that we have found an underground river that could well have brought the Vikings to Pueblo, Colorado." Coelho Dig Site, near Pueblo, Colorado. The walls of the cave were dry and dusty, indicating that despite the alleged presence of a river somewhere below, the dry air of Pueblo kept any moisture at bay. This wasn't unexpected, but it did raise several questions for Kotler. The notes he'd read from Coelho's team had indicated that the figurehead had been found about 30 meters down, embedded among boulders and debris. There were signs of collapse further down into the cave, but the figurehead had been found in an area away from that collapse. The vessel that had been buried here was seemingly crushed by unknown forces before the collapse. But what had brought it to that point? How had that debris found its way to a point so close to the cave's opening? It seemed unlikely that the Vikings or anyone else would drag an entire ship up from underground just to place it in this cave to rot and deteriorate for centuries. Mark Cantor and David Rees were accompanying Kotler and Denzel into the freshly opened cavern. Each of them had flashlights, but they were hardly needed at the moment. Work lights had been brought in and mounted on stands throughout the space, with tight bundles of power lines running along the walls and out through the mouth of the archway to a nearby generator. In some corners of the cavern, it was nearly daylight in intensity. On one wall, several meters in from the entrance, there were more inscriptions from a variety of sources. There were very few Norse runes in this part of the cave. Most of the markings were the equivalent of cave drawings, primitive-looking pictographs of animals and humans. These were older drawings, Kotler realized. They must have been here long before even the interactions of the Vikings with the indigenous cultures. And though there was some evidence of Aztec and Mayan writing, alongside some languages even Kotler didn't recognize, there seemed to be less intrusion here. It was as if this place had been held in some reverence, even thousands of years ago. Evelyn would have loved seeing this, Kotler thought. Immediately he felt the worry and fear return. Where was she? And was she safe? He hardly believed she could be, given the circumstances surrounding her abduction and the horrific torture Anwar Adham had used on the abducted researchers. It seemed as though any hope of Evelyn being alive might be pure fantasy. These were terrorists, after all. But that was the strange thing, wasn't it? According to what Director Crispin had shared, all available evidence indicated that Evelyn had been abducted in broad daylight, in a very public place. Whoever did it had to be able to blend in seamlessly. Kotler had seen photos of Anwar Adham and his men. They were distinctly Middle Eastern in features, olive-toned skin, coarse black hair, and the characteristic beards that were essentially demanded and required by their culture. Even in Western clothing, they would stand out as Middle Eastern, and today's terranoid populace would home in on them as a potential threat, just from cultural prejudice and bias alone, making them more memorable for their passing. It wasn't out of the question that they could have pulled off the abduction. There was just something about it that seemed off to Kotler. "Up ahead is the spot where the figurehead was found," Rees said, leading them down a sloped and debris-strewn cave floor. "It's the furthest point the research team has reached so far. The cave collapsed at that point, and it's taking a while to clear. Structural integrity has been a huge priority for Coelho's team." "We appreciate that," Denzel said tightly. Kotler looked at him, noticing that he was pale and sweating. "Claustrophobic?" Kotler asked. "I'm fine," Denzel said, clenching his jaw. Cantor stepped up ahead of Rees, turned on his flashlight, and shone it into a fairly shallow recess. "That's where it was resting," he said. Kotler stepped forward and knelt, peering into the circle of light from Cantor's flashlight, then taking his own flashlight out and sweeping a beam across the floor, up the concave sides of the cave, and to the ceiling above. He spotted something strange. "Have they started excavating yet?" Kotler asked. "Not yet," Cantor replied. "We're using scans of the cavern to determine the safest course of action. We're scheduled to start excavating tomorrow." Kotler looked back at him, and then aimed his flashlight squarely at one section of wall. "Those marks, that's scoring from metal tools. Someone widened this opening, and from the looks of it, I'd say it was likely done around the time our Vikings paid their visit." Cantor and Reese both stepped forward, excitedly examining the marks on the walls. "Why didn't anyone notice this?" Cantor asked, his voice quiet but laced with irritation. "Zebras," Kotler replied. Everyone turned to stare at him. An old doctor's adage: when you hear the sound of hooves, you think horses, not zebras. When the researchers began exploring these caverns, they assumed every gap here was a natural formation, because almost everything after the opening in the cliff face is a natural formation. No one thought to look for evidence that a tunnel was carved into the rock. The very idea of metal tools wouldn't have occurred to them, because the indigenous cultures here used stone tools. "I wonder what other zebras my men have overlooked," Cantor said. "Don't be too hard on them," Kotler said. "There have been a lot of amazing discoveries here. Attention goes to the most intriguing finds. Also, it seems that of late no one has been allowed access to the cavern." Cantor's eyes flashed at Kotler's gentle jab, but he said nothing, and in just a moment his composure had returned, as if nothing had bothered him. They backed away from the gap, leaving it in shadows as they regrouped in an area that was brightly lit by work lights. "So what's the plan?" Denzel asked Kotler. "Are you going to stay down here?" "I think I've got all the information there is to have at the moment," Kotler said. "I know there were more artifacts found here." He turned to Cantor and Reese. "What about writing? Any symbols or drawings we haven't seen?" Cantor shook his head. "Nothing I've been made aware of. But you have full access to all of our research. Dig in. All I ask is that you share with me and Mr. Reese anything you discover." "I'll do that," Kotler said. "And what about the other researchers? Why are you keeping them out of this site?" "Safety," Cantor said. Kotler scoffed. "Mark, please, safety? These men and women crawl around in caves like this for a living. What's your real motive?" "I can tell you that I have my reasons, and that's as much as I'm willing to share." "Even with the FBI?" Kotler asked, tilting his head toward Denzel and playing his one trump card at the moment. "I'll cooperate fully with the FBI in finding Dr. Herelica and in finding the men who killed my researchers. I want to see them brought down. But unless you produce a warrant, I have no intention of handing over the keys to my little kingdom here, and I would prefer to keep a tight chain of custody on this research. There is already a great deal of speculation in the scientific and academic communities, and I want to keep from fueling the fires. Now, you've seen the site. You have the research. I have been very accommodating to this investigation so far, in my opinion. My men and I have work to do, so it's time for you to leave." Kotler exchanged a look with Denzel, who only gave a brief nod. They then followed Cantor and Reese out of the cavern, into the temporary building at the cave's mouth, and from there out into the cold night of Pueblo. When they were past the security checkpoint and making their way back to the main camp, Denzel asked, "Did you pick up on anything while we were in there, besides the scoring? Anything that might provide some leads or maybe give me grounds for getting a warrant?" Kotler shook his head. "No, nothing like that." He was feeling frustrated and even a bit angry at the moment. There was something nagging him about all of this. Details were jumbling together, and all the new discoveries were clouding his view. He needed time to reflect on this, to work out how the pieces came together. Somehow Evelyn's abduction was tied to the discoveries here. She had been taken because of her expertise. The City of Gold was the most logical motive for the moment, but that didn't make it fact. The complete lack of any trace of gold here was reason enough to suspect that maybe they didn't have the translation quite right, or that it was a reference to something else entirely. What could the carvers of the Coelho Medallion have meant by City of Gold? These cultures were all steeped in symbolism and metaphor, which made it fiendishly difficult to do a direct translation. Once you factored in the notion that these writings may have been some form of accord between several very different cultures, with different languages and historical traditions, the waters became even more murky. When Kotler and Denzel arrived back at the main camp, they split up to find their mutual quarters. They were given directions by one of the security guards and pointed to where they'd be sleeping that night. They would settle in. It had been a long day, and it was getting quite late by now, even after gaining 2 hours with the time difference between Pueblo and New York. Kotler had to admit he was feeling the hours and would welcome some rack time. In the morning, after a night's rest, they would reconvene. Kotler would examine everything the research team had uncovered, and Denzel would question everyone present for leads in Evelyn's case, as well as in the hunt for Adham and his people. Kotler had just gotten into the small trailer he'd be using for the next few nights, and had liberated himself from the undersized coat and the layers of clothing, when he heard yelling from outside. A moment later there was the sound of a gunshot, followed by more yelling. Kotler pulled on the small coat and ran outside, ducking behind a vehicle to stay under cover. Prudence might have suggested that he stay inside and barricade the door for safety, but Kotler's instincts were always pushing him to identify the threat and choose an informed course of action. He wasn't opposed to hiding, nor to running away if the threat was overwhelming, but he had to know what he was up against. Besides, he'd been shot at before, and worse. He was looking across the well-lit campground and the courtyard formed by the rings of temporary buildings, which didn't amount to much more than FEMA trailers. No sign of anything there. But to his right, near the research headquarters, he heard a new series of gunshots, and he made his way in that direction, keeping to the shadows. He had no weapon, and that was a problem. Looking around, he spotted an open toolbox near a vehicle with its hood up. He pilfered a pry bar from this and hefted it a couple of times to get a feel for its weight. Then it was back to the shadows as Kotler crouched and made his way toward what was turning into a lively firefight. At the edge of the narrow alleyway in which he stood, he stopped and peered around the corner. Across the way he could see Agent Denzel standing and firing before ducking back for cover behind a parked security jeep. As Kotler watched, 4 of Cantor's security team rushed forward to join Denzel at his position. One of them was an older, burly man with a red handlebar mustache. He was barking orders at his men and into a handheld radio. That would be Will Sarge Canfield, Kotler assumed. What Kotler could not see from his vantage point was the enemy. Someone was among the buildings opposite Denzel and the security team, and they were taking quick shots that sounded as if they were coming from several different positions. Kotler couldn't get a solid head count on how many of them might be out there, but he did pick up on the fact that he was closer to them than Denzel and the security team, who were pinned in their position by the barrage of enemy gunfire. Kotler gripped the pry bar and quickly made his way back down the alley, then peeked around the corner across the courtyard. He saw no one. The researchers must be huddling inside, staying low. That was good. It was probably where he should be. Though as he eyed the thin aluminum walls of the trailers, he couldn't imagine being any safer inside than he was outside. At least out here he could see what was happening, and maybe do something. Kotler darted along the front of one of the buildings until he came to the next darkened alleyway. He did a quick peek around the corner and saw nothing. He sprinted to the next, and this time, as he looked around, he saw 4 men with weapons, mostly small arms, firing at Denzel and the others. As Kotler waited and watched, he noticed that more gunshots were coming from elsewhere. When he was certain no one was looking, Kotler sprinted past the alley and made his way to the next. Here he saw two more men, also staying low and firing periodically. They had with them a large crate, about 6 feet long and 3 feet high. Kotler noticed that it was marked with the same logos and text as the crates storing just about every other recovered artifact in the camp. These men had stolen an artifact, and now they were struggling to get it out of the area. One of the men stood and stared at the end of the alleyway, where Kotler was trying to indiscreetly observe their activity. He shouted something in Arabic that was washed out from the sounds of gunfire, and both men were now scrambling in Kotler's direction. Kotler cursed and sprinted across the courtyard to the most convenient cover he could find. He rolled under one of the jeeps that was parked at the edge of the courtyard, hoping that he'd made it there before the two men saw him. He scrambled and turned around, facing the direction of the alley he'd just fled from, and gripping the pry bar so hard his hand ached. The two men had their guns ready to fire, and were crouch-walking into the courtyard, scanning every direction for possible attack, and for a clue as to where Kotler had gotten to. Kotler, for his part, managed to calm his breathing and remain still, watching. So far, they didn't seem to know where he was. But it might occur to them any minute that he couldn't have gotten any further than the jeep. He wasn't sure what to do at this point. His pry bar would be no use against their guns, and there was nowhere for him to run. He was stuck here, waiting for a miracle. The two men were edging closer to the jeep, at which point it must have occurred to them that this had to be where their prey was hiding. They whispered to each other, and then split up to circle the jeep. Kotler held his breath. As gunfire continued nearby, Kotler hoped it would be enough to mask any sounds he might make. He waited for the first man to walk up to the jeep's passenger side door and peer in, making sure no one was inside. The other man was continuing on, past the jeep, walking in the direction of one of the temporary trailers. There were crates and other vehicles in that area, making it a good hiding place for someone trying to remain out of sight. This jeep, on the other hand, wasn't such a great hiding spot. It wouldn't be long before someone thought to look under it, and at that point Kotler was soup. Kotler waited for the first man to edge his way to the back of the jeep, and then crawled out on the passenger's side, rose into a crouch, and made his way as quietly as possible to where the man was standing. Kotler peered under the jeep and could see the man's boots, nearly on tiptoe. The man must have been stretching to look into the back of the vehicle, and as Kotler watched, the man's heels lifted from the ground. Kotler could hear noisy rummaging as the man searched under a tarp and threw a load of tools and other items. Kotler stood quickly, stepped around the corner of the jeep, and slammed the pry bar into the man's head, right at the base of his skull. Stunned, the man fell forward, but was struggling to get his hands under him and stand again. He was off balance now, leaning over the back of the jeep with his feet kicking. Kotler hit him again, and this time took advantage of the man's stunned state to reach in and grab his handgun from its holster. The man slumped after the second hit, however, apparently unconscious. Kotler checked the weapon, pulling the magazine to see how many rounds were left. He found 6 rounds in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. He patted the man down and found another fully loaded magazine, as well as a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and some car keys. Kotler shoved all of this into his jacket, and then paused. The man was approximately his size. Kotler rolled him and quickly pulled off the man's coat. He shrugged off the small and inadequate jacket he'd gotten on loan from one of the researchers, and then pulled on the terrorist's coat, zipping it in the front. This had the advantage of keeping him warm, but it might also serve as a bit of camouflage if he encountered any more of these men. Of course, it could just as easily get him shot by his own side if they mistook him for one of the enemy. It was a chance he'd have to take for the moment. Kotler looked up to see if the other man was anywhere around, but there was no sign. He then took off the belt of the first man and used it to lash him to the roll bar of the jeep, where he slumped and hung like wet laundry on a line. Kotler paused for a moment, wondering if he should gag the man, but decided against it. He had nothing handy to use as a gag, and Kotler hoped that he could have this whole mess sorted before the guy had a chance to wake up. With the first man out of the way, Kotler raised the gun and scrambled in the direction of the other. He came to the corner of the building and peered around into the darkness, just in time to come face to face with a surprised enemy. Quickly, Kotler trained his weapon on the man. "Don't move," he shouted. But it was in vain. The man raised his own weapon and fired without hesitation. Kotler ducked around the corner, just in time to hear the whine of a ricochet, and without looking he flung his hand around the corner and fired blindly. He got off 3 shots before he heard a gurgled yelp, and when he again peered into the alleyway, he saw the man laying on the ground, face first and 1 foot over the other. The dead man's fall, as they called it in forensics. It was a sign that someone had died on their feet. To be sure, Kotler rushed forward and put a knee on the man's back while he checked his pulse, confirming that the man was dead. And judging from the blood on Kotler's hand as he pulled it away, the cause was a shot to the throat. A lucky shot for sure, but Kotler would take luck. He could prove his marksmanship some other day, when he wasn't also trying to keep from being shot. All around him there was a sudden and abrupt silence, as if confirming this man's death had ended some contest or death match all around. The gunfire had been so constant that it had become the background of Kotler's existence, and its absence was felt more than heard. Kotler stood and walked to the other end of the alley, looking around to see if he could work out what had happened and why the gunfight had stopped. He saw several armed men sweeping the area, looking for any potential threats. Among them were Denzel and Sarge. Kotler tucked the handgun into his waistband and raised his hands above his head before shouting, "Agent Denzel, it's Dan Kotler. I'm in the alley back here, and I'm wearing a coat I pulled from one of the enemy." "Come on out, Doctor," Denzel said, training his weapon on the alley. Kotler could have done without having a gun pointed at him, but he stepped out with his hands clearly visible, high above his head, just to make sure no one took things the wrong way. Denzel chuckled. "Were you really so cold you had to become a terrorist to get a coat?" Kotler smiled, lowering his hands. "I also stole his cigarettes. Want one?" Denzel shook his head. "No, thanks. I quit. Those things will kill you." "Let's see what they were after," Sarge grumbled. He was a stout man, about 6 foot tall, though Kotler suspected some of his height came from his thick-soled boots. Sarge struck him as the type of man who saw strategic advantage in having an imposing appearance, which explained the severe military haircut, cropping his red hair into a square block at the top of his head, and the well-kept but socially sad handlebar mustache that coiled its way down either side of his chin, giving him a permanent frown. It also didn't hurt that Sarge had arms like ship cannons, bulging to the point of threatening to burst out of his desert camouflage sleeves. Sarge pulled a large knife out of a sheath in his belt and used it to pry open the lid of the crate, recovered from the gunman. Kotler peered inside along with Denzel and the others. "It's a totem," Kotler said with reverence. "A what?" Sarge asked. "A marker. Symbolic, usually. It's carved from a tree trunk. Some indigenous tribes would carve these as a symbol of their tribe or family. Typically, they'll show animals that represent spirit beings." "They worship these things?" Sarge asked. Kotler shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. Some speculate they represent a tribe's animal guide, or an animal they felt a special connection with. You might call it a form of worship, I suppose. but it was also a common symbol that united their community, such as a cross unites Christians in a church, or the American flag unites Americans. "Got it," Sarge said, clearly losing interest. "So what did these terrorist bastards want with it?" Kotler looked closer and shook his head. "That isn't the first question I'd like answered," he said. "Seems like an important one," Denzel replied. "It's important, but what interests me is the fact that this isn't an animal totem. That carving looks a lot like a human male, and one that should not be here." "I see it," Denzel said. "Eyes, nose, mouth, beard. What's so unusual about it?" "First, Native Americans didn't have beards," Kotler said. "So this is a depiction of someone they met. It's more proof of a Viking presence." "Great," Denzel said. "We needed more of that." Kotler shook his head. "There's more to this, though. This has significance. Something big happened here. The Vikings, they didn't conquer or pillage while they were here. It's as if they were revered. There are hints of some kind of union or agreement between the Vikings and the indigenous tribes here in Pueblo, such as the carvings in the archway and the symbols on the Coelho Medallion. But this is a step beyond. A totem meant something very significant to the indigenous tribes here, a spiritual reverence. And then there's this," Kotler said, pointing at a series of twisting patterns in the center of what would be the Viking's chest. "What does it mean?" Denzel asked. "It's a series of runes, and I recognize them. These," Kotler said, running his fingers over part of the pattern, "are the same runes we found on the medallion. It's talking about a river and a city of gold. Whatever happened here, I think it has something to do with that underground river that Cantor and Reese found. And I think the men we encounter tonight want access to it for some reason." Kotler looked up at Denzel and Sarge, who were watching him closely, expectantly. Before anyone could respond or ask further questions, however, a voice spoke from behind them. "That will be enough," said Mark Cantor. Everyone turned to see him and David Reese hurrying forward. "Canfield, I want that crate sealed and moved to a secure location. It will be transported out by morning." "Yes, sir," Sarge said, and waved to two of his men, who hurried forward and replaced the top of the crate, hammering nails into place. "Mr. Cantor," Denzel said, standing to his full height and turning on the billionaire. To his credit, Cantor didn't cringe or back down in any way, despite Denzel's imposing form. "That crate isn't going anywhere. The men who attacked this place were willing to kill and even die for the contents of this crate, and that leaves me with some very big questions. It's part of my investigation now." "That may be," Cantor said, "but it's clearly not safe here. So unless you can provide some sort of assurance that there aren't more terrorists trying to take it." "I can't say for certain, no," Denzel said, "but I think it will be safest with the FBI." "I disagree, and since it's my property, I'll have it taken to where I see fit. The FBI can have full access to it, under my discretion." "Mr. Cantor, you may not fully grasp what I mean by part of my investigation," Denzel said coldly. "This crate goes where I say it goes, or I can place you under arrest for obstruction and let your lawyers try to talk you out of it." Cantor stared hard at Denzel for a moment, then shook his head, letting a smile play on his lips. "We'll see, Agent." He turned to Sarge. "Put the crate in a secure location. We'll wait, for now. But I want guards on this at all times." "Yes, sir," Sarge said gruffly. Cantor looked at Kotler now. "I don't have you in a confidentiality agreement, Dr. Kotler, and that bothers me. I trust I can depend on you to keep quiet about this?" "Well, that depends very much on what else you're hiding from me," Kotler said. "We have full access to all research and discoveries here as part of Agent Denzel's investigation. When were you going to reveal this to us?" Cantor shook his head. "I didn't deem it as relevant." "That's the problem right there," Kotler said, smiling. "You're not the one who gets to deem anything relevant." Cantor smirked, then turned and left, with Reese in tow. Sarge and his men followed quickly, with the crate hefted between 4 well-armed men. Kotler let out a huff and looked at Denzel, who was watching the progression. "Well, that tells a story, doesn't it?" Kotler asked. Denzel eyed him. "And what story is that? Cantor is hiding something?" "For starters," Kotler said, "but it also indicates that these terrorists were not responsible for stealing the Coelho Medallion." Denzel's eyebrows went up. "How so?" "Because the totem essentially gives them the same information they would already have. There may be more to it, obviously, but why take this relic? If they have the medallion, they have the same information we have." Denzel considered this. "They wouldn't risk a play like this for no good reason. Maybe they're trying to keep this information away from anyone else?" "Doesn't track," Kotler said. "We had the Coelho Medallion for the better part of a year. We've photographed it extensively. We could replicate it with no trouble. Basically, we have all the measurable and quantifiable information we can possibly glean from the medallion itself. So the only thing these men could have been after was information these 2 relics have in common." "The City of Gold?" Denzel asked. Kotler shook his head. "Maybe. But something about that isn't quite right. We keep thinking it's a reference to El Dorado, but that was just a joke I made, not an actual translation. The truth is, there's something hinted at in all of this that none of us has put together yet. I think our new terrorist friends were after something else." "What would that be?" Denzel asked. Kotler glanced in the direction that he and Denzel had come from earlier in the evening, where they'd first met Cantor and Reese. "I think they're after the river," he said. They were in one of the buildings that had just been erected as an equipment storage shed. It was one of the few places that had any resemblance to a cell. 2 men had been taken alive from the firefight, the man that Kotler had tied up in the jeep, and another man that had been shot in the scuffle with Cantor's security team. At the moment, both men were chained to heavy pieces of drilling equipment on opposite sides of the room from each other, and well away from any tools or sharp objects they could use to escape. The doors of the storage shed were locked from the outside, and 2 guards were standing by to keep watch overnight. Kotler had been grateful that Denzel thought they should wait until morning to interrogate the men. He was going on very little sleep, and the events of the past several days had been taxing. Having a night to crash, followed by a hot shower and a good breakfast, had refreshed him and given him a boost. Their prisoners, on the other hand, hadn't had such a great night. Kotler and Denzel were allowed into the shed and then left to their own devices. There were 2 chairs where they could sit if they chose. That was Denzel's suggestion. He wanted those 2 chairs to sit there, unused, during the whole talk, as he and Kotler stood and looked down on the men. It gave them a psychological edge over the prisoners to see that these 2 fully refreshed and rested men didn't even need to sit during the interrogation. Someone in the camp had tended to the gunshot wound of the injured man. The other man had gotten a pretty bad knock to the head, thanks to Kotler's pry bar, but he looked to be in decent shape. Both men were dirty, and their clothes were soiled. They were chained in uncomfortable-looking positions that didn't allow them to stand without bending full at the waist, but their hands couldn't be brought down any lower than shoulder height while they were sitting. "Gentlemen," Denzel said, standing with his hands in his pockets and looking down at the men. They stared away from Denzel, looking at the darkened corners of the tool shed, refusing to respond. Kotler mimicked Denzel's stance, hands in his pockets, chin tilted to his chest. It was like an expression of pity. All part of the psychological game, Kotler decided. He glanced at Denzel, who gave him a nod, and in Arabic, Kotler asked, "Why were you trying to steal the totem? What is it for?" The men didn't answer, but Kotler saw from their body language that they were surprised to hear their own language spoken. Despite this, they showed very little sign of wanting to cooperate. That was okay. This was the warm-up. The real questions would start as soon as Kotler had a read on how they responded to the soft stuff. "Are you affiliated with Anwar Adhem? Do you follow his orders?" Again, they made no reply, but Kotler could see plainly that they recognized the name. They made very little movement, remaining stiff while he talked, as if their bodies were trying to keep their secrets through muscular tension. "We recovered the totem you were trying to steal, and I was able to read the symbols on it," Kotler said in Arabic. "Do you know what the symbols mean?" More silence, but Kotler saw a slight shake of the head from the man who had been shot. It was brief, only an instant, but it told Kotler that these men were only following orders to obtain the totem. They weren't privy to why they were taking it. "What do you know about a city of gold?" Kotler asked. Nothing about them indicated they knew anything at all. "And what about a river?" he asked. This time he saw both men stiffen even more. It was slight, but readable. They knew. Moreover, the river really was what they were searching for. It was far from trial-worthy evidence, Kotler knew. Unless they could get these men to confirm out loud what Kotler was reading in their body language, Denzel and the rest of the FBI couldn't do much but hold them for terrorist action. That would probably be more than enough, though, now that Kotler thought about it. What seemed more significant, however, was that now they had the real motive driving Adhem and his men. Knowing what they were after would help narrow things down significantly. Knowing why they were after the river would help even more, but that was going to be tougher to decipher. Kotler had one more question to resolve, however. "Why did you abduct Dr. Evelyn Horelica?" he asked in Arabic. And he was surprised to see a brief exchange between the men, as if they were confused by the question. It was less than an instant, and subtle to the point that even Kotler questioned whether he'd actually seen it. "Where is Dr. Horelica being held?" he asked, again watching closely. Again, the men showed signs that they had no idea what Kotler was talking about. He stepped back, hands still in his pockets, and gave Denzel a perplexed look. He then turned and walked out of the tool shed, with Denzel shadowing him closely. The guards let them out and then resumed their posts, and when Kotler and Denzel were clear and able to talk privately, Kotler leaned close. "They have no idea what I'm talking about. They don't have Evelyn." "How can you tell?" Denzel asked. "They never said a word." "I was reading them," Kotler said. "Body language. They're definitely with Adhem, but they have no interest in a city of gold. They didn't seem to even know anything about it. When I mentioned the river, though, they lit up. That's what they're after, although I have no idea why." "And when you asked them if they knew what the symbols meant, they were clueless," Denzel said, nodding. Kotler was surprised. "You speak Arabic?" "I'm not proficient, but I can understand it," Denzel said. "Surprised?" "A little." Kotler smiled. "Yeah, the FBI doesn't hire idiots, go figure. Now, what about Dr. Horelica?" They had no idea who she was. They were surprised by the question. "So, what? They don't have her? Then who took her?" Kotler shook his head. "I have no idea. And it changes the game, doesn't it? We know what these men are after now. But that's it. We no longer have any suspects who might have abducted Evelyn. And the trail is so cold now." He let the statement hang. Denzel looked back at the shed. I'm going to want to ask them a few questions myself." "Of course," Kotler said. "I'll help any way I can, just—" "I know," Denzel said. "We'll take another look at the details on Dr. Horelica's abduction once we have everything we can get on Adham. Something about all of this really stinks." Kotler said nothing, but silently agreed. The two of them went back to the shed and spent the next few hours asking questions and receiving very little in the way of answers. Kotler helped, as promised, but the entire time he was preoccupied with thoughts of how all of this fit together, and he had to finally admit to himself that none of it did. Canyon City, Colorado. Cantor and Reese left the camp the next morning, but despite the conflict that had arisen over the totem, Cantor ordered that it be handed over to the FBI without limitation. Denzel and Kotler learned of this from Richard Barmouth, who seemed to be agitated enough for all of them. "I didn't even know the totem existed until yesterday," Barmouth complained. "None of my team has had a chance to examine it. I'm the bloody lead here." "It's fine," Kotler said. "The FBI doesn't need the totem." Denzel arched an eyebrow. "Shouldn't that be the FBI's call?" Kotler grinned. "I think Cantor's security force has proven it can handle itself against incursions. Don't you agree? And we have detailed photographs and measurements of the totem. I'm more interested in the symbology it contains and what that might mean. The terrorists didn't win this one. They were making a play, and it didn't pan out." They hadn't learned much from the two men they had in captivity, but Denzel had managed to get the injured one to start talking. He was in worse shape than they had thought, and badly needed medical attention. Denzel arranged for him to be transported to an undisclosed medical facility, while his partner was taken to God knew where. Before they boarded their separate transports, however, the injured terrorist had given up a bit of information. They had been ordered to bring the totem back for confirmation. This told Denzel and Kotler three things. First, that they had been right about Adham wanting the totem to provide information about the river. Whatever his reasons, Adham wanted access to that underground waterway. And regardless of those reasons, his desire alone was enough for the FBI to want to prevent it. Second, it was clear that the security presence here had been unexpected. Adham wouldn't have bothered with this throwaway mission had he been aware that Cantor had beefed up security to near military grade. But the third and most important fact was the one Denzel seemed most interested in. Adham was close by. The men who had attacked the facility had driven two small SUVs, which Sarge's security team had recovered from a ridge about half a mile from the camp. The two SUVs provided enough room for the men, their weapons, and the totem, and precious little else. They had made an incursion into the camp before to kidnap the researchers, and had likely anticipated they'd meet some small security team. They hadn't counted on Cantor's proclivity for extremes. Never underestimate a determined billionaire. It was Cantor's overkill that had not only prevented Adam's men from taking the totem, but had ultimately saved the lives of everyone in the camp. Denzel had said as much to Sarge when they talked about additional security measures. The two of them had developed a weird sort of bromance, from Kotler's point of view, but he wasn't there to judge. Kotler briefed Barmouth on everything he'd deciphered from the totem, which wasn't much more than they already knew. He asked Barmouth to keep him apprised of any new finds, and then he and Denzel got into one of the camp's jeeps and left the site, ranging out into the foothills and expansive landscape surrounding Pueblo. They eventually connected to 96, heading northeast toward Canyon City. Canyon City was a municipality with a population of a little over 16,000 people. It was the sort of sleepy town that the Coen brothers would have loved, perfect as a backdrop for small-town life disrupted by the absurd. Kotler couldn't help but feel that he and Denzel were bringing some of that absurdity with them. They were driving in, ostensibly to resupply, get a hotel room for a few nights, and spend some time reviewing what they'd learned. In reality, Denzel had a contact in town who might be able to provide information about Adham's whereabouts. "Why didn't we talk to this person earlier?" Kotler asked. "Because until yesterday I didn't know for certain whether Adham was in the area," Denzel replied. "My contact is a local that knows all the best places to hide here." "He sounds like he might be a bit unscrupulous," Kotler said, smiling. "She," Denzel said. "She? Your contact who knows the lay of the land is a woman? Something wrong with that?" Denzel asked. Kotler smiled and shook his head. "No, actually, there's everything right with that." They pulled into a small gravel parking lot that was surrounded by a chain-link fence. Denzel had been using GPS to guide them, and he was checking their location against an address he had on his phone. He peered out through the windshield, scanning the fronts of the buildings along the street. "Are we lost?" Kotler asked. "I don't think so. The GPS says this is the place. I just don't see the... Oh, there it is." Denzel gestured with his phone toward a building that had a large oak tree growing in front of it, and a green and white striped awning obscuring part of its entry. It was across the street from the parking lot, and there were cars parked all along its front. Kotler peered and strained to read the sign on the door. "Montezuma Cantina," Kotler read. "This is the place?" In answer, Denzel stepped out of the Jeep, reached into the back seat to grab his suit coat, and pulled it on, smoothing it as he worked the buttons. Kotler nodded and stepped out, grabbing his own coat, the one he'd liberated from the terrorists. It was drab and a little soiled-looking, but it was the best he had at the moment. He weighed the current temperature, decided it was warm enough this morning, and left the coat in the Jeep. The two of them crossed to the Montezuma Cantina, and when they stepped inside, a little bell hanging from the door announced their presence. It was afternoon, around 1 p.m., and there was a light crowd lingering from lunch. The cantina had a smattering of tables covered in red checkered cloths, and a few old-timers sat at a couple of these, reading papers and talking about sports or politics or whatever else they had on their mind. Old country standards played from a set of speakers mounted in the corners of the cantina, near the ceiling. Kotler recognized a cover of Whiskey River, though he didn't recognize the singer. The bar was empty, except for one patron at the end, who didn't seem interested in them or anything else. He had a mug in front of him that looked to have once held beer, and he was contemplating it as if he might be able to refill it with his mind. Kotler had been in places like this thousands of times in his travels, and oddly he felt at home. He wasn't much for bars or cantinas as a patron, but from an anthropology standpoint they were a gold mine. There was no better way to discover the quirks and nuances of a culture than to sit down to a meal and a stiff drink with some of the population. Kotler had spent hours sitting in places like this with people he was interviewing, or with people he was sharing information with, poring over maps and old journals, looking at small bits of artifacts or photos from digs. It was some of his favorite work. He bellied up to the bar, and Denzel joined him. A large woman came in from a swinging door at the back of the bar, carrying a crate filled with freshly washed glasses. She lowered the crate to a stand just under the bar's edge, and was taking the glasses out and placing them on the bar back. She gave Denzel a slight nod, and eventually came over to ask what they were having. "Ginger ale," Denzel said. "Lightweight?" the woman asked. Denzel smiled. "On duty." She looked at Kotler. "Jameson," he said. "Neat." She smirked, as if impressed, and poured him a double without his having to ask. His kind of woman. She left for a moment, then came back with Denzel's ginger ale, a can that she cracked and poured over ice. "You're early," she said, as she slid the drink across to him. "Well, it's been a while, Sharon. I couldn't wait to see you again." Sharon made a noise in the back of her throat. "I'd be fine not having to see you or any of them others again," she said. "Is that any way to talk to the guy who got you out of prison?" Denzel asked. "I only had 2 years left, Denzel. I could have done that while knitting." She scowled, but then softened. "But you boys did take care of Rodriguez for me, and because of that, I got the cantina back, so I owe you." "Well, there's that," Denzel said, "and the fact that helping us is a part of your parole." She shook her head, disgusted. "Can't just let a lady have a minute, can you?" Kotler watched all of this in fascination. "I had no idea you had such close contacts here," he said to Denzel. "I spent some time here a few years ago working alongside the DEA to track a local drug cartel that was moving through here from New Mexico. We took them down thanks to Sharon here, in part anyway. It's been what, 5 years?" "About that," Sharon said. It became clear to Kotler that despite their talk, Sharon had a fondness for Denzel, and it seemed at least partially reciprocated. It clearly wasn't romantic, but they were close nonetheless. Friends of a sort. Kotler marveled at the complexity of his new FBI friend. He would never have guessed. "We're looking for the most likely place for some heavily armed folks to hole up," Denzel said, glancing around to make sure no one was close enough to hear their low-key conversation. The music playing helped drown them out, and the only person who might be close enough to hear was seemingly too drunk to care about any of their talk. "Anyone I know?" Sharon asked. "It'd be best for you if it wasn't," Denzel said. Sharon nodded. "Lots of places could be likely. I'll need more information." Denzel pulled out his phone and brought up a map of the area where the research camp was located to their southwest. "We figure it would have to be within 20 or 30 miles of this location," he said. Sharon studied the map and shook her head. "Not enough," she said. "There's 1,000 places a camp full of smugglers and gun runners could be hiding out there. Don't you boys have some kind of fancy spy satellites that can show you a mouse farting from outer space?" "Maybe," Denzel said, "but it would help if we could narrow things down a bit." Sharon again looked at the maps and then pointed a stubby finger at the surface of the phone. "This place has some promise. There are caves there that we used to use for storing, well, let's just say, goods. Some of the caves connect to a network of natural tunnels. You can get from one side of this rise to the other entirely underground, if you work at it, made for a good escape route." Denzel nodded and then touched the screen to drop a pin on the location. Kotler sipped his Jameson and savored it. The past few days had been rough, but he was starting to slip into the loose and relaxed feel he always got when he was on a quest. True, most of his ventures were a bit more tame and involved a bit less gunplay most of the time, but he'd seen and dodged his share of live fire, and he'd dealt with armed Middle Easterners on more occasions than he'd like to count. Despite all of the danger, however, he always ended up slipping into a state of calm enjoyment. Zen of the adventure, he guessed. Or, and maybe it was time he admitted this to himself, it could have been because of the danger and action that he would find himself starting to have fun. His work could sometimes be a bit stiff and stodgy, and he couldn't be blamed for seeking out the occasional adventure, could he? The whiskey warmed him, knocking off the last of the chill he still felt from the morning. He turned to Denzel and Sharon as they discussed details about the approach to these caves and tunnels where Adham might be hiding. Kotler's attention wandered a bit. He was looking around the cantina, observing the environment through the reflection in the ancient-looking mirror behind the bar. The mirror was spotted with years of nicks and dings, the silver fading in small leopard spots here and there, especially around the edges. He saw the old-timers, a couple of which had broken out a deck of cards for an impromptu hand of spades. He then noticed the man at the end of the bar, who had stood slowly and moved so that he was on the other side of his stool. He reached his right hand into his thick coat, and as it drew back, "Down!" Kotler shouted, turning and grabbing Denzel, throwing him from the bar stool and down to the floor just as shots were fired. Denzel scrambled and turned one of the tables on its side, hunkering to his knees as he drew his own firearm. He peered over the table's edge and then brought his own weapon up to fire. Kotler had no weapon and found himself belly-crawling as quickly as he could to the opposite side of the bar. He circled around and had to raise himself over a small step and onto the platform of the bar's floor. He registered briefly that pipes must run under the floor here, an upgrade from when this cantina was built, during a time when indoor plumbing hadn't been invented, perhaps. Staying low, Kotler moved along the raised floor, which was covered by a rubber grate mat that would allow spills to pass to a metal drain sloping toward the middle. When Kotler glanced through the mesh of the rubber mat, he saw a faint trickle of red mingling with water or some other clear liquid. He looked ahead to see Sharon, splayed on the floor behind the bar, dead. She'd taken a shot to the chest during the initial shooting. Kotler felt a brief sting of regret that he hadn't been able to save her, but this was quickly pushed out by anger. Whoever this guy was, he had to be tied to Adham. And once again, Kotler found himself dodging bullets from weapons wielded by Adham's men. Once again, innocent people were being hurt and killed by this monster, all by remote control. "Federal agent!" Denzel shouted from out of Kotler's sight. "Put down your weapon and lay face down on the floor, now!" The man responded by firing 2 more rounds, and Kotler was able to determine that he ducked behind the end of the bar for cover. In fact, as Kotler looked, he could see the man's back as he crouched down. Kotler had a clean line of sight on the guy, but nothing to use to take him down. He crawled forward. More shots fired, and Kotler hoped someone had the presence of mind to call the police. But he realized they'd get here far too late, no matter the outcome. It was up to him and Denzel to take this guy down. Kotler came to Sharon's body and didn't hesitate as he crawled over her. He could allow himself to feel anger and grief and revulsion later. Right now he had to... What exactly? He was crawling toward the bad guy. What was he thinking? The man disappeared from Kotler's sight briefly, and there were gunshots again. Kotler heard a muffled grunt and was suddenly filled with dread that Denzel had taken a bullet. That was all he needed. Whatever else happened, Kotler was determined to take this man down. He sped up his crawl, moving forward as fast as he was able, and as he got close enough to touch the guy, he rose to his feet and leapt outward, tackling the man against the swinging door at the back of the bar. The 2 of them slid across the slightly wet tile of the back room, and Kotler managed to pin the guy's gun arm before throwing a fairly ineffective punch against the man's jaw. The gunman wasn't fazed. Instead, he managed to land a punch of his own, connecting with Kotler's nose and making him see stars. Kotler lost his balance and fell, rolling onto his back. He was dazed and raised a hand to his nose as if he'd somehow woken up with the realization that he'd been punched. The gunman wasted no time getting to his feet, and he stood over Kotler, leveling the gun, taking aim at Kotler's head. His senses returning, Kotler braced himself for the shot. He felt a sudden stab of regret that he had let Evelyn down, that he had failed Denzel, and that everything had gone south so quickly. The sense of calm and ease he'd felt earlier had returned, however. Somehow, facing his death, he realized it didn't bother him that much. He'd given it everything he had. If he had to go... But instead of shooting him, the man knelt, raised the pistol, and brought it down hard on Kotler, knocking him into black before Kotler could have another thought. St. Thomas More Hospital, Canyon, Colorado. Agent Denzel woke to the sound of rapid, tensely serious talking. He couldn't quite make out the words, but they seemed somehow familiar and were certainly urgent. He felt something on his face, and he tried to reach up and remove it, but his arm was restrained. Both arms, now that he tried them. There was some sort of band across his chest, keeping him in place. He managed to open his eyes and saw flashes of fluorescent lighting blur by, breaking a pattern of drab and stained panels from a suspended ceiling. "Agent Denzel," a woman's voice said, "just remain calm. You're in the hospital. You've sustained a gunshot wound to your chest. Just stay calm and we will take care of you." "Kotler," Denzel muttered, but no one seemed to hear him, much less understand him. He barely understood himself. What happened to Kotler? He must have blacked out at that point, because from his perspective, he blinked, and in his next moment of consciousness, he heard a steady series of beeps and realized it was a heart monitor. His groggy brain reminded him of the nurse or doctor or whoever she was, the woman who had told him to remain calm, told him he was in a hospital, told him he'd been shot. He pried his eyes open, almost painfully, and felt groggy and nauseated. Everything was slow at the moment. His brain wasn't fully engaged yet. He felt like someone had replaced his blood with overused motor oil. The room was typical, with his bed at the center and the walls lined with equipment, cabinets filled with medical supplies, and a couple of uncomfortable-looking chairs near his bedside. There was a coat hung from a hook on the back of the door to his room, and it was one that looked familiar, but otherwise indistinct. It wasn't his. There was the sound of flushing from behind the other door in the room, and it opened to reveal Director Crispin, drying his hands on a paper towel before tossing it into the little metal trash can. "You're awake. Good to see you pulled through, Agent." Denzel tried to speak, to say, "Thank you, sir," but his throat was raw and his mouth was very dry. He started to cough, and Director Crispin hurried to a small rolling table beside the bed. He took a cup and poured water from a small pitcher, then helped Denzel to sit up a bit as he brought the cup to the agent's lips. Denzel sipped and felt the cool water soothe his throat a bit. He nodded, grateful. "You gave us a scare, Agent," Crispin said. Denzel tried to smile. "Sorry, sir," he said, his voice a bit raspy. He cleared his throat painfully a few times. "I was caught off guard." Crispin nodded. "2 people died. Your CI was one." Denzel nodded, feeling a stab of grief. Sharon had been more than just a confidential informant. She'd been a friend, of sorts. She was a rough sort of person, and she had her hands into all sorts of shady deals. But she'd been a good woman. She didn't deserve to be shot down in her own bar. "What about Kotler?" Denzel asked. "Was he the second?" Crispin shook his head. "The second was one of the patrons. He apparently took a bullet in the back as he tried to run for the exit." Denzel nodded, feeling guilty. He knew there was nothing he could have done to protect the bystanders. The gunman had the advantage, and Denzel was lucky to have escaped alive himself. Still, his job was to protect people, and having 2 people die on his watch wasn't easy to take. "And Kotler?" he asked. Crispin studied him for a moment, as if considering before he spoke. "Kotler was taken. Witnesses say that after you were shot, he took on the shooter, tackled him to the ground. It sounds like he gave it a good go, but the other guy got the upper hand. The witnesses claim he dragged Kotler out of there through the back." "Any leads on where they took him?" Denzel asked. Crispin shook his head. "Not at the moment. I was hoping you might have some ideas." Denzel thought about this and said, "Did they recover my phone?" Crispin nodded, reached into the pocket of his coat, and produced the phone. He handed it to Denzel, who unlocked it and opened the map app. Denzel brought up the pinned area that Sharon had given him, the possible location of Adam's base of operations. He gave Crispin all the details he had, starting with a full debrief of the events at the dig, the interrogations, and some of Kotler's observations. Crispin had taken out a small notebook and was jotting down details. "And you think they're hiding out in caves and tunnels nearby?" "Makes sense," Denzel said. "If they really are after access to this river, for whatever reason, they'll want to stick close." "And do you have any speculation about why they want access to an underground river?" Denzel shook his head. "No, neither did Kotler. That was something we were going to work on once we'd located their base camp." Crispin nodded, jotted something else down in his notebook, then closed it and put it away. "Good," Crispin said. "I'll have people start looking into these details and canvassing the area you've given us. Good work, Agent. Now, focus on getting better. We can have you transferred to New York in a couple of days, once your doctors clear you." "Thank you, sir," Denzel said. "But what about Kotler? I'd like to speak to whoever is in charge of the investigation into his abduction." Crispin nodded. "I understand your concern, and I know you want to help. I have agents looking into Kotler's abduction. We'll see what turns up." Denzel was confused. "You don't think he was abducted?" Crispin shook his head slightly. "I'm not ruling anything out. It's a bit suspicious that his abductor tried to kill you, but took Kotler with him. Wouldn't you agree?" Denzel considered this for a moment, and suddenly was very angry, though he kept it under wraps. It was clear Crispin had some agenda beyond what he was sharing. Denzel hadn't known Kotler long, but he was absolutely certain Kotler was in no way working with Adham. The last thing Denzel wanted was for Kotler to be railroaded into charges of collusion or conspiracy. "Director, I appreciate you coming to see me personally," Denzel said. "I wouldn't have expected it." Denzel's unspoken question, "Why are you here?" would have to go unasked for now. Crispin waved this off, his previous question forgotten. "I was in the neighborhood, and when I heard you were injured, I made sure to get here right away. The FBI takes care of its own." Denzel nodded. "I'm honored you took the time, sir." Crispin nodded, smiling with his lips, looking a bit too smug for Denzel's tastes. "It's no trouble, but I do need to get going. I have Agent Scully coming in to get the details of what happened. I'll forward him my notes, but I'd like you to speak directly to him, especially if you remember anything more." "Yes, sir," Denzel said. Crispin nodded and left the room. Denzel was still holding his mobile phone, and now he tapped out a text message to a friend back in the New York offices, asking for a favor. He was certain that destroying Kotler's phone would have been one of the first things that the gunman did. But there was always the possibility he forgot in all the chaos. Or maybe he didn't get to it right away, which could give Denzel some clue as to where the man was taking Kotler. While he waited for a response, he also sent messages to some of his old contacts in the DEA, some of his combat buddies, and anyone else he could think of who might be able to help. He hated to admit it, but he didn't trust Crispin to follow through as well as he should. He felt a pang of guilt about that, and for contacting others to work around Crispin and the FBI itself. This was his career, after all, and he'd taken certain oaths. But in truth, there was something really off about all of this, and Denzel was going to have to turn to people he knew he could trust. The gunshot wound ached now, and he was starting to get drowsy, probably from the IV drip in his arm. He knew they'd want him to rest and to sleep as much as possible, and he'd be glad to do that. He was worried for Kotler, but knew he was in no shape to help anyone at the moment. Before setting the phone aside and drifting off, Denzel heard the chime for an incoming text message. He looked at the phone, his eyes starting to get bleary, and read the message from his home office contact. "We have Kotler's last known location as about 20 miles south of where you were shot. I'm including coordinates." Denzel nodded, as if the text were a disembodied voice he needed to acknowledge. He was too drowsy to do much else. He quickly forwarded the message to his friends at the DEA, and then placed the phone on the table next to him. He was asleep before he'd even managed to bring his hand back to rest on the bed. Undisclosed location. Victor Ramirez didn't mind taking freelance work. That was really what his entire career was about. What he didn't like, however, was playing jailer. It was too much like being a babysitter, and in this case, it was just too hands-off for his taste. The woman, Evelyn, was not real trouble anyway. He watched her, as he always watched her. There were numerous cameras in the room where she was being held, and his equipment let him switch to any view he liked instantly. He could listen to anything that was happening in the room, which wasn't usually necessary. He could zoom in any camera at any angle to see what Evelyn was up to, and determine if she was plotting anything. He could look at every keystroke she made on the terminal, on the tablets, on any piece of equipment in the room. And all of this was continuously being recorded, so that if he needed, he could hop back a few seconds to see something from a different angle. His employer had everything well covered. It must have cost a small fortune. Victor himself wasn't exactly inexpensive. In fact, he hired himself out at ridiculously high rates, so as to discourage those who were not truly committed. It was good to weed out the low rents. Per usual, Victor had been contacted by a third party for this gig. But what was unusual was how quickly the client had chosen to bring Victor directly to his own property, to set him up with everything Victor needed to do the job. That showed real trust, and Victor could appreciate that. Trust was something difficult to cultivate in his line of work, which was why Victor had an escape route all mapped out for when this whole series of events finally met its ultimate conclusion. This sort of thing always ended in certain ways, and Victor had stayed in business this long and had been this successful by being aware of all those inevitabilities. What Victor wasn't entirely certain about was why this woman mattered so much to his employer. As far as Victor knew, there was no personal connection between them at all. No professional connection either, when it came to that. Not officially. As far as Victor could tell, Dr. Evelyn Herelica was just a source of information, and not even a particularly useful one by Victor's estimate. There wasn't much he could tell his employer that couldn't be found by other means, which led Victor to do some digging and research of his own, and in that he learned about the Coelho Medallion, and about those who were studying it. He learned about Eloy Coelho, and about Dan Kotler, and though his employer might not have wanted Victor to have this information, he learned about the FBI and the contacts his employer had there. And through all those things, Victor learned what his employer was after and why. It was admirable in its way. It was surprising as well. Victor was never much a fan of surprises, but this was different. This was amusing in part, and thrilling. He admired his employer for his brilliance, actually. A plan of this complexity, being carried out using his personal resources, and playing so many groups against each other. There were pawns at play in this scheme who might never realize they were doomed to failure from the start. Despite his employer's brilliance, however, and despite the trust he had chosen to place in Victor, the real reason Victor had chosen to take this gig was because of his own personal hobbies. When this was done, when the inevitable did occur, Victor could claim his bonus. The money he was being paid was more than adequate to meet his needs. It would keep him comfortable for quite some time once these events played out. But money wasn't the only thing driving Victor, and never had been. He had needs, unique needs that could only be met under the right conditions. His employer, having been made aware of these needs, was more than happy to grant Victor's request for a bonus. Once this had played itself out, Victor could claim the woman. His appetites could be met, and his employer could rid himself of any connection with the woman's abduction. This facility, built on his employer's property, would be razed to the ground, with all evidence destroyed, and life would go on pretty much as it always had for his employer. And to Victor would go the spoils. He smiled at that. It was an old joke, and one he really enjoyed. He was fond of puns, actually, though he rarely made them himself. He liked to hear them, he liked to think of them, and congratulate himself on his cleverness. Puns were a play on words, turning a phrase that seemed to be taking the listener in one direction and suddenly turning to reveal a hidden story. Victor liked that. He thought of it as a metaphor for his work. And on the topic of his work, Victor checked the monitors again. He jumped back on the streaming recording, looking at the past few minutes of Evelyn's day. Nothing seemed unusual. She was doing the work, which was all that was required of her for now. She seemed to understand intuitively that the work was the only thing keeping her alive. Well, perhaps not the only thing. Victor's employer was using her as leverage against Dan Kotler, and that might well be more important than her actual research. It was clear that his employer was looking for something, but that, too, was just one aspect of his plan. Just like a pun, Victor's employer was weaving a story just to twist it at the end. Evelyn Herelica was a strange and wonderful piece of this whole story, and in the end, she belonged to Victor. Evelyn Herelica had stopped being afraid a week ago. She wasn't entirely sure of the exact moment, and as she thought about it, there was the possibility that she'd really stopped much sooner. After all, you can only feel abject terror for so long before the effects start to wear off, especially when it appears that nothing is going to happen to you after all. Also, there was the work. Evelyn had to admit that even though these were less than ideal circumstances, she was still very glad to have a project to keep her busy. And sane, frankly. The work was the only thing keeping her from going absolutely bonkers. She still had no idea who her captor was, but he, or she, mustn't rule out that possibility, seemed to want her alive, which was a relief. That might change later, but for now, she felt she was safe as long as she kept at the translations. She'd been a little surprised when she'd woken to find herself in this room, surrounded by reference books, old ship manifests, and several artifacts that were clearly from the Pueblo dig site. There was a computer, and she had immediately tried to get a connection out, to make contact with someone and ask for help. But the computer had no internet connection. It was on a local area network only, and the only communication she had was with someone connected elsewhere in the building. They issued her orders via a chat application, and they delivered information she needed whenever she asked. Basically, they were a buffer between her and Google. It was a little cumbersome to operate this way. It was a bit like trying to play piano with oven mitts on. But she hadn't yet requested information that was denied to her. Whoever it was on the other side of the screen, they wanted to make sure she had everything she needed to do the work. They also sent her new information. This latest was interesting. A few new artifacts, scanned and cataloged from the Pueblo site. She had opened the laptop with the intention of making some notes and updating the log she was being forced to keep. But before she could do anything, a large packet of photos, documents, and digital scans was downloaded to her inbox. Normally all of this would be delivered via the chute, the fancy dumbwaiter with a small elevator that delivered her food as well as artifacts and documents she would need to study. So why was she getting this digitally? It wasn't a problem. There was plenty of information here. True, it would have been better to study everything firsthand, but whoever had documented the findings was well organized and intelligent. There were notes about where the objects were found, along observations about the patterns of symbols and the iconography found at the site. There was even a note about the discovery of scoring found in the cave, indicating the use of metal tools at a time when indigenous American tribes were still using sharpened flakes of flint. That was exciting, if you were a nerd. Evelyn wished she could talk to Dan. Dan Kotler had been something of a pet project of hers over the past year or two. He was the consummate man-child in some ways. He was incredibly intelligent, maybe even as smart as he thought he was. But she had to admit, you didn't get multiple PhDs in multiple and disparate fields if you were anything less than brilliant. He was also handsome, and funny, and kind. But when it came to their relationship, he was a total child. When the offer had come from Houston, Evelyn had decided it was perfect timing. It was clear that anything she might be building with Kotler was going to take some time to mature. And Evelyn had started to grow tired of the wait. She loved Kotler, but she wasn't so sure she was in love with him. Not anymore. Maybe she never was. She thought that maybe if they separated for a while and lived far enough away from each other that it was less than convenient to spend time together, they might find themselves just parting ways. But it hadn't happened quite that way. Her move just seemed to lighten Kotler's spirits, if anything. They ended up communicating more often than they had before, and opening up to each other in new ways she never would have expected. And when they did get together, out in the real world, it was fun. They enjoyed each other's company, after all, and had so much in common to talk about and explore. But that was about as far as it was ever going to go. Still, in a moment like this, all other considerations aside, she longed to talk to him. He would have just the right insight. He would be able to help her figure out exactly how all of this fit together. He might help her escape, too. Mustn't forget that. She peered at the data she'd just received, and immediately started putting puzzle pieces together. She'd been at this for a while now, and the strangeness of her situation had finally worn off. This was her work at the moment. This was what she had to do. She wasn't sure if refusing would mean her death or not, but there was no reason to chance it. Just keeping herself busy was enough justification to do the work. Being trapped here would drive her insane if she couldn't keep busy. She read one of the new reports and stopped. By this point, it had become pretty clear to her what her mysterious captor was after. Practically everything she'd been given had been focused almost exclusively on the City of Gold. Kotler's little joke had set all of this into motion, it seemed. And Evelyn couldn't even be angry with him for it. He was so brilliant, he hadn't even realized the intuitive leap he was making. At least, that's what she'd thought at first. But as she studied the artifacts and pictographs and other materials more closely, she came to realize that Kotler had been wrong, or, at the very least, he'd been slightly off. It wasn't his fault, of course. He hadn't been making an informed observation about facts, so much as he'd just been making a joke. But his translation, indeed, even Evelyn's initial translation, had been just a bit wrong. The trouble with translating symbolic languages, such as those used by pre-Columbian Native American tribes, was that there really was no direct translation. There were hints and impressions, but nothing that she could use as a one-for-one substitution to get this all into English. The closest hope she had for that was a scant collection of Viking runes, and those were mostly vague. The reality was, even with all of the new data and information pouring in from the Pueblo dig, an exact translation was difficult. And in fact, they'd gotten it just wrong from the very start. She had come to this realization only a few days ago, but she had kept it to herself. And now, with this new data and the photos and scans, she was absolutely sure. El Dorado did not exist. At least, not in the way they had assumed. She was absolutely certain that her benefactor was convinced that it did exist, and that was the most likely reason she'd been kidnapped. Whoever her captor was, he or she expected Evelyn to make them richer than they already seemed to be. and they were going to be sorely disappointed. Evelyn kept this information completely to herself, never revealing what she'd discovered in the log she was keeping. Whenever the City of Gold came up in any artifact, she glossed over it, leaving her initial translation intact. She wasn't sure if it would help anything, but it was the one advantage she had over her captor. Still, despite the fact that he was chasing something that didn't exist, Evelyn was still getting closer to revealing where it could be found. A quirky bit of irony that made her smile, despite everything. The river. Now that was turning out to be real, and it was an exciting find. A passage from somewhere in the northeast region of North America, which led all the way to the interior of the continent. That was something that could change everything they knew about the history of this region. It could open discussions about ancient history that seemed mostly to be fantasy before. It could change everything, and yet she couldn't share the discovery with anyone except the man or woman on the other side of that computer. Dan Kotler might be a man-child when it came to their relationship, but right now she would give anything to talk to him. She wondered briefly where he was and what he was doing. She wondered if he was safe. She wondered if he was going crazy with worry. And then she put that worry away in some back closet of her mind and got back to the work of translating and speculating on rivers and cities of gold. Smuggler's Caves, near Pueblo, Colorado. Kotler awoke to a darkened room that smelled like soil and damp. It was a bit chilly here and slightly clammy. He was laying on a stone surface next to a wall, and his hands were tied in front of him. His feet were also tied, and it was something of a struggle to wriggle up and lean back against the wall. His head was killing him. He couldn't reach up to see if there was blood or a welt, but he could feel a faint throbbing where the gunman had struck him with the butt of his pistol. He worried briefly that the reason he couldn't see might be that he'd been blinded by the concussion, but he calmed himself quickly and relied more on the facts than the panicky assumption. He was in a cave. He could hear the slight echo of sounds from his movements and the small coughs he occasionally made. Being in a cave would explain the smell, the moisture, the feel of stone beneath him and behind him, and the darkness. He must be in the network of smugglers' caves controlled by Anwar Atom. This was bad. Kotler couldn't see much, but in the distance there was a narrow crack of light, which at least gave him some relief that he wasn't blind after all. He listened hard, but heard no one in that direction, or any other for that matter. Could they have decided to leave him here, where no one would ever find him? But then, why would they do that? His captors had gone to the trouble of keeping him alive long enough to bring him here, so leaving him to die in the darkness wasn't logical. He chided himself for momentarily letting fear cause him to lose his sense of reason. No, if they had wanted him dead, he would most certainly be dead. The fact that he was here, alive, meant that Atom had some purpose in mind for him, which in itself might be neither good nor pleasant. But for the moment, at least, it did mean he was alive. And as long as he was alive, there was some hope that he could escape. His hands and feet were bound with zip ties. He might be able to rub the ties around his hands against the cave wall and use the rough stone surface to wear through the plastic. But it would take time. What if he wriggled his way toward the light? That seemed dangerous on many levels. For starters, he had no idea if there was perhaps a gap between him and the light. He might end up crawling right into a sheer drop, and with his hands and feet tied, he might not be able to stop himself from falling, or manage to climb out if he somehow didn't die while being dashed against dark and invisible stones. Also, he didn't know how long he'd been here, or where his captors were. If he encountered them while making his way forward, he'd prefer to do it with his hands free. So his best bet was to stay put for now. With that settled, Kotler managed to get himself to his feet by pressing against the cave wall and worming his way upward. He had plenty of headroom, as it turned out. He had half worried he'd knock himself out again by smashing his head into the cave ceiling, but this cavern seemed to reach interminably upward into the darkness. As he got fully to his feet, Kotler turned and placed his tied hands against the wall. He began working up and down, trying to scrape more plastic away from the band than skin away from his hands. It wasn't going well. Suddenly he heard a noise, like boots clomping on a stone floor, and a flashlight beam swept over him. Kotler had turned at the sound of the noise and was now leaning back against the cave wall, his bound hands in front of him and raised slightly. A bright cone of light blinded him, and he found himself pressing against the stone wall, as if he might phase right through it. There was no hope of hiding in this place, however. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he saw that he was in a cavern that sloped to a narrow gap at one end. The only exit was the path toward the light, and there was nothing in this space behind which he could hide. Two men approached him rapidly, grabbed his arms, and roughly dragged him through the cavern toward the exit. With his feet bound, he couldn't walk, and so he ended up being mostly dragged out. The cavern opened up until a larger tunnel after a sharp bend, and the light in this part was bright and total. There was a network of electric work lights strung through the space, making it as bright as day here. Tables were set up throughout the space, and these were covered with everything from maps to small handguns. On one small table there was a tray of instruments that made Kotler cringe to think of their use. He'd seen this sort of thing before. Afghanistan. The high heat of the desert pressing down on him and his team. The sneer of the man who had captured them. No amount of explaining or bargaining could convince the man that they were just an expedition of researchers. No amount of pleading could keep two of his men from being... Kotler shook the thought from his mind. This wasn't the time. There were new dangers to deal with here. The two men who had been holding him up now dropped him hard into a wooden chair surrounded by bright lights. Kotler felt his stomach clench. He knew what this was, what it could be. He said nothing. He knew that, too. He was a thing now, an object. He had no rights, no humanity, no hope, except the hope that came with answering all of their questions and doing exactly as they asked. There were other men in the room, and one of them stood from behind a far table and moved toward him. As bright as the room was, there was a swath of shadow just before the bright circle where Kotler sat, and the man stepped into this darkness and stood, watching. It was dramatic, and it was effective. The bright lights kept Kotler from being able to see the man's face or read his micro-expressions. But despite this, the man's body language was clear, and it sent a message. This was the man in charge. This was the person in these caves who had any real freedom, any real choice, and any real power. This was Anwar Adham. "You are Dr. Daniel Kotler," Adham said. His accent was surprising. It was British, not Arabic. It gave him the air of someone who was sophisticated and well-educated. It made him seem civilized. Somehow Kotler found that more off-putting than anything. "Yes," Kotler said, attempting to make his voice sound weak, pathetic, broken. He knew from experience and research alike that men like Adham were often motivated by the fear they could inspire in others. Any sign of strength from Kotler might trigger unpleasant results. Kotler would play this close, to the best of his ability. If he had any chance of escaping this, it was going to come with a cost. The best Kotler could hope for was to minimize that cost as much as possible. Adham turned to a nearby table and picked up a sheath of photos. He held them out, expectantly, and Kotler took them in his bound hands. Kotler stared at the top photo. It was the totem. He managed to fold it down a bit to see the next photo, which was an image of the medallion. These were familiar images. They were the exact photos he'd studied earlier. In fact, The photos of the totem were images that Kotler had taken himself after the interrogation of Adham's men. He'd emailed them to only 3 people, so finding them here was not just a surprise, it was a revelation. "The symbols on these artifacts," Adam said, his accented voice quiet, almost kind. "What do they mean?" Kotler saw through this immediately. It was a test. Would Kotler try to lie? Would he tell the truth? There was nothing to hide, really. Nothing about these symbols should be all that dangerous. In fact, by now Kotler was certain that Adham already knew what they meant. With little hesitation, Kotler looked between the top 2 photographs and said, "There were numerous symbols from a variety of cultures. The runes you see common to both of these photographs are Norse. They roughly translate to City of Gold, as well as River and Union. The others are from dialects I haven't spent much time studying, so I'm not entirely sure what they mean." "Guess," Adham said, smiling. Kotler looked at him for a moment, then looked back down to the images. "There are a couple of Aztec symbols here that also mean gold and river. There's at least one symbol that refers to Sepactli, or the crocodile. Judging by the presence of the Norse language and the obvious homage to a Viking in a totem's motif, I'm going to guess that Sepactli was the word closest to dragon for the Aztecs, likely a description of the Viking ship's figurehead." Adam laughed and clapped his hands once. "Very good. I did not know that about—" What was the word? For crocodile? "Sepactli," Kotler said, volunteering no more than he was asked, and not hesitating in answering. It was a tricky game he was playing here. Adham was definitely testing him, attempting to make him feel at ease despite his captivity. Any wrong moves on Kotler's part, though, and the results would be bad. This was the sort of tactic that men like Adam used often. Build a bit of hope, then tear it down, then start again. Keeping your victims hopeful could be useful in getting them to share what they know. Tearing that hope away could be useful in showing them that you are the one in charge of their fate. It was clear that Adham wanted Kotler for something. Likely, Adham wanted him for his knowledge of the symbology on the artifacts, as well as any information Kotler might have regarding this mysterious underground river. But that was all in Kotler's head. He certainly wouldn't need his hands or feet or ears in order to do translations, or to share what he knew. Kotler preferred to keep all of these things. He was attached to them, you might say, and so for the moment he would cooperate fully with everything Adham asked or demanded. Adham nodded to one of his men, who pulled another wooden chair forward. Adham sat in this, still in the band of shadow, still obscured from full view by the bright light. He was facing Kotler as if they were dining across a table from each other, in a restaurant with an oddly terrorist spider-hole motif. "I have followed your work, Dr. Kotler. You're not like the other researchers or archaeologists I have known. You are not motivated by the things that motivate them." Kotler nodded, acknowledgment, but not response. "What does motivate you, Dr. Kotler?" Adham asked. Now he was being given permission to speak, though that did not mean he could simply speak freely. He would have to measure every word, calculate the possible responses. He tilted his head slightly, glancing up and to the left, signifying that he was thinking about Adham's question before answering. He wasn't sure if Adham may have studied body language, but someone as suspicious and as intelligent as him would likely have learned a few things by instinct alone. Kotler had to avoid any sign that he might be lying. "I suppose that I'm motivated by discovery. I want to know the meaning behind everything." Adham smiled, nodding. "And what does it mean, Dr. Kotler? What underlies the small part that humanity plays on the earth?" "I haven't found those answers yet," Kotler responded. "That's why I keep looking." Adham laughed again, nodding. "Good answer. Any other answer, and I might have had to kill you." He laughed once more, and to Kotler it sounded near maniacal, though he knew that might be his imagination. The stress of this situation was going to play with his perceptions. He had to stay calm if he wanted to think of a way to get out of this. "So, still looking," Adham said, shaking his head as if this was just too bad. "And the Vikings, how do you see them fitting into the meaning you seek?" "I'm not certain, actually. Not yet. But I do see everything as connected. Whatever meaning may underlie the existence of the universe, it binds everything we know." "How very philosophical," Adham said soberly. "And this bond, do you share it with me, with my men?" "I'd say so," Kotler said. "Given our present circumstances, I'd say we're very much bonded at the moment. What do you think?" Adham stiffened, and Kotler knew he'd broken the protocol. He hadn't been able to help himself. He was falling into the rhythms of the sorts of conversations he had with colleagues. Ask, answer, ask. But this wasn't a conversation between colleagues. There was no equality here. Kotler had to keep that in mind. He could never, for an instant, make it seem as if he thought himself to be Adham's superior, or even his equal. Kotler was the lowest form of life here in these caves. A rat would have more of Adham's respect. "Dr. Kotler, we have talked to some of the researchers from the camp in Pueblo. We have learned a great deal." Kotler nodded, not bothering to point out that talk was a bit of an understatement, considering the mutilated corpses of the men Adham had abducted. "What we have not learned, however, is the one thing I seek. I want to know more about this river." There was a brief pause, and suddenly Adham slapped his knees and stood. He stepped forward into the light now, and Kotler could finally see the man's face and features. "So, Doctor, tell me, what do you know?" Kotler didn't hesitate. He didn't talk in a rush, but kept his words even, as if they were occurring to him as he spoke, and as if he was as safe as he could possibly be. "I know that the river runs through a series of connecting caverns that were at least tall enough for a Viking vessel, which meant it also had to be wide enough for oarsmen to do their work, or for someone to be able to pole them through. I know that the river connects to the dig site in Pueblo, likely somewhere on the other side of the collapsed rubble of the cave where the figurehead was found. And I know that it is impossibly long. It would have to be, to somehow reach all the way to the east coast, or to at least get close enough to a surface river or lake so that the Vikings would have stumbled across it." "In other words," Adham said, "you don't really know much." Kotler smiled now, because it couldn't hurt his situation any worse. "No," he said, "I don't know much. I mostly have educated guesses, which I'm willing to share for what they're worth, if you would consider releasing me." Adham chuckled. "Dr. Kotler, I think we both know that releasing you isn't something I'm willing to consider." "No," Kotler said, "I didn't think so." A thought occurred to him then, and he asked, because there was no reason not to, "Did you have anything to do with the abduction of Dr. Evelyn Horelica?" There was a brief flash from Adham. Kotler saw it as recognition, but it was followed quickly by confusion, and then Adham hid both emotions. "Perhaps we did," Adham said, smiling. "But of course I have no need to answer to you." He nodded to his men, and the two who had dragged Kotler into this chamber now took hold of him and roughly dragged him out again. They took him back to the dark cavern and dropped him in a heap on the ground. Kotler gasped, and briefly had the wind knocked out of him, but managed to squirm his way into a seated position, leaning against the wall. He heard the men move away, and briefly saw a break in the slim bit of light from the entrance to this cave. Then all was quiet, except for Kotler's own labored breathing. After a moment he was able to catch his breath again and calm himself. He made a bit of assessment regarding his situation and realized there was nothing at all he could do at the moment. He wouldn't attempt to cut the bands on his wrist now. There was no point. There was no way out of here, except straight through the middle of where Adham and his men were holed up. He had no weapons, and even if he did, he was severely outnumbered. There was simply no hope of escape. Instead of plotting and planning then, Kotler instead sat in the dark, thinking. And for the moment, the thing that was mostly on his mind was the reaction he'd seen in Adham, there at the end. Adham knew who Evelyn was, but he had not known she had been abducted. That meant someone else was playing the game here. It also might mean that Evelyn was still alive and unharmed. That was good news, and it did make Kotler feel a bit better. But it didn't do him or Evelyn much good as he sat there in the dark, buried under a mountain of stone, waiting for his usefulness to run out, and for Adham to have him cut to pieces. His fate was in the hands of God now. Well, God, and possibly the FBI. St. Thomas More Hospital, Canyon, Colorado. Agent Denzel had only been in the hospital for a couple of days, but he was already planning his escape. He'd gotten visits from several agents, mostly quick follow-ups on bits and pieces of information they had obtained during their investigation. Agent Scully had flown in from New York on the first day, and Denzel had updated him on literally everything he knew about Adham, and the most likely location where he and his men were hiding. Denzel had also offered up everything he knew about Kotler's abduction, including the last known location of Kotler's phone, which was confirmation of at least the general location of Adham's camp. Scully seemed completely uninterested in any information about Kotler, however. He nodded along and jotted a few things down, but asked no follow-up questions. That settled things for Denzel. Director Crispin definitely had an agenda, and he had just as clearly directed his agents, including Denzel's own partner, to all but ignore Kotler's abduction. That left it to Denzel himself, which meant he had to get out of this hospital. The nurse had been in that morning, right on time. She changed his bandage and assisted him in getting to the bathroom. At least he was ambulatory. When she was helping him back to his bed, he asked, "Whatever happened to my clothes? I know the things I was wearing were probably ruined, but what about the carry-on bag I had in the Jeep?" She considered for a moment. "I think they brought it in, so you'd have something when you checked out. It's probably in the dresser." She nodded to the cabinet that was tucked into one corner of the room, and then walked over and opened it up. There, at the bottom of the space meant for hanging clothes, was Kotler's bag. Denzel had packed that bag himself, and at the time he hadn't been so thrilled with Kotler. The guy had seemed like kind of a prick, to be honest. So Denzel had packed only light clothes, despite knowing it was going to be bitter cold in Pueblo. It was sort of a passive-aggressive little swipe, but it had been immensely gratifying, especially as Kotler had shivered through that first night. The clothes in that bag would be plenty warm enough for Denzel. As he slipped out of the hospital, he could always buy clothes somewhere local. The problem with Kotler's clothes, however, was size. Denzel had a few inches on Kotler, and was at least a couple of inches broader. These clothes were barely going to fit, if they fit at all. Karma, Denzel thought. He smiled at the nurse, who closed the cabinet and then helped him into bed. When she left, he waited until he heard the click of the door closing, and then scrambled out of bed, limped to the cabinet, and grabbed the bag. He managed to wriggle on the pants and shirt, which were indeed a bit snug. He looked like a large sausage stuffed into a small casing, but he could pass. He'd just look slightly ridiculous doing it. Leaving the bag and everything else behind, with the exception of his phone, Denzel made his way out of the hospital room. He was moving a bit slowly. The pain was pretty bad, and he could feel it radiating from under the bandages. But his muscles were loosening a bit as he walked, at least. He went from a slow limp to a slow walk, and as he passed the nurse's station he swiped his right hand up and alongside his face and scalp, as if smoothing his hair, in an attempt to hide his features. No one looked up, and soon he was standing in front of the elevators. "Hey!" a stern male voice said from behind him. The elevator had arrived but hadn't yet settled into place and opened its doors. Denzel waited, keeping his eyes front, and wondering if he should try to make it to the stairs. He was still a little unsteady on his feet, and not thrilled about the idea of pounding his way down a few flights with his shoulder flaring like it was on fire. But if it came to it, he figured he could make the stairwell in just a few steps, and gravity could assist him in making speed to the bottom, if he didn't end up falling and breaking his neck first. "Hey!" the voice said again. "Could you hold the elevator when it opens?" Denzel glanced around now and saw that the voice was coming from an orderly, guiding a gurney toward the elevator. Denzel smiled and nodded, and when the elevator dinged, he stepped aside and let the orderly roll in first. Denzel stepped inside and hit the button the orderly asked for, as well as the button for the ground floor lobby. He rode in silence, let the orderly out at his floor, and when he came to the ground floor, he made his way quickly to the glass doors that led to the parking lot beyond. A couple of blocks from the hospital, Denzel called a cab. His wallet and his badge were still in the hospital somewhere. There had been no time and no chance to find them. But Denzel had some friends here, military buddies who would be happy to lend him some cash and a little help. Of course, what he really wanted right now was a new set of clothes. Kotler's pants were a little tight in the crotch, and that fact was becoming more noticeable the longer Denzel found himself wearing them. Denzel called up one of his old military buddies as the cab rolled out, and then repeated his friend's address to the cab driver. "So, who is this Kotler guy?" Denzel's buddy asked over the line. "Old friend?" "New friend," Denzel said, "and he has a knack for attracting trouble." "My kind of guy," his friend said. Denzel shook his head, then grinned. "Yeah," he said, "mine too." Smuggler's Caves, near Pueblo, Colorado. Time stopped having any meaning, and for all Kotler knew, he'd been here for months. He never saw sunlight, only the artificial light that Adham's men used in the caves. He spent much of his time huddled in the dark cavern, mostly recovering. They had started beating him soon after his talk with Adham. He'd taken beatings before and knew how to roll with it. They still hurt, of course, and they still took their toll, but he knew that things could get much worse than a few bruised ribs and a black eye and busted lips. In fact, Adham had threatened to make things worse several times, and Kotler had to work fast to keep the man from getting a little too close with the pliers and power drills. Kotler knew that his only leverage was information, so he worked hard to keep small bits in reserve. He would dole out enough to keep Adham from thinking he was holding back, but he was definitely stalling for time. The rest of the time, he lied. Actually, Kotler had to admit that a lot of what he was telling Adham's men was less about lying and more about educated guesses. They had stolen quite a few artifacts and documents from the research site before Cantor's security forces put a stop to it. And yet, somehow they were still getting information in the form of documents and scans and photos that could easily be sent in digital format. It was clear they had someone on the inside. Still, what they had here, the documents and artifacts and photos they made Kotler examine and translate and speculate over, told an interesting story. The totem photos didn't provide much more than confirmation of a Viking presence in the area, hundreds of years before the continent was discovered by the Europeans. The totem also provided the same strange hint about the underground river and a city of gold. As Kotler studied the photos, he began to see more hints of an underlying mythos. He was also noticing, for the first time, that despite the similarities between the iconography on the totem and those on the Coelho Medallion, there were some symbols missing. Notably, some of the actual Norse symbols were gone, or slightly altered, and so were some of the Aztec symbols. The totem was a good hint at whatever message was encoded in the medallion, but the medallion itself was the Rosetta Stone, a fact that Kotler kept to himself. Actually, what fascinated Kotler most about the totem was that it was clearly a marker for expressing reverence toward the Vikings. In fact, after studying a few of the present symbols from native cultures, Kotler realized that whoever had carved this totem had merely been copying the Norse runes, which explained why they were a bit off and a bit vague. The rest of the language of the totem, if it could be called language, referred to the Vikings as if they might be gods themselves. It hinted at a tale in which the Vikings emerged from a sacred cave and established a bond with the indigenous people, showing them many wonders before re-entering the underworld laden with gifts and treasures provided by the Aztecs and Pueblos and other cultures. Vikings weren't exactly known for diplomacy, but it was clear they had made an exception here. Kotler thought about this as he was once again hunched, stiff and bruised, over photos from the dig, as well as associated notes and papers that the mole from the research camp had brought to Adham. No one was onto this theory yet, that the Vikings had somehow made themselves akin to great spirits in the eyes of the locals. It changed quite a bit about how Kotler interpreted the information he was getting. It didn't help him much, though. Adham's men wanted access to that river, and the consensus at the moment was that the only way to get to it was through the cave entrance in the camp. The cave itself had its own symbol, which Kotler had eventually managed to translate across 3 of the numerous languages used in carvings. As far as he could tell, that cave was the only entrance, and that information wasn't making Adham or his men very happy. If it turned out there was no other way in, that Kotler was at a dead end, well, dead end seemed an appropriate term. There might be another tunnel or cave connecting to it, Kotler suggested, his voice a little raspy. One of the men had punched him in the throat earlier, and Kotler had coughed and sputtered for a long while after. Now everything was sore and hurting, and everything he did took more effort. Not just talking, but simply breathing could be a chore. "For your sake," Adam had said, bending at the waist and holding the back of Kotler's neck in a painful grip. "There had better be." Kotler would have to find another way into that river, and while he looked for it, his only hope was to find and feed little bits of information to Adham for as long as possible. He didn't have a plan of escape, and wasn't making much headway on coming up with one. But maybe if he could drag his feet enough, the FBI would eventually find him. It was a slim hope, but it was all he had. At least, Evelyn wasn't here. It was cold comfort, considering he didn't know where she was. But he'd rather her be almost anywhere but here. These men had taken it easy on him so far, but things were going to get much worse. He was glad Evelyn was spared that, at least. Kotler was studying one of the stolen artifacts, a chunk of iron shaped vaguely like an axe blade, and which should definitely not be in a Native American dig site. There was nothing about the artifact that could give him any clue about an alternate entrance to the river, but he had managed to persuade Adam and his men that everything was a potential clue. He had to admit he had some vague notion that he might be able to use this axe head as a weapon and make his escape. As plans went, it was ridiculous. But from an ironic standpoint, Kotler rather liked it. Too bad he'd be stone dead before he could ever tell anyone how brilliantly his plan had failed. There was a sudden roil of shouting from somewhere deeper in the caverns, away from where Kotler and his guards were. The guards stiffened, then crept forward, weapons raised, taking positions near the entrance to where they were holed up. Gunfire erupted from somewhere in the caverns, echoing loudly and bouncing from the walls, making it impossible to know its true direction. Outside was all Kotler knew. The sound was coming from outside of this little dead end of the tunnel. The two men were so distracted by the noise that Kotler had a sudden inspiration that he should make a move. He should do something and make his escape. But what could he possibly do? He was bruised and beaten to the point where he could barely move. He was pretty sure he had at least one broken rib and a couple of broken fingers on his left hand. His left eye was swollen, nearly shut, and his throat felt bruised to the point of making it painful to breathe. He also had no weapons other than an ancient and pitted axe-head, and though he thoroughly enjoyed the ironic fantasy of using that axe-head to bludgeon one of the guards, the follow-up would be a barrage of bullets tearing him in two as the other guard noticed the attack. For the moment, Kotler was still trapped. He looked around the cavern and decided it might be best if he simply hunkered down. He turned the table in front of him on its side and hobbled with bound hands and feet to crouch behind it. He dropped to his knees, then rolled, laying on his back. He used the axe-head to start gnawing away at the zip ties around his feet. At least he could run if he had to. It took time because the axe wasn't exactly a sharp instrument after centuries buried in the desert. But soon those bonds were cut, and he began awkwardly working at the straps around his wrists. The guards were shouting in Arabic now, which Kotler understood. "Who is there? Reveal yourself!" More gunfire, and now some of it was definitely coming from within this cavern. The guards had been fired upon, and they were shooting back. Kotler stayed put. This was the safest place he could be at the moment, which wasn't saying much. He kept working at the bands around his wrist, which were tougher because of the angle he had to work with. There was the sound of a man screaming and a wild series of shots, and in a moment things went very quiet. Kotler risked peeking around the edge of the table and saw that the room was filled with acrid gun smoke, wafting in the gentle currents of the vent fans that were set up in a line along the walls of the cave, guiding clean air into the room from the outside. Tendrils of smoke curled around the work lights, and the overall light in the room had dimmed considerably. Kotler couldn't decide what to do. He was still bound, still injured, and still pretty screwed. But things seemed to have died down, quite literally. He wasn't hearing any more shots, but no one was talking either. Adham's men would have been babbling to each other by now, Kotler knew. So whoever had come in here had won the day. The question was, who had come in? Was it the FBI? Or was it local drug runners, clearing people out of the network of caverns they considered their home turf? Kotler went back to hacking away at the binding on his wrists. The rough and pitted edges of the axe blade were taking small chunks from the plastic zip ties, and eventually he'd damaged them enough so he could snap them with a quick, hard pull of the wrists. He then sat up, still hiding behind the overturned table. He looked once again around the table's edge. It felt good to have his hands and feet free. He rubbed his wrists, letting circulation return painfully and slowly, as he watched the clouded entrance to the cavern where he was hiding. The two guards were splayed on the ground, blood spattered on the walls around them and pooling in puddles beneath them, before running to the low spots of the room. Their rifles were both pinned under them. Kotler was thinking about trying for one of them to see if he could quickly pry it free, but spotted a handgun in a holster at one guard's side. Moving as quickly as he was able, which wasn't very quick, Kotler scrambled to the guard's side and pulled the handgun free. He quietly pulled the weapon's slide partially open to check for a chambered round. He didn't bother checking the magazine. It would be fully loaded. He held the weapon out in front of him as he did a quick peek around the mouth of the tunnel. The gun smoke and dust filled the air all along the tunnel's length, blocking some of the work lights further down. It made it impossible to see anything, or to determine whether anyone was alive out there. Kotler looked around the cavern and decided that regardless of the unknowns, his chances were better out there than in here. He'd rather be shot while trying to escape than executed and left to rot here in these caves, if Adam and his men happened to survive and circle back here. Slowly, Kotler edged out into the tunnel, moving to the far wall, away from the string of work lights. He slid along, staying low, with his weapon leading him. Up ahead he saw movement, and stopped in his tracks. Shadowy figures were moving in the smoke, gliding their weapons from side to side, as if trying to cover every possible direction. There were at least 3 of them, and they were edging their way toward Kotler. What should he do? These men had taken out Adham's group. Or had Adham's group won? Could the figures just ahead be Adham's men sweeping for more enemies? Kotler felt his heart pounding, but took deep breaths, centering himself, calming himself. He was in a bad situation, and in a bad situation filled with unknowns, you look to what you do know. He was trapped here, regardless of whomever was up ahead. He had 1 handgun with 10 rounds at best, while the men ahead were clearly armed with semi-automatic weapons. If these men were the FBI, great. Kotler should put down his own weapon and call out to them. If they were Adham's men, not so great. But Kotler should still put down his weapon and call out. It would be better to be taken alive than shot trying to escape. Except now, Kotler was feeling something else entirely. He was angry. He'd been pinned here for God knew how long, tortured and beaten, and now he was finally free and armed. No, putting down his weapon and surrendering wasn't something he was prepared to do, regardless of who might be ahead. Maybe it was the smarter play, but being smart hadn't gotten Kotler very far here. So instead, he was going to play this a bit more aggressively. "Put your weapons down and surrender," Kotler shouted, raising his weapon and taking aim at the closest figure. "I am armed, and I will shoot you if you do not identify yourselves." There was a surprised murmur, and Kotler heard what sounded like someone talking into a mobile phone or radio. He couldn't quite make out the words, but it had that tone of someone speaking directly into a microphone. "Dr. Dan Kotler?" a voice asked from the smoke. Kotler felt his heart pound. "Identify yourself." "Dr. Kotler, my name is Agent Carl Rickson. I'm with the DEA. We're here with Agent Denzel of the FBI." Kotler couldn't believe what he was hearing. Literally. He calmed himself again and said loudly, "Agent Denzel is dead." "Actually, he's alive," Rickson said. "He was hospitalized, but he got over it." There was a light chuckle from some of the men with Rickson. "Prove it," Kotler said, refusing to lower his weapon. "It's true, Kotler," Denzel's voice said over a radio speaker. "It's me. We're here to rescue you." Kotler finally lowered his weapon and slumped against the wall. He laughed, though it hurt his throat, and wasn't very loud. "Agent Denzel," he said. "What took you?" He heard Denzel laugh. "I had to buy new pants." Smuggler's Caves, near Pueblo, Colorado. Kotler sat on the tailgate of a pickup truck as one of the DEA agents tended to his wounds. He was drinking greedily from a thermos of cold water. Denzel stood nearby, ready to take the thermos away, as Kotler sputtered from water going down the wrong way. "How long have I been in there?" Kotler asked, rasping. "A little over 2 weeks," Denzel said. "I would have gotten here sooner, but I was in the hospital." "Food poisoning?" Kotler asked. Denzel smiled. "Gunshot wound. Our shooter in Canyon." Kotler nodded. "I'm sorry, Roland. I was worried you'd been killed." "I damn near was, but I was also worried we'd find you in worse shape. You don't look so bad." Kotler laughed and winced from the pain in his side. "Tell it to my ribs." Denzel nodded. "I convinced my contacts at the DEA to help on this. If anyone asks, those guys in the caves were running cocaine from across the border." Kotler nodded. "They might have been, for all I know. I spent most of my time in a hole in the back of the tunnel where you found me." They had me translating and interpreting artifacts and papers. What are they after? Denzel asked. The river, Kotler said. We were right. They seem to have no interest in the City of Gold or anything else, but they're scrambling to find another way into that underground river. So far as I can tell, the only known entrance is the cave. I think I know why it was all carved up with symbols, though. I think the Vikings emerged from it, and the locals thought they were great spirits. Awesome, Denzel said. That's about as helpful as a Star Trek reference, as far as I can tell. There's a lot going on here, actually, Kotler said. Adham knows absolutely nothing about Evelyn's abduction. In fact, I got the impression that there's another player on the board. Maybe one with a slight connection to Adham. It was hard to tell. I think Adham is a benefactor, but I couldn't determine whether it was the same person who abducted Evelyn. Well, my buddies in the DEA will debrief you and get all the details, and they've already promised to share. Meanwhile, I have to fly back to New York and take my lumps. What happened? Kotler asked. Crispin, Denzel said. He's reassigning me. Kotler nodded. I'm sorry. I think it's probably for the best. I'm still recovering from my injury, technically, but I'll be honest, I think it's mostly about getting me away from you. He has some weird hang-up when it comes to you. I noticed, Kotler said. I'm sure he will find a way to make it look like I was colluding with Adham while I was here. I'll make sure that doesn't happen, Denzel said. Kotler was touched by the show of loyalty and support, but knew that Denzel was practically powerless when it came to Director Crispin. Whatever Crispin's agenda, he saw Kotler as an impediment. And judging by the details Denzel was sharing, Crispin would just as soon have left Kotler in that cave than mount a rescue. So things were pretty serious. Kotler was going to have to watch his back. So what's your plan from here? Denzel asked. Maybe you should call it quits and go back to New York. Something tells me that isn't really an option, Kotler said. And even if it was, I wouldn't take it. Evelyn is still out there somewhere. Adham was a dead end for finding her, so I'll have to start over. It wasn't a total loss, Denzel said. Thanks to you, we shut down a terrorist base camp. But Adham escaped, Kotler said. And you can be sure this wasn't his only foothold in the States. He is still out there somewhere, and he still wants access to that river. Which means we have an advantage, Denzel said. We control the only entrance. Kotler nodded, though he wasn't sure how much of an advantage that really was. We should spend some time figuring out exactly why the river is so important to him, Kotler said. Do you think you can help with that? Is it going to be too difficult with Crispin watching you? Denzel shrugged. Yes and no. I'll call some of my contacts, the same people who helped me track you down. Crispin doesn't know about their involvement in your rescue. I'll see what we can determine based on the data we have. You might want to get in touch with Cantor. His satellite data might give some clues we can use. If he is forthcoming with it, Denzel said, shaking his head. He's being very guarded, and without just cause, I can't force him to hand anything over. I'll ask as firmly as I can, but Cantor isn't the type to roll over just because I have a badge. Reese might be, though, Kotler said. He's just one of Cantor's crowdsourced researchers, but he's had access to all of that data. Denzel nodded. I'll see what I can do, and I'll share what I can, if it doesn't impede the investigation into Adham or into Dr. Horelica's abduction. That was all Kotler could ask for. He desperately needed to be kept in the loop in all of this, if he was to remain useful. But with Crispin watching both Kotler and Denzel closely, Kotler would have to live with whatever scraps of information he could get. A short time later, Denzel shook Kotler's hand, then climbed into the passenger seat of a friend's truck, which then sped off, presumably to the closest airport. Kotler watched it go, feeling oddly sad. He'd just spent 2 weeks being beaten and kept against his will, with no human contact other than his captors, and yet seeing Denzel leave was still like the closing of a chapter. He would have to circle up with him later, see how things turned out with Crispin. The DEA agents offered to take Kotler to the hospital and debrief him after he'd been checked out, but Kotler wanted to get out as many details as he could while everything was still fresh. He told the agents about the stolen artifacts, his suspicion of a mole at the campsite, Adham's goals to find the underground river, even what he'd learned from studying the artifacts and paperwork while in captivity. There were lots of follow-up questions, and Kotler did his best to answer everything. Soon, however, he felt exhaustion starting to overtake him. The DEA agents finished up and promised to contact Kotler if they had any further questions. Then the ambulance took him to the hospital. After being cleaned up, bandaged, given a series of shots, and having more X-rays and CAT scans than seemed safe, Kotler was given a bed in a vacant room and a mild sedative to help him sleep. A guard was placed outside of his door, in case any of Adham's agents came along to tie up loose ends. Kotler could not have cared less about that threat at the moment. He was so exhausted, physically, mentally, and emotionally, that he was asleep in his hospital bed in moments. The next morning, Kotler awoke to discover 2 FBI agents standing over him, and he ended up giving them all the same information he'd just shared with the DEA. So much for interagency sharing. The FBI agents took plenty of notes, but said very little. When they were done, they told Kotler he was free to return to New York. "I'll be staying here for now," Kotler said. "Evelyn is still missing, and I believe I can do the most good here." "We have the investigation under control, Dr. Kotler," one of the agents said. "You'll be safer back in New York. Director Crispin asked us to arrange a flight." "Good of him," Kotler said. "You can cancel it." The agents glanced at each other. "Doctor, unless you're about to tell me that I'm under arrest, I have no intention of going anywhere. I'm not impeding your investigation. I was invited here. I'll be staying until I'm satisfied that there's nothing more I can do to help find Dr. Herelica. I suspect she's just about the lowest priority on Crispin's list, so I'm not inclined to leave it to you to find her." "Sir," Kotler hit the call button beside the bed. "I believe I need a bit more rest, agents. Thanks for dropping by." A nurse came in. "Mr. Kotler?" he asked. "Dr. Kotler," Kotler said. He rarely insisted that anyone use his title, but at times like these he wanted to leverage what little social authority he could. "I'm feeling a bit tired, so I think visiting hours are up." The nurse looked at the 2 agents and both nodded lightly before leaving the room. His stubbornness wasn't going to make things easier, Kotler knew. The FBI, Director Crispin in particular, could make a case that he was interfering in their investigation. They might be able to force him to leave. But before they did that, Kotler intended to make one more visit to the Pueblo site. In all his debriefings, there was only one detail he'd held back. He told both the DEA and the FBI that Adham had no interest in the City of Gold, and that was true. What he hadn't told any of them, not even Denzel, was that in studying the photos of the totem and other artifacts closely for the past several days, he had figured out what the City of Gold was. Maybe not where it was exactly, though he had a good guess on that. Adam's men had no interest in the City of Gold, but Kotler was beginning to suspect that someone else did. It was the only clue Kotler had when it came to finding Evelyn Herelica, and he was going to follow where it led. Coelho Dig Site, near Pueblo, Colorado. There had been some slight changes in the camp since Kotler and Denzel had driven off to Canyon a couple weeks earlier, just to end up shot and tortured. For starters, most of the research personnel had been relocated or reassigned. Coelho's people had been removed to some other project, by Coelho himself, it seemed, or by one of Coelho's people. The old man had been released from the hospital while Kotler was in captivity, though he was still bedridden back in New York. He wasn't doing well, judging by what Coelho's assistant had told Kotler on the phone. And now, as Kotler stared at Coelho's thin and pale face via Skype, Kotler feared his old friend wasn't going to be around much longer. "Daniel," Coelho said, his voice just above a whisper. And that seemed like bad news to Kotler, not just Coelho's voice, but the fact that he'd referred to Kotler by his first name. For the entirety of their relationship, Coelho had always referred to him as Dr. Kotler. There may have been an occasion where Coelho called him Dan, maybe over drinks or during some celebration, but he'd never called him Daniel, and that told Kotler a lot about the man's condition. "How are you feeling?" Kotler asked. Coelho attempted a weak smile. "I've had many better days. But what of you? My assistant told me you were abducted. You look like hell." Kotler smiled at this, considering the irony of this weakened and injured old man telling him that he looked like hell. "It wasn't the most pleasant experience, but I'm fine now," Kotler said, trying to brush past the entire incident. The past few weeks were still too fresh, and Kotler preferred not to think about them for the moment. He would have plenty of time to consider it all, and to deal with it, after he managed to find Evelyn. "You pulled your team from the research site," Kotler said. Coelho nodded. "I thought it was best. Mark Cantor has installed his own people there now. I've relinquished the contract I had with him." "Just like that?" Kotler asked. Coelho gave him a pitying look. "Come now. Things have become far too dangerous there. Had I known sooner, I would have pulled my people weeks ago. The FBI never told me. It has become a contested site, to say the least. I'm told the FBI and DEA are actually blocking anyone from coming in and out." That wasn't entirely true. The two agencies were working on a joint mission to find Adham and his people, and part of that involved a stricter control of the area. Locals and even tourists could still come and go through the area. They were just submitted to more scrutiny than usual. Kotler didn't bother correcting Coelho on this, though. There were more important things to talk about. "Dr. Coelho, while I was in captivity, Adham had me digging into files and research that could only have come from the camp. There is a mole here, sharing information. Would you have any idea who that might be?" Coelho shook his head. "No. I've known most of the people on that team for decades. I trust them. None of them would have thrown in their lot with a terrorist." "Unfortunately, someone did," Kotler said quietly. Coelho nodded. "And do you believe this person was involved in Evelyn's kidnapping?" Kotler shook his head. "No. It became clear early on that Adham had nothing to do with Evelyn's abduction. He was clueless about her." Coelho considered this. "Very strange." "Yes," Kotler nodded. "It looks like we have two different problems on our hands here. But I believe both want essentially the same thing." "The City of Gold?" Coelho asked. Kotler shook his head again. "No. I have no doubt that may be a factor, but Adham didn't seem interested in it in the least. He's after the river, though I'm not sure why." "The underground river," Coelho nodded. "Very impressive." "You've caught up," Kotler said, smiling. "I got the short version from my assistant. It seems incredible. If the Vikings really did sail in on an underground river, it must stretch from Colorado to the Great Lakes." Coelho started coughing then, sputtering into a handkerchief that someone handed him from off-screen. Kotler waited for his coughing to settle a bit, then said, "I don't think so. There are quite a few shifts in geology between those two regions. I'm thinking they must have found something on the other side of the St. Lawrence Divide, which would put them further inland. I seriously doubt they could sail underground all the way from the Great Lakes." Coelho nodded, though his expression was one of speculative wonder. "But they could navigate over ground for a time," Kotler said. "Maybe they made the journey from the Atlantic to the interior continent, and from somewhere in there they picked up and made their way further still. It seems likely, then, that they eventually came to an inlet for that river. Depending on where they found the entrance, It's still a remarkable distance. I regret that I will not be part of a discovery of it, Coelho said morosely. Kotler knew he was referring to his health. It was starting to seem likely that Coelho might not survive his wounds. But Kotler decided to treat Coelho's statement as if he were referring to removal from the dig. I'm sure that Mark Cantor would allow you to visit here. It was your dig, after all. He could probably be persuaded to continue sharing information with you at least. Coelho waved this off. Oh, I still get reports. Richard was asked to stay on at the site, and he sends me emails frequently, sharing what he's learned. I appreciate them, though I know he must be risking his position to send them. Kotler blinked. Richard Barmouth? He asked. Coelho nodded. Kotler hesitated just a second. I'll have to look him up while I'm here, he said. I haven't spotted him so far. He seems very busy, Coelho said. I'm sure that's it, Kotler nodded. I'll track him down, but I don't want to keep you any longer. You need your rest. Coelho waved another weary hand. All I do is rest. Please, let me know if your theories on the City of Gold and the underground river lead to anything interesting. And please, Daniel, let me know when they find Evelyn. I worry for her. So do I. And yes, absolutely. They disconnected, and Kotler closed the laptop before shoving it into the leather messenger bag he had picked up from town, along with some new clothes. He was used to traveling light, and since becoming embroiled in this, he'd come to appreciate the luxury of being able to choose his own clothes and resources. Denzel had confessed to him that it was he who had packed the spare bag, a passive-aggressive swipe that now they could both laugh about. But Kotler was happy to shed all of the borrowed clothing and hospital gowns for some new threads. He left the small trailer that was serving as his home for the moment and wandered toward the tent covering the entrance to the cave, where Cantor's people had now set up his home base. Kotler didn't recognize anyone on his way into the restricted area, but that wasn't all that surprising. He'd only met a handful of the people who had been here previously, and all of them were now gone. The guards checked his identification and let him through. He entered the tent and was immediately impressed by the bustle of the place. All of the artifacts that had been recovered and remained on site were now spread out among several workstations. They were being catalogued and packed into shipping crates for transport to another location. Everything was photographed and scanned with 3D scanner wands, as well as scanned with devices Kotler didn't recognize. One advantage of having Cantor funding the project was a wealth of advanced technology. There were devices here that Kotler had only read about. It was truly impressive. But Kotler couldn't shake one nagging question. Why was Cantor funding this project? In all the chaos, and with his mind focused on finding clues that could lead to Evelyn's rescue, Kotler had failed to ask the most basic question. That bothered him, because it was exactly the sort of thing he lectured about. He was continuously challenging the zebra problem when it came to scientific research and analysis. He wanted people to question the sound of hooves, even if they thought the answer was obvious. Ask all the basic questions to eliminate them, if for no other reason. And yet, this time at least, he hadn't done that himself. Cantor was a larger-than-life figure, with an impressive background. He was a child prodigy, and had earned his first $1 million before leaving high school. He had written software that the government had purchased and instituted in training military personnel and federal agents, accelerating the learning curve for what always had been thought of as pure brain skills. Thanks to Cantor's software, agents and soldiers could learn to distinguish patterns faster, to remember faces easier, and to calculate odds for tactics quicker, among other useful tricks. Language learning alone had been a big draw for federal agencies. Cantor had a knack for creating products that had a narrow but lucrative appeal. Zealot was a good example of this. Kotler had been impressed by the idea that someone could build a purely academic social media tool that was actually profitable. At least, he had assumed it was profitable. Zealot had such a strong marketing presence and had gained such popularity among his colleagues. Kotler had once again made the mistake of thinking those hooves had belonged to horses instead of zebras. Maybe he should re-examine that assumption, and maybe do a little digging into the financial standing of Zealot, once he had an opportunity. As he wandered among the researchers, he did finally spot a couple of familiar faces. David Rees, who had been by Cantor's side during Kotler's first visit to this site, was talking with Richard Barmouth, Coelho's former lead researcher here. They were sharing an iPad and discussing the recent finds from the dig. Kotler made his way to the two men and stood patiently, waiting to be noticed. "Dr. Kotler," Rees said, "I heard you were back. Mr. Cantor said to assist you with anything you need." "I appreciate that," Kotler said, shaking Rees's hand. He turned to Barmouth and shook his hand as well. "I was surprised when Dr. Coelho told me you had stayed on," Kotler said. Barmouth smiled. "I've been with this project since the beginning," he replied. "I would like to see it through. My role here may have changed somewhat, but Mr. Cantor is kind enough to give me the same level of access I had before. I have to admit, I'm enjoying connecting with the new team. Many of them have no real academic background, but they're very passionate about the work. I haven't felt this excited about a dig since I was an undergrad." "I'm sure it helps that this discovery is going to change the way we all view history on this continent," Kotler said. Barmouth nodded enthusiastically. "There is that," he beamed. Kotler looked now at some of the tables in the room, and the artifacts and equipment strewn over them. Somewhere in all of this was a clue, he hoped, that would lead to finding and rescuing Evelyn, assuming she was still alive. But how could he get from ancient Vikings in the interior of North America to the abduction of a researcher several hundred years later? That seemed like a lot of layers to cut through. And he was going to be working at odds with whatever game Crispin was running. It made him feel weary to think of it all. He turned to Barmouth. "When I was being held by Adam's men, they had me studying data from this dig. It was clear they had an inside man." Barmouth shook his head. "I can hardly believe it. I've known most of the people who are working here for the better part of a decade. It just seems impossible that any of them could have been working with terrorists." "Can you think of any motive someone might have?" Kotler asked. "Money, ties to their home country, perhaps." "None of the team was from that region," Barmouth said. "So I don't think that's it. Money? Maybe. This work doesn't exactly pay well, and if someone has student loans and medical debt to pay, I can see the temptation. I have those worries myself," Barmouth chuckled. "But I can't think of a single team member who would have done it. Besides, not only did the FBI vet everyone, Cantor's security team grilled all of us as well. Once all the problems started, we were all scrutinized pretty closely. Even our communications in and out are monitored." "Oh?" Kotler asked. "Yeah," Barmouth said. "I have to get permission from Sarge Canfield just to call home, and I'm pretty sure all those calls get recorded and listened to. All this scrutiny for an archaeological dig. I feel like I'm part of the Manhattan Project." Kotler smiled at that. It was one of the things that had struck him as odd throughout, actually. The level of interest in this project was higher than any dig Kotler had ever participated in, and though he personally felt it was of tremendous importance, he never would have assumed it would be a matter of national security. Denzel had told him that the FBI had requested the site be shut down until further notice, but Cantor had pulled strings and used his influence to keep it going. Whatever it was that Cantor wanted out of this dig, it had to be bigger than pure historical finds. He showed no serious interest in the river, as Adam did, but somehow his interests and those of Adam had crossed, with Evelyn Coelho and Kotler himself in the middle. Something Barmouth said caught Kotler's attention. "Where is Sarge, anyway? He saved my life the last time I was here. I don't think I ever properly thanked him." Reese checked something on his iPad. "He's at the main security building," Reese said. "He has a small office there." "Right," Kotler said, nodding. "I'll check in with him, and I'll let you two get back to work. I apologize for interrupting." "Are you kidding?" Reese asked. "Dr. Kotler, it's a privilege to be able to talk to you. If you have any questions about the progress of the dig or anything you find here, please ask." Kotler nodded. "I will, thank you." He left the two men to their discussions and wound his way out of the secured area to the small portable building that was being used by security. There were essentially two rooms in this tiny temporary building, one large space with chairs facing a podium, presumably where Sarge held briefings, and one smaller space with a door that Sarge could close for privacy. At the moment, that door was open, and Sarge was sitting at a desk reviewing something on a laptop. Kotler knocked lightly on the frame of the door, and Sarge looked up, gruff and grizzled, clearly not appreciating the interruption of his work. "Kotler," Sarge grunted. "Sarge," Kotler said, nodding, "I wonder if I could have a chat with you. If it's a bad time—" "It's always a bad time," Sarge grumbled. "But come in and shut the door." Kotler closed the door behind him and then took a seat in the folding chair that was in front of Sarge's desk, which, as it turned out, was a folding table that had seen better days. It seemed everything here was made for immediate evacuation. Nothing felt permanent. "What can I do for you, Dr. Kotler?" Sarge asked. "I was wondering if you'd had any success in tracking down the mole that Adham has planted in the camp." Sarge barked, or at least it sounded like a bark. Kotler realized it was a quick laugh, filtered through Sarge's gravel voice and handlebar mustache. He watched as Sarge leaned back, turned slightly, and produced a small, ornate wooden box. He presented this to Kotler, opening it to reveal a row of cigars. Kotler waved. "No, thank you," he said. Sarge grunted, took a cigar and nipped its ends, then lit it with a wooden match he seemingly produced from nowhere. He puffed on this a few times, and when he spoke, Kotler watched a swirling cloud dance from his lips. With Sarge's fire-red mustache, the whole thing gave the impression of a grizzled dragon, preparing to launch into an attack if his victim didn't properly answer these riddles 3. "I've had some of my best guys looking into how it's happening," Sarge said. "How what's happening?" Kotler asked. "The communications," Sarge replied. "Somehow this bastard is in contact with the terrorists, and he's doing a pretty good job of hiding his tracks." "Doing? You mean he's still at it?" Kotler asked. "We think so," Sarge said. "The DEA found all kinds of equipment in those caves where you were getting the crap kicked out of you. And before anyone mentioned anything to the bunch here, they were still getting data from this site. They're monitoring." "Interesting," Kotler said. "Do you have a suspect?" "No," Sarge said, disgusted. "Nearly everyone who was here before has been replaced, and those who have left have all passed some pretty thorough background checks. We're watching everyone all the time, anyway. No one makes a phone call or sends a letter or even farts in Morse code from this place without us knowing it. All internet activity is monitored, and there are no landlines coming in, so there aren't any phones. We're using signal blocking tech to keep a bubble around this place. I can't figure any way for someone to get a message in or out." "Except someone is," Kotler said. "Well, yeah, somehow." "No," Kotler said. "I mean that I know someone is. I have proof, though I have no idea how he's doing it. And I'm frankly surprised he would have anything to do with Adham." Sarge was leaning forward. He had the cigar in a corner of his mouth, and had just taken a puff when he reached up and pulled it free. Smoke billowed from his nostrils as he asked, "Who is it? And what do you know?" "Richard Barmouth," Kotler said. "He's been in touch with Dr. Coelho, filling him in on what they're finding here. Old habits, perhaps, or a sense of loyalty. But he's doing it under the radar, which means he has a way to connect to the internet without being noticed." Sarge cursed and rose from his chair. "Where is he?" Sarge growled. "Before you drag him out in chains, it might be best if we monitor him for a bit. If we can catch him in the act, we might gain an advantage." Sarge chomped on his cigar again and said, "What advantage?" "Disinformation," Kotler said. "If it turns out that Barmouth really is leaking information to Adham, then we might be able to use his methods to lure Adham into a trap." Sarge nodded. "I like it. How do we do it?" "The best way might be to leave Barmouth in play," Kotler said, "and feed him false information about the underground river." Sarge grinned. "You're a sneaky bastard, Kotler. I wouldn't have pegged you for it." Kotler smiled lightly and shook his head. "If Barmouth really is the mole, I'm glad to help. But this doesn't really move me any closer to my own goals. Dr. Herelica is still out there somewhere, and I still have no idea who abducted her." "Too many players on the board," Sarge said. "Help me nail Adham, and I'll help you track down Dr. Herelica." Kotler stood, shook Sarge's hand, and said, "Deal. Now I'm going to go outside for some fresh air before I suffocate from cigar smoke." Sarge laughed and puffed another cloud in Kotler's direction. Coelho Dig Site, near Pueblo, Colorado. Feeding false information to Barmouth was tricky. For starters, Kotler would have to work against an entire team of researchers with varying skills of observation and varying levels of natural inquisitiveness. He couldn't simply plant a fake artifact and wait to see if it was discovered. He'd have to manipulate the data being gathered in a way that wouldn't derail the research, but would catch the eye of Barmouth. He started with the camp's digital records. Sarge gave him access to the internet that the researchers were using, and Kotler became the only person on site who could access the system from outside of the secured area. He was able to monitor everything that was entered into the database, including guesses on recent translations. Sarge's security team had a couple of IT people, and they had installed keystroke trackers on every computer in the camp. Using these, Kotler was able to monitor individual usage, and eventually he was able to hone in on Barmouth's personal folder. This was where Barmouth stored his notes and observations. There was nothing incriminating in this folder, of course. Barmouth was far too clever for that. But combing through Barmouth's notes, Kotler was able to get a bead on the man's areas of interest. He was being subtle about his pursuit of information regarding the river, but it was there, right alongside notes about the alleged City of Gold, and his speculations on where the Vikings had first entered the underground river. Kotler was surprised to see some of his own theories written out in detail. He hadn't shared any of this with Barmouth. He hadn't even shared it with Coelho. In fact, the only way Barmouth could have gotten this information was if he'd been somehow following the research Kotler had done while being held by Adham. This was proof that Barmouth was in communication with Adham somehow, and it made Kotler want to find the man and tear him apart. Time enough for that later. Barmouth would meet justice. But for now, it was imperative that Kotler stick to the plan. Bringing down Adham was the priority for the moment. Sifting through Barmouth's data, Kotler realized that the man was somehow flagging and tracking keywords in the reports from other researchers. Kotler consulted with one of the IT personnel, and they found traces of a program running on all of the camp's computers, cataloging key terms and sending them back to Barmouth. He was monitoring the research for mentions of the river and the City of Gold. And he had a hidden document in his folder that served as a dumping ground for his notes on both subjects. There was a set for each topic, indicating he was tracking both separately. Did that mean he was only sharing information about the river with Adham, and nothing about the City of Gold? If so, Why was he even tracking that information? Nothing in Barmouth's files indicated how he was communicating with Adham, unfortunately, but there was still time to find that. For now, Kotler and the IT team were all set up to start planting a few seeds to see if they could get Barmouth to take them back to Adham. Kotler contacted some friends in New York, among them a graphic designer he often worked with. He asked for some very specific designs, and within the day he had them. From these he started building records. He created reports that were meant to be from various researchers on the project. Kotler varied details in these enough to make it look like they were written by several different people. But in each, he planted the keywords that Barmouth was scanning for. Once they were done, he began seeding them among the various folders of the other researchers, making them blend in with existing reports, to give the impression that several people were sniffing out something new among the artifacts and symbols in the caves. The message Kotler was constructing essentially came down to an indication of another entrance to the river, north of the research site in Pueblo. Kotler's fake reports included speculations from researchers about possible locations, and among these was a spot where the DEA was already setting up shop, waiting. If Barmouth took the bait and bought into the story Kotler was weaving, he would leak the information to Adham, assuming it was Barmouth who was acting as the mole. Nothing was guaranteed yet. On their end, though, if Barmouth did attempt to leak the information, they should be able to track how he was doing it. If Adham didn't bite on this bait, knowing how he was getting his information might eventually lead to his capture. It was a gamble all around. Kotler's planted information was in place, so now all they could do was watch and wait. He began spending more time with Sarge, who eventually softened a bit from the gruff jarhead persona to someone a little more relatable. It was clear he saw Kotler as a bug in a jar, something weird and unusual that he might study but wouldn't necessarily understand. Kotler in turn stopped thinking of Sarge as a cliché and started seeing him as a pretty bright man who happened to have a pretty rough and tough exterior. He knew tactics, and he understood the value of laying low and waiting. Kotler liked him. It was nearly 3 days later when Barmouth finally made his move. In that time, Kotler had been periodically seeding more reports to various folders, adding more detail to the narrative he was weaving. Speculation on where the second entrance to the river might be eventually grew into details and ideas that soon started to overlap. Kotler was also planting information about the City of Gold, and just as Barmouth was filling his hidden folder with the false data about the river's entrance, he was also filling in details about the city. This was a bit surprising to Kotler. It showed a clearly divided agenda. The two ideas were not connected, if you were to use Barmouth as your sole source. He was gathering data on both, but segmenting it for some reason. Was Barmouth double-dealing? Did he have another contact besides Adham? Kotler would deal with that later. For now, though, one of Sarge's men reported that Barmouth was on the move and acting strangely. Video cameras had been laced all over the camp by now, and the feeds were monitored not only by Sarge, but by the DEA and FBI. It was definitely a surveillance state, within the borders of the dig. According to Sarge, there wasn't a space anywhere on site that someone could wander unseen. Actually, in Sarge's words, "There ain't a shallow spot to take a crap in this camp, unless I know about it." The man was a poet. True to that sentiment, as Barmouth moved around the camp, they were able to switch cameras and monitor his movements the entire way. Barmouth left the secured research area, checking out with security, and first made his way to his trailer. This, too, was a secured area, and the security personnel checked all bags and searched every person going in and out. Barmouth passed with no trouble. He went into his trailer for a few minutes, and when he came back out, he was wearing exercise clothes. Passing through security again, Barmouth started jogging around the makeshift avenues of the camp. Again they tracked his movements, and again everything seemed benign, until Barmouth stopped to tie his shoes near one of the solar-powered lighting stations. These were portable units that were mounted on their own small trailers and rolled into place to provide lighting to the entire camp. There were 6 of the units placed in various locations. Barmouth quickly looked around, and when he seemed satisfied no one was watching, he reached under the chassis of the small trailer, swept at the dirt with his hand, and then pulled a square panel away from the ground. He then reached into a gap under the trailer and pulled out a smart tablet, then replaced the panel and covered it with the loose dirt again. He sprinted now to one of the portable toilets nearby. He entered, closed the door behind him, and spent the next half-hour inside.
"Well, damn," Sarge said. "That's a boy that needs more fiber in his diet."
"Looks like we've figured out how he's doing it," Kotler said. "He must have something very small, a micro SD card probably, something he could easily hide in the hem of a shirt or in a watch or something."
"I'll have to tell my men to start being more thorough," Sarge said grimly.
"Don't be too hard on them. A micro SD card is smaller than the nail of your pinky finger. Finding one hidden on someone would take a level of scrutiny the NSA would envy." Sarge groused about this a bit, then said,
"So, what now?"
"Now we need to figure out the who and why," Kotler replied.
"The who is that terrorist son of a bitch Adham," Sarge growled. "The why don't matter one bit to me."
"It should," Kotler said. "We don't yet have the full story, or what his other motives are. We need to know exactly what he's sharing." Kotler turned to the IT guys. "Can we plant something on that tablet? A way to track what he's sending. Maybe relay it all back here."
"No problem,"
one of the men said. Kotler nodded. "Okay, then we wait a bit longer. I'll keep planting information and see what we get. In the meantime, we need to inform the DEA that Adham may be on his way."
"Should we call the FBI, too?" Sarge asked.
Kotler shook his head. "I wouldn't. Well, let's just say the FBI and I seem to be at odds about some of this. Let the DEA call them."
"You sure don't mess around when it comes to getting yourself in a tangle, do you?" Sarge asked, laughing. "It's like you ain't even trying."
"I'm not," Kotler said. "Believe me, this all came looking for me, not the other way around. All I care about is getting Evelyn back to safety. And, I admit, I wouldn't mind seeing Adham and anyone he's working with put in a deep, dark cell somewhere." Sarge nodded, and then grumbled some orders to his men. They jumped to, and within 30 minutes of Barmouth replacing the tablet under the trailer, it was removed again. Tracking software was added, and it was replaced as if it had never been touched. Kotler and the IT team looked through the data stored on the tablet, verifying that Barmouth was in fact sharing the location of the river. Oddly, he was also sending information about the City of Gold, but not to the same IP address. Kotler said nothing to the team. He would keep his observations to himself for the moment. But judging from what Kotler was observing, one fact became crystal clear. Barmouth was serving 2 masters, not just one. Manhattan, New York. "I shouldn't even be sharing this with you," Agent Carl Rickson said. Denzel smiled. "I've lost count of how many times I've heard or said that phrase in the past month." Rickson laughed. "Yeah, I know you've seen some heavy stuff lately. The only reason I'm comfortable sharing this is because you brought this case to me in the first place. Your friend, the researcher."
"Kotler,"
Denzel said. "He's gotten us a big lead on Anwar Adham. This is a bit out of our purview, so we're bringing in you boys at the FBI, a joint operation." "First I've heard of it," Denzel said. "No surprise." "You still on Crispin's shit list?" "Not sure," Denzel said. "I don't think it's quite like that. I think he wanted me out of this because I was starting to sympathize with Kotler. There's something going on there, and I haven't the faintest clue what it is, but it's effectively put me out of the game." "Well," Rickson said, "do you want back in?" Denzel laughed. "Sure. Who do I have to kill?" "Maybe Anwar Adham," Rickson said. "I put in a special request to have you included on this operation, since you're already familiar with both our CI and our target." "Nice of you," Denzel said. "What was the response?" "Negative at first," Rickson said. "But my bosses are pushing. They know you brought this in, and they know what's at stake. You're not the only one who smells something rotten." "Great," Denzel said. "So now what?" "Thanks to your boy Kotler, we have a lead on where Adham is going to be. We don't know a time frame, but we have operatives strewn all over the area, watching closely. It's an isolated spot, so we don't anticipate there being any civilians to worry about. I'd like for you to be on this op, Roland. Do you feel up to it?" "I'm good," Denzel said. "I still get a slight twinge from my shoulder, but physical therapy has helped. I was just cleared for full active duty again, so that isn't an obstacle. Getting permission from Crispin could be an issue." "Not if the order comes from above," Rickson said, "and my bosses tell me it will." "Well then, that makes things easier," Denzel said, smiling. "Let's do this." They chatted a bit more about the operation, about the information Kotler was sharing, and about a few personal matters. Denzel and Rickson had both served together in special forces, and had seen some pretty serious shit during their tours. On the whole, Denzel was happy enough to be out of combat, but as it turned out, life in the Bureau could be just as dangerous, and it had the added challenges of political manipulation, something Denzel had no stomach for. He'd been thinking about moving on from the FBI. It wasn't something he necessarily wanted to do. He loved his work and loved serving his country, and he felt the FBI really was the best fit for his skills. But he'd seen a bit of corruption take root in the Bureau of late. At least, he'd seen it in his own little corner of the world. Where once he felt a camaraderie with the people he served with, he now felt a divide growing, and a lot of that had to do with Director Crispin. After getting back to New York, Denzel had laid low while finishing his PT and taking on light duty at the Bureau. He'd received a commendation for his actions in Pueblo, though he'd been lit into by Crispin for involving the DEA and for charging in on Adham without authorization. Still, he'd been shot in the line of duty, before the caverns of bullshit incident, as Crispin called it, and taking a bullet while serving was something the FBI didn't like to gloss over. For the most part, Denzel felt he was walking a thin line, balancing between doing his job with honor and keeping in Crispin's good graces. The fact that the two didn't necessarily overlap was part of what made Denzel consider leaving. But where would he go? The DEA might be happy to take him in, but he wasn't entirely sure he wanted to spend his career busting drug runners. He'd done that for a time, and there was something to be said for taking those monsters off of the streets. But it was too similar to being back in combat. He would be a soldier to the DEA. He was tired of being a soldier. Denzel checked his watch and saw that he was nearing his usual PT time. Now that he was on full active duty again, the required PT had been reduced to just a couple of days per week. But Denzel had kept it up daily. He remained on duty and on call during his hour-long sessions, but getting away from the office and into a gym was helping him with more than his physical recovery. These sessions were allowing him to blow off the growing stress of his job, something he'd never really felt before. As he changed into gym togs and hit the weight machine, he thought about Kotler and the information that Rickson had shared. Kotler was playing a pretty involved game of misdirection. If what Rickson said was true, Kotler might actually be responsible for taking out a very active terrorist cell on U.S. soil. Considering Kotler's background as an independent researcher, that was pretty amazing. He would have made a good FBI agent if he'd been inclined. Denzel had to laugh about that. Kotler in the FBI? That was a worse fit than Denzel trying to wear Kotler's pants. Kotler wasn't just an independent researcher. He was just flat-out independent. He lived by a set of principles and personal rules, and those didn't always mesh well with structure or bureaucracy. Denzel couldn't imagine Kotler pulling on a dark suit and taking orders without question. But that was part of what made Kotler so good at this. He was smart and a tactical thinker. But he was also constantly thinking outside of the strictures placed on him. He knew how to put together pieces and solve a puzzle, and he wasn't afraid to step away from the safe and secure world of research and put himself in real danger, as long as the cause was worthwhile. Denzel had read Kotler's file, which was actually quite long. The man had multiple PhDs and had seen real action. He'd never served in the military, but had nonetheless found himself entrenched in armed conflict and even tortured at the hands of the enemy. What kind of man could do all that and still bounce back to being someone who was completely fascinated with dead languages and dusty artifacts one minute and particle accelerators and quantum computers the next? Denzel would never tell Kotler this, but the guy was probably one of the most impressive men Denzel had ever known. Undisclosed location. Victor was generally given to impatience. In fact, he would often set things up in such a way that he would deny himself something he truly wanted for long stretches of time, just to heighten the sensation he experienced when he finally got what he was after. But those exercises were generally days at the most. This had been going on for almost 2 months now. Even his patience was starting to wear thin. It would be different if Evelyn did anything other than work. She was clearly keeping herself busy, trying to forget her situation by burying herself in the work. But she didn't even try to make contact with the outside world. She never attempted escape. The most she ever diverted from the research was when she was eating, sleeping, or exercising. In a way, this was fascinating. Victor had watched her closely in this since the beginning, studying her, fantasizing about her. He did as he always did, and restrained himself to the point that his nerves were on fire, and there was a tingle in his very blood. But his patience was slowly ending. His employer wouldn't allow him to take action, of course. The job had to be finished first, and regardless of his impatience, Victor was a professional. He had to be. If he got a reputation for jumping the gun, for satisfying his own urges at the expense of the task he was hired for, that would be the end of his career. He'd have to go back to the days of tracking his prey out in public, where there was greater danger that he'd be caught. It was better to wait. He could use this as training. That was the right way to think of it. He was practicing, becoming even more patient. He was testing himself, pushing himself in ways that he hadn't done in decades. Growth is uncomfortable, isn't it? This was a chance to move himself further along, to develop infinite patience. Still, as he watched Evelyn work, he couldn't help but feel the pulse of her. He felt it throbbing within him, syncing with his own heartbeat. It was very distracting. But soon, very soon, he hoped. Soon the task would be done, and Victor could claim his bonus, and all of the waiting would make it taste all that much sweeter. Evelyn was getting a bit stir-crazy. She had always been comfortable with long stretches of isolation. She was a researcher and a linguist. You spend a lot of time alone. But there was a big difference between being in the flow of the work, not noticing the world happening all around you because you're so interested, and this forced isolation from which she had no escape. It had been several weeks now, well over a month, maybe 2. It was hard to tell, because the clocks and calendars on the computer and the smart tablet were constantly being reset. Whoever was on the other side of the walls of her prison intended to keep her disoriented. To keep clear, she kept certain facts in focus, the research for certain, but also her circumstances. She'd been forced into labor, with no real hope of escape, and she still had no idea who was doing it, or why. Well, not entirely no idea, on the why, anyway. By now she was certain that whoever was holding her captive wanted the city of gold. She was also certain that they were feeding her information from the Pueblo site directly, which meant there was someone at that site who was working with her abductor. These details were plain enough. She had worked out what the city of gold was, though, and she knew that if she revealed it, her abductor wouldn't be happy. For starters, he'd have no further use for her. But also, the city wasn't exactly what her abductor surely hoped it would be. This was definitely not El Dorado. In fact, in any other circumstances, Evelyn was pretty sure she'd laugh her head off over what the city really was. It was a big, historic joke, actually, one she and Dan Kotler would have found hysterical. Eloy Coelho himself would have had a good laugh. But that made this all the more dangerous. Keeping the location of the city to herself might be the only thing keeping her alive. But if she were to reveal what the city truly was, she would stand no chance whatsoever. So that had become her priority. Keep things quiet and keep doing the work. It was a difficult balancing act, to uncover more and more, but reveal less and less. She wasn't sure how much longer she could hold out. She was sure her abductor had to at least suspect she wasn't being forthright. In fact, she was getting to a point where details were starting to get thin, and she was afraid she'd have no choice but to file a final report. That could be the end of her, though. Once she revealed the truth about the city of gold, she hesitated to even think about the end of that idea. She could hold out for a bit longer. She could keep playing this information game for a while more. She could keep fooling her abductor for a time. Evelyn was thinking of ways she could keep up the charade when something very strange started happening. Suddenly, the information she was getting about the city of gold shifted. The reports she was getting were filled with new evidence, translations of artifacts that led to the inescapable conclusion that there really was a city of gold out there, and that it was exactly what her abductor was likely to hope for. Day after day now, a deluge of new information flooded in. She was suddenly finding herself verifying translations made by someone else, more than translating herself, and she was starting to see a pattern to the information. Someone out there was lying. She'd seen every scrap of information about the medallion and the figurehead to date. She'd seen scans of a totem. She knew from what she'd read and uncovered that these things all told essentially the same story. She knew from her research what the city of gold really was, but this new information contradicted nearly all of that. It was obviously being planted, and it was being planted by someone who knew what he was talking about. These markings were perfect. They were exactly the sort of runes you'd expect to find in a Viking camp, and they pointed the way to a vast city with fortress walls shrouded in gold. They talked of vaults of the stuff, as if someone had transported Fort Knox back in time and let the raiders have at it. The runes and markings were perfect, but they were also lies, because they indicated a literal city of gold, when Evelyn knew for a fact that wasn't the case. She only knew of one person connected to this research who would fabricate a story like this and get it so perfect. Dan Kotler was out there. She didn't know why he was doing it or how, but she knew he was involved. She could tell by the syntax of the whole thing. The story itself was carefully constructed in the same way Dan would have built a narrative around an archaeological find. She'd seen him do this 1,000 times, knew his work as well as she knew her own. She nearly started crying when she realized it. This was like getting a note from home, telling her that everyone was okay. It was like seeing a distant ship on the horizon headed toward the deserted island where she'd found herself washed up and struggling to survive. This was Kotler sending her a message. Or, well, no, that didn't make sense. He wasn't sending this to her. Why would he? He would likely have no idea where she was. So Kotler was doing this for some other reason. And as Evelyn thought about it, the only logical explanation would be that he was laying a trap. Maybe it was a trap for her abductor. Suddenly all Evelyn wanted in the world was to talk to Dan Kotler, to ask what he was planning, and to see if she could somehow help. She wanted to pick up a phone or, at the very least, send him a text message. If only she could respond. And then she realized that maybe she could. She turned to the computer she was using to log her work and opened the word processor. She was pretty sure that her every keystroke was being recorded, so she had never bothered to try to hide any sort of message before. Who would see it anyway? Except now, as she saw Kotler's trap being laid out, she realized she might be able to communicate after all. It wouldn't be direct. She'd have to be incredibly subtle. But if she did this just right, she might be able to at least send a signal that she was okay. That was a start. She started typing. This was delicate work, and she had to pause several times to think out what she should write. It took hours, but after a time she was finally getting somewhere. She started by correcting a few things, just minor details in the translations. She worked in alternatives, explaining in language she and Kotler had used together numerous times, elaborating on a point the way she always did when she meant to annoy Dan. She corrected him, though subtly, and then, to ensure the message would be sent, she asked numerous clarifying questions. She needed more information, she claimed. She needed access to more reports. It was a gamble. She might inadvertently ruin whatever trap Kotler was laying. But as she saw it, her time here was running out. If she couldn't produce results soon, she might outlive her usefulness. And besides, she was done with this place. She was tired and starting to get edgy. She needed out. This was the first opportunity that had presented itself, and she was taking it. DEA decoy site, north of Pueblo, Colorado. Kotler wasn't allowed to be directly involved with the operation, but he was able to tag along, at least as far as one of the observation vans. He had to admit this was actually an interesting experience all on its own. He and two DEA agents sat in a large van, surrounded by surveillance equipment, and it was every bit as dramatic as what he'd seen in the movies or on TV. The agents seemed to get bored after a couple of hours, but Kotler was still excited. At heart, Kotler was an observer. He was particularly wired to sit with an influx of data and information and pick out the story for himself, rather than having it spoon-fed to him. For Kotler, movies could sometimes feel so fast-paced, they made him dizzy. He was built to take in every detail, even if it was crawling in at a snail's pace. So it was Kotler, not the agents, who first spotted the men crawling commando-style through the underbrush. "There," Kotler said, pointing at the screen. "There's movement there, and it isn't a small animal." One of the agents used a panel covered in buttons, knobs, and sliders to increase the gain on the night vision and slowly zoom in on the spot Kotler had pointed to. As they watched, at least 3 men crawled past a tiny gap in the brush and stone, worming their way toward the cave that the DEA was using as bait. Kotler was now watching some of the other monitors, with feeds coming in from several miles away. It took several moments, but he was able to spot 4 vehicles parked and covered with brush. Poor camouflage, if this had been during the day, but at night they blended almost seamlessly into the landscape. Kotler pointed to the screen, and the agents began chattering into radios and phones.
"Do we have eyes on Adham?" a voice came back over the line. "Negative. Cannot confirm," the agent said.
This entire operation would be a bust if Adham wasn't one of the men they took down tonight. It might do some damage to his organization if the DEA removed a few players from his team, but like the mythical Hydra, Kotler was certain that for every head they removed, 2 more would grow back. They would have to go for the trunk of the beast, their leader, and take him out of play. Theirs was not the only DEA surveillance vehicle operating that night. On the far side of the valley was another team, and they were sharing some of their information now. Another small cluster of vehicles had been spotted, though these were on the move. They were positioning themselves a mile or so from the caves. The agents sitting with Kotler pulled up a feed that was streaming live from the other team's cameras. The footage was a bit shaky because it was coming from a helmet cam, which was mounted to one of the agents who was wriggling his way toward Adham's men. There were 3 such teams at the ready, moving around under the cover of the desert and mountains. The agents in Kotler's van were starting to get reports from these teams, and the numerous displays lining the van's interior began to light up and rotate between stationary cameras and helmet cams. Kotler watched in fascination and in hope. They needed Adham to make just one mistake. He needed to show himself, here and now. Kotler hoped that the bait he'd planted was enticing enough to get the man himself on sight. Several minutes went by. It was obvious that Adham had suspected this could be a trap, based on the way his men were making their approach. 2 different teams were approaching, one closing in on the caves, and the other hanging back, ready to either roll forward or make a retreat. They could be commanded remotely if Adham was being cautious. Kotler studied the screens, flicking from one to another in a near-constant movement that was starting to make him feel nauseated. He breathed shallowly, feeling beads of sweat breaking on his forehead, and concentrated on the details. "There," he whispered. It was brief, almost instantaneous, not much more than 2 or 3 frames of video. But Kotler would know that face anywhere. He'd studied it during his captivity. Adham was here. He pointed to the screen, and the DEA agents started the wheels turning. They would strike both groups simultaneously in a coordinated attack. But the primary objective was to capture Anwar Adham. Kotler tensed as the action started. Part of him wanted to be out there, dodging bullets and returning fire. He could handle it. He'd done it before. But this was too personal. He was too prone to make mistakes, given his history with Adham. And then there was the fact that the DEA had no intention of issuing him a weapon and putting him in the field. He was a civilian, after all, but one could dream. The night vision cameras were suddenly being washed out by flashes of gunfire and spotlights flaring to life. The agents in Kotler's van were frantically calling out, giving direction, switching cameras and talking to both the infield agents and their remote offices. Kotler was focusing only on those cameras that showed Adham's position. In a moment, the whole operation was over. The constant noise, which Kotler hadn't even noticed at the time, became a dense silence that called attention to itself. The images on screen reverted back to calmer actions and a mix of night vision and unfiltered cameras. The men near the cave entrance had all been apprehended. No deaths from that group. The men surrounding Adham had suffered heavy casualties, however. Kotler found himself secretly praying that Adham had survived. After everything he'd been through at Adham's hands, Kotler just wanted the man to be alive so that he could suffer in a cell buried in some deep hole somewhere in an American prison. He wanted to face the man while Adham himself was in chains. It might be a bit petty, if Kotler really thought about it, but he couldn't think of a better way to greet his old friend than to see him haggard and bound and facing life in prison. The DEA agents closed up shop and drove the van to where everyone had gathered. They had moved all of Adham's men, those who had survived, to a secure location. Agents would remain behind at the scene to arrange for bodies to be recovered. A great number of Adham's men were severely injured, and they were getting medical care. A triage had been set up in the impromptu camp, and medics were rushing from patient to patient, patching and sewing wounds, administering IVs, and speaking in that uniquely succinct patter that the medical profession relies on. Kotler wasn't interested in any of this. He had an escort, one of the DEA agents who had been with him in the surveillance van. Kotler wasn't sure if the agent was with him for his protection or for Adham's. It could go either way. They came to a large panel van that was being used for interrogation, and when Kotler stepped up into it, he froze. There, his head sagging and his clothes stained in dirt and blood, was not Adham. He looked like Adham. In fact, under the right conditions, say if one were looking at him through the lens of a helmet camera, broadcasting a night vision view of the man over several miles, he was the spitting image of Adham. But it was instantly clear to Kotler that this man was a decoy. "It's not him," Kotler said quietly. "That's not Anwar Adham." "Sir!" one of the DEA agents yelled into the van. Kotler's escort turned from staring at Kotler. "We just got a report from the Pueblo site. It's been hit." The lead agent cursed under his breath and turned back to Kotler. "They figured us out," he growled. "That was a trap, all right, but it just sprang on us." American Museum of Natural History, New York, New York. Denzel was watching the museum guard fidget. The guard was in a small room that was typically used by the museum as a sort of impromptu conference room, a place for some of the staff to meet with cups of coffee in hand and discuss policies on being late to work, on keeping the museum floors clean, on what to do if a kid vomits on an exhibit. There were posters on the walls that talked about employee rights and demonstrated how to give the Heimlich maneuver if someone was choking. Denzel had set up a camera in the room and was broadcasting its feed to Dr. Shane's office, where the two of them sat and watched. "I don't understand," Shane said. "Why aren't you questioning him?" "Right now he's confident," Denzel said. "He doesn't think we have anything on him, but there's probably a bit of worry in there somewhere. I'm waiting for that to start gnawing at him a little." "It's been nearly 2 hours," Shane said. "I have a museum to run." "Go about business as usual, Dr. Shane," Denzel said. "You were the one who insisted on being here to watch the interrogation." "I wanted to ensure one of my people was treated fairly," Shane replied. Denzel nodded. "You have my word, but you've also seen the footage." "I still don't understand what it means," Dr. Shane said. "It's clear he took the medallion, so at the very least I'll be arresting him for that," Denzel said. "What I need now is to know how he did it, where he took it, and who he's working for. This case is tied to the abduction of Dr. Herelica, as well as to some events transpiring in Pueblo. As such, it has to be handled delicately." Denzel didn't mention the other reasons this case needed a delicate touch. The fact that Director Crispin was potentially involved in all of this, somehow, made things very dicey. Denzel had managed to get clearance to bring 2 more agents with him to the museum. One was standing just outside the door where the guard was waiting to be interrogated. The other was in the exhibit room where the medallion had been stolen, seeing if there was any way to determine what it was the fake Jimenez lighting crew had taken down. Another 45 minutes went by, and the museum guard was getting antsy. He got up and started moving around in the room, reading from some of the posters, pouring himself a cup of coffee. Denzel waited just a bit more, and then went into the room himself. The guard's name was Ernest Krantz. He was a little less than average height, but Denzel knew from his records that he suffered from a bit of short man syndrome. He had a hot temper, had a few fistfights in high school, and had washed out of the police academy because he couldn't stand his instructors yelling at him. He'd mouthed off one too many times and found himself applying to be a museum security guard a few days after washing out of the program. Denzel had a pretty complete file on Krantz. What he couldn't determine from that, though, was who Krantz might have been in contact with, who might have paid him to steal the Coelho Medallion. And it was a pretty big sum. Krantz suddenly had a retirement fund bulging with over $1 million. It wasn't enough for him to leave his job and still stay in Manhattan. Cost of living alone prevented that. But it would be a nice life on the beach somewhere in just a few years. That was speculation on Denzel's part. For all he really knew, Krantz might be smart enough to know that quitting his job after the theft of such a prominent exhibit might tip people off. Or, if he wasn't smart enough to come to that on his own, he might have been counseled by his benefactor. The only thing Denzel knew for sure was that Krantz wasn't staying here because he loved his work. There were dozens of complaints about him being a little overzealous with museum patrons and staff. And on one occasion, he'd been noted as saying, "They don't pay me enough to put up with this shit." That had all the earmarks of someone who might be willing to risk everything for the right price. Denzel entered the room and smiled at Krantz. "I apologize for the wait," he said. "I've been in here for almost 2 hours," Krantz said. "I have work to do." "Yes," Denzel nodded. "You've been with the museum for several years, haven't you?" Denzel took a seat across the table from Krantz and took out his notepad. He would take notes, but he mostly wanted to show Krantz that this was Denzel's show. The notebook, Denzel knew, looked very official, and official things tended to add pressure to an interrogation. "Yeah," Krantz said, suddenly cautious. "Almost 10 years now." "That's a long time," Denzel nodded. "Do you ever regret leaving the police academy?" "No," Krantz replied, though Denzel could hear in his voice that he certainly did regret it, or resent it. "You were on duty the night the medallion was stolen, correct?" "Yeah," Krantz said. "My route was the East Wing. There were still a few patrons hanging around, and I had to move them along. I told this to the police already." Denzel nodded. "There are a lot of witnesses who put you in that part of the museum, actually. Definitely a solid alibi." There was a brief flicker of confusion on Krantz's face, followed by a subtle smile. "Right," he said. "So what can I do for you, Agent Denzel?" "Your whereabouts on the night the theft was reported are established, but I'm interested in where you were about 2 weeks prior." 2 weeks? Krantz thought about this. "No idea." Denzel nodded, made a note in his notebook, which made Krantz strain for a peek. Denzel kept the notebook obscured, then said, "I think I can help." There was a television mounted on the wall of the conference room, used for showing training videos and presentations. Denzel had set up his own presentation in advance. He picked up the remote from the table and turned on the television, revealing a still frame of Krantz, with his hand on the medallion, just prior to shoving it in his pocket. "Can you identify the man on screen, Mr. Krantz?" Krantz stared, slack-jawed, at the image in front of him, then slowly shook his head. "That," he started, but never finished. He looked back at Denzel, then shook his head. "You don't recognize yourself on that screen, Mr. Krantz?" "I want a lawyer," Krantz said. "You'll have one," Denzel said. "Will you be paying him with the money you recently put in your retirement account?" Again, Krantz said nothing. At this point, Denzel knew he was on shaky ground. Now that Krantz had asked for a lawyer, technically Denzel was required to withdraw. He could arrest Krantz and take him in for questioning, but he wanted to delay that for a time. He wanted Krantz here, in this place he hated, looking at himself on a monitor He'd probably stared at blankly 1,000 times in 10 years, watching ridiculous safety training videos or sitting through mandated sensitivity training. Denzel wanted Krantz to remember exactly where he was and how much he hated the place. "There's a way out for you if you cooperate," Denzel said. This was where things could get tricky. He wasn't technically authorized to make any deals, but he could offer to put in a good word at least, and that did actually carry some weight. "I need to know who paid you and who you gave that medallion to after you stole it." Krantz was staring at his hands, which were worrying their way around a styrofoam coffee cup. "In a minute, Mr. Krantz, I'm going to call in the other 2 agents I brought with me. We're going to put you in handcuffs and walk you through that museum, in front of the museum patrons and your co-workers, right out to a car we have parked on the street. That's going to happen either way, but what happens after that is up to you. I need to know who put you up to this."
"I don't know," Krantz said.
There was a pause as Krantz calmed himself. For once in his life he was keeping his temper in check, knowing full well that lashing out at the FBI was only going to end in more trouble.
"He contacted me through someone else. A kid. He came up to me one day as I was making my rounds and handed me an envelope. It had instructions and a phone number for me to call."
"Do you still have that number?" Krantz nodded.
"It's in my phone."
Denzel motioned with his hand, and Krantz reached into his pocket and removed a mobile phone, one of those prepaid smartphones with no contract. He handed this to Denzel.
"It's the one named The Guy."
Denzel marveled at this. Krantz had not only left incriminating evidence right on his phone, he'd named the contact something that anyone in law enforcement would immediately assume was a drug leader, or worse. Denzel took a small plastic evidence bag out of his suit pocket and used his pen to slide the phone inside. He'd tag it and run the number later, though he was sure it wouldn't lead anywhere. Whoever had organized this was surely smart enough to arrange a throwaway number. "When you spoke to the guy, what did he tell you?" Krantz shook his head, perhaps trying to deny any of this was happening.
"He didn't say much. The instructions were in the envelope. He read off a bank account number. It was my retirement account. He said that he could arrange for $500,000 to be in that account in 24 hours if I agreed to do the job, and another $500,000 once the medallion was in his hands. All I had to do was let in a lighting crew and then grab the medallion a little later."
"Tell me about the lighting crew," Denzel said. Krantz shrugged.
"They were sharp guys, definitely pros. They came in with just what they needed, and they did the work fast. I was really surprised when I took the medallion, because that projector made it look like it was still there, once the glass was back in place."
"So the equipment they installed was projecting an image of the medallion on the glass case, a hologram?"
"Yeah," Krantz said, and he broke into a smile. "I know I'm busted here, okay? And I'm sorry, but that was just cool. For 2 weeks everyone was paying to see a light show. Nobody knew it."
"No one except you," Denzel said.
"Right,"
Krantz said, his expression turning sour again. Denzel noted all of this, then asked, "What can you tell me about the lighting crew itself? How many men were there? Can you identify them?" Krantz shook his head.
3 guys, but I didn't know them. I only saw one of their faces. They came twice."
"Could you describe the face to a sketch artist?"
"Maybe,"
Krantz said. He was once again looking deflated. Denzel made a note to have him sit down with an artist and with the suspect identification system. He already had a screenshot of the man's face, but it couldn't hurt to get more detail. So far, the database hadn't turned up anyone who matched the suspect's facial features. If this guy was a pro, he hadn't yet come onto the FBI's radar. At this point, Denzel was hoping for a lucky break. He wrapped up the interview with Krantz and had the 2 other agents take him away.
He also retrieved the camera, which had a full recording of the interview. He would log this into evidence as well. This whole operation was very well done, but it didn't feel like the typical heist. The men who had installed the equipment seemed to be of the for-hire variety, which meant they were working for whoever Krantz's mysterious benefactor was. And if Krantz was paid $1 million, the pros who had installed that holographic projector had to have been paid considerably more. From this, Denzel was able to imagine a Venn diagram of sorts. In one circle was everyone who had the financial resources to pull off this type of job, with millions being paid out to everyone involved. The other circle contained people who would be interested to the point of obsession with obtaining an ancient artifact. In the middle was, well, Denzel couldn't think of many people who had both the money and the inclination to do this, but he did have one name: Mark Cantor. It was a stretch, considering Cantor was the one funding the Pueblo dig in the first place. But the discovery had been so grand and explosive, it might have been impossible for him to keep the medallion for himself, which meant he might have been placed in the awkward position of having to steal his own artifact. But why? What did he gain by having it in his personal collection, rather than having it on display in the museum? He was a billionaire, so money shouldn't be a factor. Was it simply avarice, pride of ownership, selfish greed? Or maybe money was a factor after all? When Denzel returned to the Bureau offices, he immediately ran a background check on Mark Cantor. There was a lot of information to sift through, but Denzel opted to go for the highlights. Cantor had made his billions from software development. Zealot, his social media network for academics, was something of a loss leader for Cantor's business. It didn't really make any profits, but Cantor kept funding it because of his apparent love for academic research and scientific inquiry. It was also a proving ground for some of the technologies that Cantor did make money on. He could release beta versions of his software to a group of people who were intelligent, detail-oriented, and used to sharing their opinions. It was like having a free quality assurance department. He could also mine that community for developers willing to donate their time for free. From a software development perspective, having a privatized social media network was good for business. Except, as it turned out, Zealot was much more than a loss leader. It was a lame duck. The site was not only operating at a loss, that loss was increasing exponentially every year. The users, once primarily reputable academics who could use the site for quickly vetting theories and safely exploring new avenues of research, had of late been abandoned by that crowd. The current users were still intelligent and still skilled, but they were mostly concerned with bickering and debating minutiae. They weren't much help in keeping Cantor's company on the cutting edge, and the cost of maintaining the social network they had infected was becoming untenable. Zealot was soaking up money from Cantor's portfolio. And it wasn't alone. Over the past few years, numerous startups and investments had failed under Cantor's watch. His software company had started backing a lot of these startups, and his board of directors had not been pleased. Essentially, every business Cantor touched went below the red line. Cantor was bleeding money. He still had wealth. He could still move funds as he needed, but he was operating above his means. It wouldn't be long before Cantor's pockets came up empty, and he'd be just another failed former billionaire trying to get backing for his next idea. Unless, of course, he found some great windfall. Denzel suspected he knew exactly what that windfall would be. In fact, if he was right, it might explain a lot of what was happening. Not just this case, but with other connected cases as well. He looked around the offices, and his gaze landed on Crispin's door. For weeks, Denzel had avoided what he was about to do. He knew the potential consequences of it, not only what it could mean for his career, but the legal ramifications. Not to mention the impact that it could have on the Bureau itself.
He thought about Kotler and how Crispin had clearly singled him out. Things seemed a bit smoother at the moment, but that might be deceptive, considering Denzel was no longer actively involved in either the Adham manhunt or the investigation into Evelyn Horelica's abduction. But this was a lead, and Denzel knew he would have to follow it. He had only his suspicions and no actual evidence. But that was part of what they were trained to pursue, wasn't it? It was his responsibility to follow up, to eliminate any potential wrong paths, so he could keep digging to find the truth. This was just one more path to explore, and hopefully close up tight. He opened a browser tab, logged into the FBI database, and entered a few search terms. Among those, he was looking for any connection between Mark Cantor and Director Crispin. He hurried through the results and dumped them to a thumb drive so he could look at them later, then gathered his things and left, on his way to the airport. He would fly to see Cantor, and he needed to do that as quickly as possible, in case his searches were being monitored and his suspicions were correct. If they were, the clock would definitely be ticking. Coelho dig site near Pueblo, Colorado. Kotler and the DEA agents had made the long drive back to Pueblo at high speed, and now as they approached the research site, they pulled in beside several other official vehicles. There was a strong FBI presence now, and the DEA was coordinating to offer backup. The mission to find and arrest Adham had been a disaster, and Kotler knew that somewhere along the way he'd catch blame for it. This had been his plan, his trap, and it had backfired. He had inadvertently created a distraction that had allowed Adham to gain his objective. The entrance to the river now belonged to the terrorists. How had Adham known about Kotler's trap? Maybe he didn't. Maybe he had legitimately sent his men and his decoy to that location with the objective of taking that second entrance to the river, and then, as a backup plan, he had decided to risk trying to take the main entrance at Pueblo. As Kotler thought about it, the plan made sense. Adham was clearly very intelligent and a solid strategist. He could have weighed the odds and decided that a plan to attack on two fronts would offer him a better chance at obtaining his objective. Kotler got out of the surveillance van and walked to the perimeter. He was stopped by several FBI agents who demanded he step back. The DEA was vouching for him, but the FBI wouldn't hear it.
"Let him through,"
a gruff voice shouted, and everyone more or less flinched. Sarge Canfield approached, looking a bit haggard and dirty, and holding a semi-automatic rifle against his shoulder. He had one of his cigars in the corner of his mouth, making him look like a comic book super soldier, ready to take down Nazis or Viet Cong or anyone else who threatened life, liberty, and the American way.
"He's with me."
"This is a federal matter now," one of the FBI agents said. "You're a private security force. You're lucky you're still allowed here."
"I got papers that say I'm allowed here,"
Sarge said, pulling a small sheath of folded papers from his back pocket.
"And I can hire anyone I want for my team. I'm paying this guy $10 to be here."
Kotler smiled. "Not my usual rate, but I assume there's a dental plan?"
"You get to keep all the terrorist teeth you can kick in," Sarge grunted.
The FBI agent tossed the papers back to Sarge, who shoved them back into his pocket and motioned for Kotler to follow.
"Stay close," he said. "I think the feds don't like you much."
"You either," I said. "Thanks for getting me in. What's the situation look like?"
"Adham took the main building, and he has the entrance to the river. We've seen his men carting in crates we think contain C4. He's planning to blow the opening, and if he doesn't bring the whole mountain down on his head, he'll be swimming in that underground river in no time. But that ain't what worries me."
He looked around at the line of federal employees, all armed and armored, ready to advance on the camp.
"I heard a rumor."
"What kind of rumor?" Kotler asked.
"Satellites are picking up traces of radiation, and the signature looks like Uranium. The feds think Adham may have a nuke." "A nuke?" Kotler exclaimed. "I managed to chat up one of the feds. He said there was a robbery a couple of months ago in New Mexico. Someone broke in and stole a warehouse full of smoke detectors. It's been on the terror watch list ever since." Kotler huffed. "Unbelievable. They used the uranium from the smoke detectors to build a bomb? I've read about people trying to build dirty bombs that way. Scary." "Yeah, scary as shit," Sarge said. "The only thing no one can figure is why they want a bomb like that down in an underground river. Maybe contaminate the water supply?" Kotler shook his head. "A bomb that size, that far down, and with all the sediment and rock that will be there, it likely wouldn't cause much ecological damage. Nothing that couldn't be handled." He thought for a moment, staring off toward the dig site, thinking. This area had no real strategic importance. There were no military bases in Pueblo, nothing that would cause the sort of abject terror that someone like Adham wanted to create. It was possible he wanted the sort of press he could get by destroying a city in the interior U.S., but that didn't seem to match with Adham's ego, based on what Kotler knew of the man. So what else was nearby? Kotler's eyes went wide, and he stared at Sarge. "What you got?" Sarge asked. Kotler turned and looked around the site until his eyes landed on a small table beside a tactical van several feet away. He rushed to this, with Sarge in tow. "Gentlemen, is that a map of the area?" Kotler asked the three agents who were standing nearby. "Yes," one of the agents replied. Kotler bent to look at it. "It's a long shot, but it could be," Kotler mumbled. "What's up?" Sarge asked. Kotler looked up at him. "If you wanted to hit the U.S. somewhere that would really hurt, what would you aim for?" Sarge shrugged. "I don't know. Big cities, maybe. Military bases?" "Big cities would have lots of civilian casualties and would do a lot of psychological damage to the U.S. public. But if you wanted a tactical advantage as well, if you wanted to stir up fear, but also give yourself an advantage over your enemy, you'd want to take out something bigger and more strategic." "So what are you getting at?" Sarge asked. "We've been operating under the assumption that this underground river was completely unknown. But what if someone does know about it? And what if it leads somewhere that could be a perfect target?" Kotler looked at the map and ran a finger over it until he hit the spot he was looking for. One of the FBI agents leaned forward. "Cheyenne Mountain," he said. The other agent replied, "They're going after NORAD? Underground?" Kotler straightened. In 2015, Admiral William Gortney commissioned an upgrade to the Cheyenne Mountain complex, he said. "It's been shielded against an EMP blast. For all intents and purposes, that complex is the most heavily guarded and most well-protected spot on the planet. It's designed to serve as a command center for the president in the event of a nuclear war. Think of what a coup it would be if Adham managed to detonate a nuclear device below it." "You're kidding," Sarge said. "You think Adham is going to sail a nuclear bomb all the way to Cheyenne Mountain from here?" "If the Vikings could sail here from the north, there's every chance the river makes at least that kind of range," Kotler said. "It would even have to go further, connecting somewhere beyond the Rockies. It's essentially an unguarded passage through the mountains, with a significant military base in the middle." Everyone was staring at Kotler for a moment, and then the activity started. The FBI agents buzzed, started making calls and reports, and started alerting others to this new possibility. The presence of a nuke was bad enough, but the prospect of using it to take down one of the most powerful military assets in the U.S. was too much to risk. Kotler and Sarge were more or less forgotten in the ensuing chaos, and so they pulled back, retreating to a large Humvee that Sarge and some of his men had used to make their escape. It was riddled with bullet holes along one side. Dried blood was caked in a splatter on one of the rear windows. Kotler didn't make a point of asking who had been hit, or whether they'd survived. Sarge and his men were all business at the moment, and that was exactly what was needed. "There isn't much I'm going to be able to do here," Kotler said. "I want to see them take down Adham." Sarge nodded. "I think that's coming soon. There's no way they're letting him get into that tunnel with the nuke, now that they know what he's up to." "I'm only guessing at that," Kotler said. "I ain't known you long," Sarge said, "but I know enough that I'd trust one of your guesses over a lot of other folks' facts." Kotler smiled a little at that, and was about to respond when an explosion blasted outward from the tent surrounding the tunnel. It was loud more than anything, but a cloud of dust rose into the air, obscuring much of the camp from view. "What fresh hell is this?" Sarge shouted. "The nuke?" one of his men asked. "Are your balls glowing in the dark?" Sarge sneered. "No, it ain't the nuke." "They just sealed themselves in the tunnel," Kotler said, feeling the anger rise in him. "They had all that C4. They just have closed the tunnel so we couldn't get to them." There was another sound then, muffled but still quite loud. "That would be them opening the tunnel on the other side," Kotler said. "They're insane. If the mountain hasn't dropped on them, they're just plain lucky." "They probably see it as acceptable risk," Sarge said. "They know that they ain't coming back out without either being shot down or carted off to a prison somewhere." Kotler thought about this. They have the nuke, so this is an opportunity to carry out their plan. They have nothing to lose by trying. "So now they have a nuke and a river that you think takes them straight to NORAD. What the hell is the play here?" Kotler shook his head. He wasn't sure what to make of any of this right now. What had started as an amazing historic and archaeological discovery had turned into something so sinister. Adham and his men could do some serious damage if they managed to get to NORAD with that device. Even with advanced warning, there might not be a way to stop them. Kotler walked away from Sarge and his men in search of someone from the FBI or DEA. He wasn't sure what was going to happen in the next 24 hours, but despite his unfinished business with Adham, he had more important things to worry about. This had distracted him from finding Evelyn. Whatever else might come, he was determined to find her and bring her home safely, possibly just before the nation was thrown into war and chaos. Coelho Dig Site, near Pueblo, Colorado. "We have something we want you to look at," one of the agents told Kotler before handing him a laptop. "That's the computer used by David Reese. Before Adham took the camp, a new set of messages came through. We don't know quite how to interpret them, but we thought you might." Kotler was in no mood for any of this, but he had to admit he didn't have much else to do. The trap they'd set for Adham had failed. The FBI and DEA were scrambling to find a way to reach the terrorists in the underground river, and Sarge and his men were busy with resecuring the camp and reporting it to Cantor. This had all gone to hell. Kotler opened the laptop and rested it on the hood of one of his tactical vans. He opened the folder that Reese had been using to transfer information to his mysterious benefactor. All of the documents that he had created as a smokescreen were there, but there were also new files. These were named for existing files within the folder, but each had a capital Q followed by a dash, then the file name. Kotler felt his pulse quicken. He and Evelyn used that same system for tracking questions in documents without altering the originals. It had been Evelyn's practice. Make a copy of the file, rename it, and then embed her questions using the comment feature in the word processor. Evelyn, like Kotler, was in the business of preserving documents, so she preferred to do new, fresh work, or to ask questions in a duplicate while preserving the original. Kotler opened the first file and quickly read through the comments. This had to be Evelyn. She framed many of her questions in the language she and Kotler often used with each other. Little bits of jargon that they had more or less invented, occasional odd and awkward phrasing of a question. In several places it was clear that Evelyn was rephrasing and rewording something Kotler wrote, just as she used to do, mostly to annoy him. This was Evelyn. Kotler looked up at the two agents who were standing near him. "These new files are coming from Dr. Evelyn Herelica. She's alive." "You're sure?" one of the agents asked, clearly surprised. He exchanged a glance with the other agent, and their body language said that this was very unexpected news. And that told Kotler everything he needed to know. The FBI was only paying lip service to the search for Evelyn. They had already written her off as dead. "Yes, I'm absolutely sure," Kotler said tightly. "Do we have any way to trace where these messages came from?" "We've had our IT department looking at this. The tracking program we installed has recorded the IP addresses for both outgoing and incoming messages, but these were bounced through several different relay websites. Our guys think they can track it, but it will take time." "Time she may not have," Kotler said. He turned back to the laptop and began sifting through Evelyn's messages. She had framed all of this as clarification, as if she needed him to verify a few facts and provide more information. But it was clear that she had recognized his own digital fingerprints, and this was her way of sending him a message, the only way she could. Maybe she'd been able to send something that would give them a clue as to where she was. He read further, and when he came to one of her notes, he stopped, read it again, and smiled. "You found something?" one of the agents asked. "The City of Gold," Kotler said. "El Dorado," the agent nodded. "We've read the briefing. But you said it wasn't what anyone thought it was. Care to elaborate on that?" Kotler nodded. "When I was being tortured by Adham's men, they had me researching everything that Reese was relaying to them. They were only interested in the river, and now we know why. But Reese was sending more than just that information. He was also relaying information about the City of Gold. All of the research and translation work had something of a split focus. Before I was abducted, we had focused on the city as a possible motive. But when Adham dismissed this, we all thought it was off the table. I discovered that everything the indigenous tribes and the Vikings wrote about it was a little misleading, perhaps not intentionally. What it really came down to was an error in translation right from the start. The Vikings were translating something the Aztecs were saying, and vice versa. The problem was, then as now, irony doesn't always translate well in writing. "Great," one of the agents said. The two of them were men Kotler had never met, and they had never bothered to introduce themselves. Kotler figured they were likely working directly with Crispin, which could explain their mostly belligerent attitude toward him. He didn't quite trust them, and wasn't ready to reveal what he suspected about the City of Gold. But what he was seeing from these questions and comments from Evelyn, it was clear she had come to the same conclusions he had. It was a way to verify that it was her and not someone else. It also provided a key of sorts, a way to encode messages to each other that no one else was likely to detect. That could come in handy. "Dr. Herelica has had access to Reese's stolen files," Kotler said. "She's essentially been forced to do the same research I was forced to do, only her abductor has a different motive." "So you're still asserting that Adham was not her abductor?" asked the agent. "I am," Kotler said. "Adham had nothing to do with Evelyn's abduction. That was done by someone with an entirely different motive. Our man David Reese may have been a double agent. He was providing information to two different parties." The first agent, whom Kotler was beginning to think of as the jock, due to his footballer build, took out a notepad and started flipping through it. "We took Reese into custody, and we've been grilling him. He didn't mention that he was working with 2 different parties. He only sent information to 1 IP address." Kotler considered this. Director Crispin mentioned that he thought Adham might have a benefactor, a patron really. Maybe Barmouth was sending his information to the patron, and they in turn shared information with Adham. "So we're no further along than we were," the jock said. "We still have to track down this patron." Kotler saw an opportunity and decided to take it. The FBI had more or less lost interest in finding Evelyn, as Adham and his plans became a priority. But this was a chance to bundle everything together. If you can locate Evelyn, there's a very good chance her captor is colluding with Adham. It's clear that Reese was just a patsy in this. He was working for someone else, who is in turn sharing information with terrorists. Find Evelyn, and we may be able to end this. "There's still a nuke winding its way through an underground river," the jock said. "Yeah," Kotler nodded. "That does put something of a time limit on this, doesn't it?" The agents exchanged looks. Then the jock said, "What's your plan?" "We've finally established some sort of communication with Evelyn. The events here today may spook Reese's contact, so we probably can't count on being able to use this channel again. Keep your IT guys on tracing that IP address to its source. Meanwhile, I'll dig in on all of these notes and questions from Evelyn. It's clear she realized it was me feeding the false info to the patron. She may have hidden something in her responses that can give us a clue as to where she is, or who is holding her." The agents nodded, and after a brief exchange they left Kotler to work. All of this was complicated, and if Kotler was being honest, it was just a tiny bit exciting as well. It felt good to actually have a role to play again. But now he had to shift from the adrenaline and drama of what was happening around him and slip into the flow of using his mind to sift through the data he had. He needed to find any trace, no matter how small, of anything Evelyn was able to share. Her life, and maybe the lives of millions of U.S. citizens, could depend on some tiny detail buried in these reports. Kotler took the laptop with him, found a cup of coffee and shaded table, and got to work. Mark Cantor Estate, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Mark Cantor's home was a large estate that sprawled over a tract of land in Colorado. There were mountains butting against the back of his property, and his own house was on a private hillside that overlooked Colorado Springs. Denzel pulled his car through the security gate, after a brief intercom exchange with the security guard, and drove down the long and winding driveway until he came to Cantor's house. This was Cantor's third property. His first was near Silicon Valley, close to where his companies were busy churning out ones and zeros in the name of potential profit. The second home was an apartment in Manhattan, which put Cantor closer to the academics and museums he prized. This third home was more of a nod to Cantor's roots. His family was from Colorado Springs. His father had served in the Air Force and had been stationed at Cheyenne Mountain before he was killed under, well, the file literally said, questionable circumstances. It hadn't elaborated any further, to Denzel's frustration and curiosity. It didn't matter. After his father's death, Cantor's mother married another man and moved away from Colorado Springs, leaving behind a 17-year-old Mark Cantor, who more or less had fended for himself. Cantor filed a petition to become an emancipated youth, which he was granted. And then he surprised everyone by becoming a billionaire and sharing absolutely nothing with his mother, who apparently did come calling on his 20th birthday. Denzel had watched an interview with young Cantor in which he had stated that he didn't hate his mother, he just didn't like her very much. The picture Denzel was drawing of Mark Cantor was becoming a lot more nuanced. None of this meant anything, of course. It just set the tone of Cantor's life, which brought him to these current circumstances. Denzel parked the car and stepped out, pulling on his suit coat and making sure his badge was at the ready. Cantor knew he was coming, but it was always good to have the badge to flash at anyone who wanted to make things too complicated. Cantor was surrounded by employees who were trained to prevent access to him, and it might take federal authority to get them to step aside without a hassle. Denzel was led into the house and shown to a drawing room, something he hadn't realized that people even thought about in homes like these anymore. Cantor had a fascination with history, though, so maybe this was an homage. Denzel remained standing until Cantor came into the room. "Agent Denzel," he said. "Good to see you." Denzel nodded. "Can I offer you something?" "Water would be good," Denzel said. The altitude here was playing havoc on his sinuses, and everything felt dry. Cantor went to a set of sliding panels, which revealed a small wet bar. He reached into a beverage fridge and then handed Denzel a cold bottle of water. Denzel accepted it gratefully, and the two of them took a seat on a set of plush chairs facing each other, while angled just enough to offer an impressive view through the window, a vista of mountains and trees that rose just beyond a well-manicured lawn. "What can I do for the FBI?" Cantor asked. Denzel sipped his water, then placed the bottle on the small table next to him. He took out his notepad and his phone. The phone contained all of the research he'd gathered so far, information about Cantor and about Evelyn Herelica's abduction, but also something else. This was going to be a dangerous play, but Denzel saw no way to avoid it. "I wanted to ask you a few questions regarding your relationship with Director Matthew Crispin." To his credit, Cantor didn't show any outward sign of recognizing the name. Denzel envied Dan Kotler's ability to read body language. There might have been some sort of micro-expression that would have given Cantor away immediately, but even Denzel could see that Cantor was a bit uncomfortable at the mention of Crispin's name. "Isn't Director Crispin your superior at the FBI?" Cantor asked. "That's about as much as I know of the man." "Oh," Denzel said, now referencing his notepad. "Didn't you meet with Director Crispin during your last stay in New York? I have here that the two of you met at your Manhattan apartment." Cantor smiled tightly. "Well, you have me, Agent Denzel. I was told not to speak of that meeting." "By the director?" Denzel asked. "Exactly," Cantor replied. "Would you care to tell me what that meeting was about?" Denzel asked. "No, I wouldn't, actually," Cantor said. "It was a private meeting with your superior." Denzel nodded. This was part of what was making this such thin ice to tread on, but there was no way to avoid it. "Mr. Cantor, I believe your meeting with Director Crispin was in regard to the research camp in Colorado and the exhibits surrounding the Coelho Medallion. Would you care to verify that?" Cantor shook his head. "Maybe you should speak to Crispin," he said, a bit slyly. "That's next," Denzel said, his tone turning to ice. The mood of the room changed from uncomfortable to guarded. Cantor stared at him for a moment. "I'm sorry. I have business to attend to. Whatever it is you're implying here, it has nothing to do with me." Cantor stood and was walking toward the room's exit. Denzel also stood, put his notebook and phone back in his pocket, and calmly said, "Mr. Cantor, I have evidence that you and Director Crispin arranged for the abduction of Dr. Evelyn Herelica." Cantor stopped and turned swiftly. He laughed. "Evidence? What evidence?" Interesting, Denzel thought. It sounded like Cantor was more doubtful that there might actually be evidence than he was worried about being implicated. Your meeting with Director Crispin wasn't entirely off the record, Denzel said. There are recordings. Cantor scoffed. No, there aren't, he said, completely sure of himself. And with good reason. Denzel had been bluffing, hoping to rattle Cantor's cage. He'd played his hand. He suspected Cantor and Crispin of having planned Herelica's abduction, but he actually had no real evidence of it. He was hoping he might convince Cantor to confess. It would have made going after Crispin a lot easier. But the bluff had failed. Agent Denzel, I think you'd better leave, and you could expect a pretty serious conversation with Director Crispin, he said. He will be very interested to hear that you came here and implicated him in a kidnapping. Denzel nodded. I know, and I'll likely take some lumps if it comes to that, but it won't do any good to call him. Why is that? Cantor said. He's already here, Denzel replied. I traced him to your property, and for that I do have evidence. I also have a confession from one of our agents, one of the men who took Herelica from Houston that day. Once I knew about your meeting with Crispin, it wasn't hard to track his movements over the following weeks. He ordered 2 agents to fly to Houston shortly after your meeting, and when they left Houston, they escorted an unmarked van on a cargo flight to Colorado Springs. That van was then driven to your property. You telling me you have proof of this? I do, Denzel said. I have satellite imagery showing the van parked outside of one of your outbuildings. None of this is enough to convict anyone just yet, but it was enough for me to get a federal warrant to search these premises and to hold both you and Director Crispin in custody during the search. Cantor stared at Denzel for a moment, then shook his head. None of this is going to stick. Even if you do have photos of the van, there's nothing to indicate anything sinister about it. I have vehicles like that coming and going from this property all the time, and any connection I may have to Director Crispin, well, there's no crime there either. Denzel nodded. That's true, but all of this was enough to convince the judge, and right now I have a number of agents searching every square inch of this property. I came here to you as a courtesy. Cantor cursed under his breath and went to one of the windows of the drawing room, peeking out of the sheer curtains that hung there. You mean a distraction, Cantor said. That, too, Denzel nodded. You would make things a lot easier on both of us if you would agree to testify, Mr. Cantor. Care to issue a statement? Cantor looked at him, and it was clear that he was angry. But he hadn't gotten this far by letting his temper get the best of him. As Denzel watched, Cantor visibly calmed himself, took a breath, and said, Am I under arrest right this moment? I don't have any evidence to make that arrest yet, Denzel said, but don't plan on leaving. Oh, no, I'd never leave, Cantor said, but I am going to make several phone calls. Denzel nodded. I expected that. I should warn you that our warrant includes monitoring any communications coming or going from this property. Cantor clenched his jaw. Thank you for the heads up. I'll also need to know where I can find Director Crispin, Denzel said. Right here, Crispin's voice said from behind him. Denzel turned to see the director standing in the entryway to the drawing room. Sir, I have to ask you to relinquish your weapon and your badge. I'll also need your mobile phone. You've just made a career-ending mistake, Denzel, Crispin said, and maybe more. You can be sure that when I've cleared this up, I'll be leveling an investigation into your actions, as well as your connection to Anwar Adham. Denzel nodded. Might I suggest the director find a new dead horse to beat, sir? Watch your tone, Agent. I'm still a director for the FBI. For now, Denzel said. but I'm guessing that by the end of the day you'll be cutting a deal to be a witness. I know you have enough pull to keep yourself out of prison, sir, but you'll spend some time in a cell. That much I can guarantee." "Don't get too comfortable with this little coup, Agent," Crispin said. "Nothing about this makes me feel the least bit comfortable, sir," Denzel said. Crispin handed over his weapon, badge, and phone, and Denzel held out an evidence bag for these to be dropped into. Denzel asked both men to remain in the drawing room. Cantor got his phone calls, all of which were recorded by Denzel's team at the front gate. They were mostly to attorneys, but one was to someone Cantor referred to as Victor. That call had clearly been a coded message, and the surveillance team was scrambling now to trace where it had gone. This whole maneuver had been tricky for Denzel to pull off, especially without alerting Crispin. He was more than a little nervous that they wouldn't find anything to implicate either Cantor or Crispin in Dr. Horelica's abduction. But his research had uncovered some pretty strong hints, enough that not only had he been able to get the warrant and the team, he had managed to convince the judge to help him keep this whole operation under wraps. One of the agents helping him with this operation came into the drawing room, guided by Cantor's assistant. Denzel handed things off to him and went to report in with the mobile HQ they'd set up at the front gate. "Sir," one of the men running surveillance greeted him as he stepped into the van. "You're going to want to see this." He pointed to one of the screens in front of him, part of the larger array that covered the entire inside panel of the van. Denzel leaned in to read what was coming through. "What is this?" he asked. "It came in from the research camp," the agent said. "It was bounced through several relay sites globally, but we intercepted it from the trunk line coming into this property." Denzel read it closely, and though he didn't entirely understand the contents, he did recognize it as one of the reports coming out of the research camp. He smiled. "I'd heard there was a mole at the camp," he said. "Yes, sir," the agent said. "David Reese. He's already in custody." "So who is sending this?" Denzel asked. "According to the field agents, this is coming from them. It's being written by Dr. Kotler." "Kotler?" Denzel exclaimed, then shook his head. "Of course it is, but that's really good news for us," he said. "Why's that?" Denzel smiled. "It means that the mole was sending information here, which can implicate Cantor in colluding with Adham. But it gets better than that. I'm finally going to be able to use Crispin's own favorite gun against him." "The agents on the other end of this claim that Kotler is trying to reach Dr. Horelica with these messages." Denzel blinked. "Well now, that makes everything easier, doesn't it?" He turned to another agent, manning and monitoring communications. "Let these messages through, and keep the search going, but tell our guys to go ahead and make the arrest. We have more than enough to put Cantor and Crispin in a cell, and I can't wait to hear Crispin try to make a deal after this." Private Guest Quarters, Cantor Estate, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Victor hung up the phone, feeling a little disappointed. Cantor had promised him that eventually he would have his prize, and now, with the FBI closing in, that could be denied to him. Cantor had been kind enough to give warning, to tell Victor that he was soon to be discovered, that he should run. He'd ordered that all on-site records be destroyed, which was simple enough. Everything was backed up on Cantor's overseas servers in non-judicial treaty countries. The eventuality of being found out had been predicted. Victor only needed to enter one key phrase to start the meltdown of the servers. There were no paper records. That would be foolishness. There was nothing to shred, nothing to burn. The micro-EMP units, built into each server rack, would wipe everything clean in an instant, and the drives would be physically melted down by high-heat plasma from jets installed like sprinkler heads at the bottom of each rack. The terminal in Evelyn Herelica's cell was a dummy, slave to one of the servers. It had no buffer, no storage. From her perspective, it would simply blank out and become unresponsive. Of course, her data wasn't the only thing that presented a danger to Cantor and to Victor. Her very presence was damaging evidence. Cantor had given him strict instructions not to harm Evelyn. He was to watch her, to provide for her physical needs, and to provide her with the research and materials she needed to do her work. If she tried to escape, he was to stop her. If she tried to send a message for help, he was to block it. But what now? If the FBI found her here, it would be bad for Cantor and for Victor alike. As Victor saw it, there was no choice. He had to do something, and he might as well claim his bonus. In all the time Evelyn had been captive here, Victor had never had to intervene with her directly. The automated systems had been more than enough to keep her in check. But in the event she had ever managed to get out of her cell, or if he'd had to physically intervene with her, he'd been prepared. He stepped into the small closet at the back of the room. Hanging there, among the boxes of supplies and computer equipment, was a black motorcycle race suit. Victor took this down and quickly pulled it on. He took a pair of black gloves from the Whisper Glide drawer of the built-in dresser, along with socks. He pulled these on as well, then slipped his feet into the riding boots that were stored on the floor next to the dresser. Finally, he pulled on the motorcycle helmet, which had a blackened faceplate that let him see out, but which blocked his features entirely. In this outfit, Victor was entirely hidden, but it provided more than just anonymity. The suit itself was lined with Kevlar and ablative planing, a few steel plates sewn into the material at vital spots. Victor enjoyed riding, but this suit had been made to give him protection from more than just road rash. Perhaps his favorite touch was the holster. It was small, made for the slim 9mm that he kept there at all times. He checked this now. It was loaded, and a round was chambered. Around his waist were 4 more fully loaded magazines, each slim enough that they caused very little bulge in the suit, and each strategically placed so that he could reach them without having them interfere with his movements. He slid the 9mm back into its holster, and its black frame all but disappeared against the suit. He could walk around in public in this, and no one would even notice the gun. For certain, he'd be a spectacle. He looked absolutely striking in the suit. But no one would consider him armed just to look at him. Victor knew he was playing against the clock here, but this was a precaution that had to be taken. Now, fully uniformed, he left the guest suite and its array of monitors behind. The screens were already dropping out one by one as the servers in the basement destroyed themselves. Victor took the personal elevator down to Evelyn's floor. He stepped out and peeked into her cell through the small window in the door. It was a one-way mirror, so Evelyn would have no idea he was there. He punched the entry code into the pad next to the door, and for the first time since Evelyn had been brought there, the door's latch made an audible click. That got Evelyn's attention. She wasn't working at the moment. Her days and nights were a little ill-defined, something Victor had chosen to do on purpose to keep her off balance. At the moment, she was sleeping, but when the door opened, she sat up bolt straight. "Who are you?" she asked. "Dr. Herelica, you will come with me," Victor said. "Where are we going?" "Come with me, Evelyn," he said, his tone still hard. She reluctantly got out of bed and slowly moved across the room. Victor indicated the door, and in what could have been considered a gentlemanly fashion at any other time, he allowed her to step through first. In reality, he intended to keep her in sight through all of this. "Where are we going?" Evelyn asked, her voice small and filled with fear. "Do not talk. Do not scream. If you scream, I will kill you. Do you understand?" She nodded. "Good. Get into the elevator." She did as she was told, and Victor stepped in beside her. The elevator was small, added after the construction of the estate. It was one of those personal elevators that could hold 2 people, but really wasn't meant to, so the ride was a bit of a squeeze. Victor pressed against the back of the elevator and kept a hand gripping Evelyn's left arm as she stood nearly nose to door at the front. When the elevator opened this time, it let them out into the garage. This was where things might get tricky. The garage was hidden on the estate, another structure carved into the side of the mountain with a camouflaged entrance. Mr. Cantor had intended it to be a quick escape in an emergency. Victor figured this qualified, though he knew Cantor would have preferred to be here himself. The problem was, there was only one vehicle in the garage at the moment, Victor's motorcycle, a Ducati 1200 Enduro. The van was still parked out by the guest house, where they had first brought Evelyn in. In all these weeks, Victor had never gotten around to moving it into the hidden garage. He'd been too busy with his monitoring duties. He cursed the FBI, the agents who had brought Evelyn here, as much as the agents who were now closing in on them. Their laziness was going to cause more problems for him. "Stand here," he said to Evelyn, and she stood in place. He went to one of the cabinets lining one wall of the garage and rummaged through them until he came away with 2 medium-length zip ties. He took these to Evelyn, had her hold her hands out in front of her, and tied them together with the plastic bonds. He made them tight and checked to make sure she couldn't wriggle out of them. Evelyn whimpered a bit from the pain of the bonds cutting into her wrists, but to her credit, she said nothing. Behind the faceplate of the helmet, Victor smiled. Evelyn Horelica was a strong woman, and Victor appreciated that. He was going to enjoy his prize, for certain. "We will be riding the motorcycle," he said. "You will be behind me. If you try anything, you must know that it will only end in your injury or death, yes?" She nodded. "Say that you understand, out loud." "I understand," Evelyn said. "Good. Come." He half-dragged her to the motorcycle, climbed on, and started it with the key, then motioned for her to climb on behind him. "You must lean in close to me, since your hands are bound," he said, "and you will shift your body in any direction mine shifts. Understand?" "Yes, I understand," Evelyn said. Victor got the motorcycle moving toward the exit and hit the remote to open the door. On the outside, the garage was masked to look like the mountainside. Victor had no way of knowing whether the FBI might be close to the exit, but he was counting on the fact that he had Evelyn on the bike. They wouldn't dare take a shot at him and risk losing the hostage. They shot out of the garage and onto a manicured field, one that had been scoured of bumps and large stones. The sod covering this area was real, but it was growing over a thick layer of sand and soil, which lay over a hard pack of dirt covering a concrete slab. There was no driveway or road here to make anyone suspect the existence of the garage, but Cantor had made this as smooth an area as possible to aid in escape. Victor throttled the Ducati and brought it to full speed, and as he did, several FBI agents scrambled, raising their weapons and shouting at him. As predicted, none of them fired. Victor raced across the field and to the service road that cut through the property. The FBI was sure to have spotted this, and likely had people at the gate and back. But Victor had no intention of using that gate. Instead, he went off-road on a walking path that cut through the property. Evelyn made a noise behind him, something like a muffled scream. With her hands tied, she must have had some difficulty holding on. Victor was conscious of this and stayed on the smoothest parts of the path, but he maintained his high speed. At the end of the path was a rounded seating area with stone benches and a fountain, and just beyond was what looked like an iron fence. Victor hit another button on the remote, however, and the fence slid aside into the brick wall to Victor's right. The hidden gate gave him passage out into the woods that hid this part of the estate, and he wound through the path until he came to a road. Now he really poured it on. He'd been moving at top speed when he'd come out of the garage, but had to slow down to navigate to the hidden exit. Here on this open stretch of road, however, he could fly. He throttled to top speed, and the engine whined as he and Evelyn Herelica flew like a missile away from Cantor's estate and the FBI. They were clear. Even if the FBI could track them to this road, they would have to guess which way he went, and by the time they got cars here, Victor would take another road and get to a safe place to stow the Ducati until he could come back for it. And Victor had already arranged for just the place. As the mountain road wound and turned, Victor finally let up on the throttle and took a turn when it appeared. He gunned his way down this gravel road at a speed that was probably not safe. The trees arcing over him and zipping by on either side of him made him feel confident that he'd gotten away, and when the cabin came into sight, he slowed to what felt like a crawl and glided into the little shed that served as a garage. "Get off the bike," he said, and Evelyn practically fell off the Ducati. Victor shut the bike down and stepped off himself. He took Evelyn by the arm and dragged her out of the garage. He paused to close and lock the door, and then dragged her again into the cabin. The place was in the middle of nowhere by almost any standards. It had a generator out back to provide electricity and to run the pump on the well. It had no internet or telephone access, so Victor knew that Evelyn could not call for help here. But what it did have was his white room. Below the house, in what was once the basement, was a converted room with pure white walls. It was soundproof, though there was hardly any need for that here. There wasn't another human soul for miles. In the middle of the room was his table, which he had tricked out with straps and little trays for holding his tools. There were surgical lights dangling from a high-tech array in the ceiling, and the overall effect was to make the place look a lot like some sort of alien environment, where someone might end up being probed and dissected, which, Victor admitted, was not far from the truth. When Evelyn saw the room, she froze, then screamed and tried to struggle. She fought him to get free, and at one point she did manage it. She darted for the door, and Victor tackled her, dragging her back into the room. "This is my bonus," he told her. "You cannot deny me my prize." Evelyn kicked at him, and he instantly regretted not tying her feet. The bodysuit and helmet were protecting him from the blows, but it was a struggle to get his hands on her. He made a fist, reared back, and punched Evelyn between the eyes with his gloved hand. It was enough to daze her, and she lay still for a moment as he dragged her into the room and shut the door. He took off his helmet and tossed it aside, panting from all the exertion of having wrestled Evelyn to the ground. She was coming to and groaning. He would have to act fast to get her on the table, but first he had a bit of prep to do. He went to the table and turned on the surgical lights, then made sure each of the straps was loose and ready to be secured in place. He made sure his trays of instruments were within reach of him, but not close enough that Evelyn might be able to reach one herself. He made everything ready. Now. "Don't move," Evelyn's shaky voice said behind him. He turned slightly, despite the warning, and saw that she was holding his slim little 9mm. He froze. "What are you doing with that?" he asked. "Let me out of here," she said, her voice sharp and cold. "Put the gun away," he told her firmly. She didn't budge, and he knew she wouldn't, but he also knew that he was wearing a Kevlar bodysuit, and she was aiming for his chest. Victor rushed her, and as he did, she fired. The bullet struck with a heavy thud, and it hurt, but Victor could push through that pain. The Kevlar had done its job, stopping the small-caliber bullet with no trouble. He slammed into Evelyn, and the two of them fell back. She struggled and kicked, and Victor once again balled his hand into a fist, preparing to strike. She screamed then, and in a desperate motion she started pulling the trigger on the 9mm, again and again, and as she did she raised it just slightly. One bullet grazed Victor's left cheek, making him flinch involuntarily. The next bullet caught him just under the jaw, passing through to the back of his skull. For a very brief instant, Victor had the strangest memories and sensations. He was about to say something about them when the entire world went black. Mark Cantor Estate, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Kotler was out of the helicopter almost before it landed. Cantor's estate had a landing pad, and there were 3 agents wearing protective vests with FBI emblazoned on them, front and back, in large yellow letters. One of the agents spoke into a radio as Kotler approached. "This way, sir," the agent said, showing him to the main house. Kotler nodded and began sprinting down the walkway, bursting through the door into a large hall. Ahead, Denzel was standing in the entryway of a drawing room. Kotler went to him as they shook hands. "Have you found her yet?" "Not yet," Denzel said. "We lost him on one of the roads cutting through the pass, but we have people searching, and we've closed every way out of the area. But Kotler, it might be too late." Kotler considered this, took a breath, and nodded. "How can I help?" he asked. "I'm not sure there's much you can do in the search for Dr. Herelica, but I thought you might be helpful in interrogating Cantor." Again Kotler nodded, and Denzel led him into the drawing room, where Cantor was sitting on a small, ornate sofa. His hands were bound, and he looked haggard, despite having only been under arrest for a few hours. Denzel and Kotler stood in front of him. "Hello, Dr. Kotler," Cantor said. "It seems my attorney has been delayed, so I won't be speaking with either of you." Kotler exchanged a quick glance with Denzel, who nodded, as if giving a cue. "I understand," Kotler said, "but it doesn't have to be this way, you know. If you help us find Evelyn, things will go a lot easier on you." "As Agent Denzel has insisted," Cantor said, "I have asked for an attorney, as is my right. I am also exercising my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent." Kotler sighed. "Okay," he said, "but forgive me. I have some questions anyway. Maybe I can just ask, and you can answer if you feel it won't incriminate you. For starters, do you even know where this Victor guy took Evelyn?" Cantor said nothing, but Kotler saw the right-hand corner of his mouth tighten and rise slightly, an indication of contempt. He may or may not have any knowledge of where Evelyn was, but he was sure she was in danger, and he reveled in that. He saw it as a small victory over Kotler and Denzel. "Would Victor harm her?" Kotler asked. Again, Cantor said nothing, but his body language indicated that he knew Victor would. "Does Victor have any property close by?" This time, Cantor's eyebrows raised just a tiny amount, an indication of happiness. Why would he be happy? Kotler thought about it for a moment. Victor was on a motorcycle, with Evelyn riding on the back. According to reports, he had seemed very proficient with the bike. There was no reason he couldn't have had Evelyn out of the state in short order, though the FBI had acted quickly to close roads in all directions. It was extremely likely that Victor had a place nearby, and wherever it was, Cantor thought it meant Evelyn stood no chance. That was the sort of thing that would bring a man like Cantor a small bit of joy. This information wasn't useful, though. It wasn't going to narrow down where Victor would have taken Evelyn. Unless Cantor decided to be forthright, he wasn't going to be much good as a resource. Maybe it was time to change the conversation a bit. "Did you know that Anwar Adham planned to sail a nuclear device under Cheyenne Mountain, using the underground river?" Cantor said nothing, but his eyes shifted sideways. He was hiding something, of course, but he was also feeling a slight twinge of, well, it wasn't guilt or regret, more like satisfaction. No remorse, but an indication that Cantor felt some relief about something. He wanted Adham to succeed. The base is already being evacuated, and the authorities are looking for another way into that river, Kotler said. They'll have the opening at the dig site blasted clear within a couple of hours, so at worst, they'll have to play catch-up with Adham. Now it was time for Denzel to speak up. "We know about your father, Cantor." Cantor nodded, as if saying he knew they'd find out sooner or later. Kotler thought for a moment, then said, "We also know about the City of Gold." Cantor looked up at him sharply. "Where is it?" he asked. Kotler shook his head. "You'll never know, Cantor. And it isn't what you think, anyway. It's not going to be the salvation you hoped it would be." Cantor gritted his teeth, the muscles of his jaw flexing. "It's mine by right," he said. "I sacrificed everything for it." "What did you think that would get you exactly?" Denzel asked. "This plan of yours never had any chance of anything but to get you put away for the rest of your life." "We know you've been secretly funding Adham," Kotler said. "You may have destroyed some of the evidence, but we have enough to connect you to him. I'm sure there are forensic accountants already at work to follow the money trails." Kotler glanced at Denzel, who nodded. "You were hoping the City of Gold would give you the funding you needed to escape after all the damage was done, right?" But Cantor had recovered, and was once again exercising his right to remain silent. His body language, however, told Kotler everything. "Cantor, I hate to be the one to break this to you," Kotler said, "but the City of Gold, it was never what you thought it was. It was never going to be anything more than a sensational historic find. You spent your life and your fortune trying to find something that isn't what you think it is." Cantor's expression was now shifting to one of slight fear and pain. The haughtiness was fading. "What is it?" he whispered. It was clear he was obsessed, even now. Kotler shook his head. "No, there isn't much I can do to you, Cantor, for all the damage you've done. The FBI will do plenty, but the one thing I can do is deny you any knowledge about that city. It's real, that much I'll tell you. It just isn't what you think it is." "What is it?" Cantor demanded. But Kotler was through here. He nodded to Denzel, and the two of them walked out of the drawing room, even as two agents stepped in to restrain Cantor, who was struggling to stand. "What is it?" Cantor shouted again. Kotler and Denzel ignored him, and Denzel led the two of them through the house and to the kitchen. This was a modern room, stone tile, natural wood cabinetry, and stainless appliances everywhere. There were agents set up at tables, using them as field desks as they wrote reports and communicated with agents elsewhere. Denzel led Kotler to a door that took them into the grounds. There was a patio here, and a pool and hot tub formed a half-circle around its edge. When they were alone and staring out at the mountains, Denzel said, "We'll find her, Dan." Kotler nodded. "Thanks," he said. "I know you will. I'm just worried, and once again, pretty useless." "Are you kidding?" Denzel asked. "You just got more out of Cantor in a 1-minute conversation than we got out of him the whole time he'd been held here." Kotler smiled. "Well, that's good, at least." "You going to tell me what the story is with the City of Gold?" Denzel asked. Kotler laughed. "Tell you what, when this is over, I'll show you." Denzel blinked. "You mean you know where it is?" Kotler smiled again. "Yes, but I'd prefer Adham be out of play before I take you there." Denzel thought about this. "So it's underground," he said, "on the river." Kotler was surprised. I never said that." Now Denzel laughed. "You didn't have to, did you? But it makes sense. I'm waiting to hear from the agents back at the research camp. They should have blown open that entrance by now. The plan is to put several boats in and charge at Ham. The nuke is a problem, but there's not much else we can do." "I'm sure they'll be delicate about it," Kotler said. "We have a terrorist cell running loose under Colorado with an armed nuclear device made from stolen smoke detectors. There is nothing delicate about this situation. Those men—" Denzel drifted, then took a breath. "Those men may not live through this day, but they'll stop at Ham somehow." Kotler thought about this. "I met most of those agents, and they seemed like good men." There was a sound from Denzel's belt, and he took a small radio out and responded. "Sir," a voice came over the air, "we've found Dr. Herelica." Kotler and Denzel exchanged glances, and Kotler felt dread grip his stomach. "She's alive, sir," the agent said. "She took out her captor, and she was found wandering on one of the main roads. We've taken her to a hospital, but she's alive." Kotler let out a breath, and then turned and immediately started walking back to the house. Denzel raced to catch up with him, and the two of them made their way through the home and out to the front drive, where a car was already waiting for them. Denzel took the wheel, and they sped off to the hospital where Evelyn Herelica was being treated. Memorial Hospital North, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Kotler was losing his mind trying to hurry things along, but there were protocols to observe. Denzel had to meet with the agents who had brought Evelyn in and get a quick debriefing. Kotler tried a couple of times to get through and go to her room, but it was stopped by the agents on duty. Finally, Denzel caught up to him. "Come on," he said. Kotler followed Denzel through the hospital corridors, and when they came to Evelyn's room, Denzel showed his badge, and they were let inside without hesitation. Evelyn was in a hospital gown and had an IV in the back of her hand. She was sitting up, leaning against the incline of the mattress. When she glanced down to see Denzel and Kotler walk in, her eyes went wide. "Dan," she whispered. Kotler rushed forward and hugged her. She clung to him, and they both cried, wetting each other's shoulders with hot tears. "I never thought I'd see you again," she said. He kissed her forehead. "I know. I'm sorry. I wish I could have found you sooner." Her face crinkled, and she shook her head, tears running in streams down her cheeks. "They told me everything, Dan. I know you were doing everything you could." They chatted some more for several minutes, and finally Agent Denzel politely asked if he could talk to her about her experience. It seemed that despite the turmoil of the past several weeks, Evelyn was more than ready to talk about the entire thing. She told Denzel everything she knew about her captors, which wasn't much, but her details about why she'd been abducted were almost more than the agent could jot down in his notebook. She told them both about the artifacts and papers, which they had known about, and then she said, "He was after the river and the city of gold." "I know," Kotler said, smiling. "But it isn't what he thinks it is. I kept hiding the truth from him." Kotler laughed. "I know that, too." Evelyn rolled her eyes. "For someone who knows so much, you sure took your time getting to me." Kotler grimaced. "Sorry," he said. "There were a few hiccups along the way." "Dr. Herelica," Denzel said, "in your research, did you see anything that might connect Cantor to Anwar Adham? Anything that might have hinted at a terrorist action?" She shook her head. "No. I know now that the river was part of that, but other than a few ideas connected to the city of gold, I never quite knew what he wanted with the river. He was trying to track it, I know that. He wanted to know its exact course, as closely as possible. But there wasn't really much information about that, except on the medallion." Kotler arched his eyebrows. Coelho's medallion? The one that was stolen? Evelyn shrugged. I had no idea it was stolen, but yes, it took a while to crack it. But the medallion had a pretty detailed set of directions for finding the City of Gold. It gives the distance in a sense. There are markers that the Vikings installed as waypoints. The local indigenous population rarely visited the city, but they knew the way. How could I have missed that? Kotler exclaimed. It was subtle, Evelyn said. We kept translating the various Native American symbols as if they were literal phrases, but they were actually waypoints. The medallion was sort of like a road map. Kotler shook his head. Well, we ended up figuring it all out, despite ourselves, I guess. Denzel jotted some things down, then closed his notebook. Well, we found the medallion in Cantor's home. He had it locked in a safe in his bedroom. He spent quite a bit of money he didn't actually have for it to be stolen and delivered to him. I'm not sure why, actually. He had detailed scans of it. He didn't need the medallion itself to find the city. No, Kotler said, but Cantor likes to control these things. He demonstrated that at the dig site with the figurehead. I think it's an ego thing with him. Well, whatever it is, Denzel replied, it's over now. He turned to Evelyn. I don't want to bother you any more. I know you two have some catching up to do. I'm going to circle up with the field agents at the dig site and see what the progress has been on Adham's capture. He nodded to them and left the room. Kotler turned to Evelyn, kissed her hand, and said, 1 second. He followed Denzel out of the room. Roland, he said. Denzel stopped and faced him. I want to be there when they bring down Adham, Kotler said. Denzel shook his head. Not a chance. First of all, it looks like this action is happening underground. There's no easy way to get you there in the first place. And second, you're a civilian, Kotler. A smart one for sure. And you've definitely held your own in this. But I'd never live through the hearing if I put you in jeopardy deliberately after all of this. Crispin is the one who got me involved in this, Kotler said, though he knew deep down that he would have gotten involved anyway, once he discovered that Evelyn was abducted. Let the hammer fall on him, but Adham tortured me for information about that river. Kotler had a sudden inspiration. At the very least, you should have me there to identify him. I'm the only person you have who has actually met Anwar Adham face to face. Denzel considered this. That's clever, he said. Kotler grinned. Of course, he replied. Clever is what I do. Coelho dig site, near Pueblo, Colorado. Kotler had made sure Evelyn was on the mend and that she had everything she needed. She was being transferred back to Houston in the morning, and Kotler made plans to connect with her there, after Adham was dealt with. Evelyn seemed better, but Kotler had observed that she was a bit on guard with him. Maybe she blamed him for all of this. It was his little quip about the City of Gold that had set this off, wasn't it? Cantor had been monitoring their emails somehow, and had taken Kotler's joke as confirmation. The damage Cantor had done might be irreparable. Evelyn might have a difficult time forgiving Kotler, even if she knew it wasn't really his fault she was abducted. For now, though, Kotler was just happy she was safe. He could worry about repairing their relationship later. But for the time being, Kotler was boarding a small plane with Agent Denzel and flying to the research camp. They arrived within an hour, and Kotler and Denzel were escorted to the tunnel entrance, which looked very different than the last time Kotler had seen it. Explosives had reopened the cave, and engineers had stabilized it while laying in a metal staircase that led down into pure darkness. Kotler felt a great sadness looking at the ruins of the cave. This had been a significant archaeological find. They hadn't even finished cataloging all they'd found here. The archway of the cave, now destroyed completely, had been the first evidence ever found
of a relationship between the Vikings and the Native Americans. And now it was all gone, all but the photos and video records, the scans and the data, all of which had been funded by the man who had ultimately brought destruction to this site. Kotler stifled the sadness and instead allowed himself to feel angry. There were a lot of crimes, great and small, that Cantor would pay for. This was just more to add to the list. "There are already 2 teams down there," Denzel said, as he and Kotler stood at the mouth of the downward-sloping tunnel. "There's no real justification in us going down there until they've already stopped at him." "But we're going anyway, right?" Kotler asked. Denzel glanced around at the site, looking at the hundreds of FBI and DEA agents going about their work. "I'm not in charge, you know," he said. "They've been relaying to me because I busted Crispin. But officially, I'm just another agent. I don't really have the authority to make a call about this." "So we do it and ask for forgiveness later," Kotler said. "I'm pretty sure that's not the best idea you've had," Denzel said. "Hardly the worst," Kotler grinned. "I've rushed into unstable caves before, trust me. Remind me to tell you about finding the brass hall sometime." "If we get out of this without being nuked or shot, sure," Denzel replied. "For now, let's get down these steps and see what we have to work with." They descended into the tunnel, and at first their way was barely lit by the sunlight leaking in from above. Then the lighting system kicked in, and they could see the staircase sloping down to a small platform, obscured by the curve of the cavern. When they reached this, Kotler realized that it was a floating dock, and attached to it was a rubber raft with an outboard motor. "Well, I would have to call that a sign," Kotler said. "You want to take the boat?" Denzel replied. Kotler looked at him. "Look, I don't want you to jeopardize your career or anything. I have to be a part of taking this man down. If you can't live with that, I understand. I'm taking the risk by choice, though. I can go alone." "That wouldn't be any better for my career than going with you, actually," Denzel grinned. "So I might as well have a little adventure to remember all this by." Kotler nodded. "Are you sure?" In answer, Denzel led Kotler back up to the stairs to the trailer that held the FBI's weapons and equipment. He gave Kotler a bulletproof vest, but tore the FBI insignia off it. As the sound of the Velcro still rang in Kotler's ears, he asked, "Does this mean I don't get a weapon either?" "Not on your life," Denzel said. "You know I'm trained, right?" "Trained, but not cleared. I have enough trouble coming my way." Kotler nodded. In a pinch, he would have to make do with whatever was at hand. It wouldn't be the first time he'd had to work this way, but it was so much easier when he started with a weapon. They exited the trailer, walked past the guards, and as stealthily as possible made their way back down into the tunnel. When they came to the dock, they climbed into the rubber raft, and Denzel untied them as Kotler used an oar to get them moving. The waters were fairly still, and in the darkness they seemed deep and intimidating. They got away from the dock, and Denzel started the motor. Kotler turned on the electric lamps and a small spotlight at the nose of the raft. He looked at Denzel and saw the man sweating and pale. "Oh," Kotler said, "I forgot. You're claustrophobic, aren't you?" "I'm fine," Denzel said, clenching his jaw. "Definitely not fine. Are you sure you want to do this?" "Please stop asking me that," Denzel said. They puttered along the river, pushing through the darkness at a moderate speed. The river was wide and tall enough that a fairly large vessel could come through with no trouble, so there was no moment where they had to hunker down to avoid a low ceiling or paddle their way through a narrow spot. Kotler marveled at this. The fact that this river existed at all was miraculous, but the added fact that the Vikings had sailed these waters hundreds of years ago made this surreal. Kotler played with the lights a bit, shining one directly up to the ceiling. This was in part to get a view of the concave walls of the cavern, but also in part to give Denzel some relief. Kotler knew that if Denzel could see this place as expansive, it would ease his claustrophobia. They ran in silence for quite some time. The team pursuing Adham had a fair lead on them, but they would be moving with much more caution. Denzel had figured they were bound to catch up if they kept their speed constant. Several hours later, they started to hear a popping sound. Minutes after that, the sound became almost continuous, and as it echoed from the cavern walls and ceilings, it sounded like hail hitting a tin room. The radio Denzel had clipped to his belt had been silent during their entire run, but now the chatter started. They heard the FBI and DEA teams ahead, coordinating an attack. "I don't get it," Denzel said. "Are they still in the water? It sounds like they're moving on land. They're coordinating with each other to surround Adham." "That makes sense," Kotler said. "They're probably in the city." "The city?" Denzel asked. "The city of gold," Kotler said. "Adham has probably found it by now and is fortifying it." "I thought you said it wasn't real." "I said it wasn't what Cantor thought it was," Kotler said. Denzel shook his head, then picked up the radio and called to the men down the way, letting them know he and Kotler were in play. He got an earful from whoever was leading the team, but then he was given an assignment. Denzel and Kotler were to stay in the river and see if they could make their way around the edge of the city without being spotted. Kotler shut off all the lights on the boat, and for several minutes they were in complete darkness. He could hear Denzel breathing heavy, but was at a loss as to how he might help his friend. Then, blissfully, a gradient of light appeared. As they moved, this grew brighter and brighter. Then, as they rounded a bend in the river, the whole cavern was lit like dusk. Ahead of them was an island, and on that island were dozens of stone structures that looked like huts surrounding a large central building. Even from this distance, Kotler could see dozens of agents taking position, firing their weapons in bright bursts, and in turn ducking from weapons fire coming from the buildings themselves. Adam and his men had taken the City of Gold, and they were using it as well-defended position. Kotler watched the gunplay with some fascination, but he was more excited by the city. Here, miles under the surface, was the remnant of an entire culture that was older than the United States itself. The implications of this were mind-boggling. Kotler wanted nothing more but to explore every inch of this place, to find any records or hints of the civilization that built it. But for the moment he had to concentrate on not being shot. "We'll skirt the wall of the cavern," Denzel said. "We'll have to turn off the motor and use paddles." "Got it," Kotler said, gripping the oar he'd used earlier. Denzel moved them as far to their right as they could get. Stalactites and protrusions from the walls prevented them from moving in a smooth and straight line, but those same protrusions helped provide some cover for them as they paddled. Denzel took up his own oar, and he and Kotler worked meticulously to keep the boat moving. The firefight on the island showed no signs of slowing any time soon. The agents were well armed, but so, apparently, were Adham's men. Plus, they held the ultimate trump card, with that nuke in tow. Kotler whispered, "What's to keep them from setting off that nuke?" "Not strategic enough," Denzel said. "They might do it if it looks like they're trapped here with no hope of escape, but for the moment they still think they can win this." Kotler kept his opinions on that matter to himself, because from his perspective they very well could win this. They had a very well-defended position, with plenty of old stone structures to protect them. Meanwhile, their backs were to the prize. All they really had to do was put the nuke on a boat with a couple of men and send it upriver to finish the mission. The rest of Adam's men could stay behind to make sure the agents never got through. As Kotler and Denzel continued to push along the wall of the cavern, Kotler realized that this idea might have occurred to Adham, too. In fact, why wouldn't it occur to him? Adham had proven himself to be a very strong tactician. He knew how to plan against inevitable dangers, but he was also good at adapting to whatever came his way. And he was smart enough to know that no matter how well protected he was in the City of Gold, eventually the FBI and DEA would overrun him. So he wouldn't have risked it. "Denzel," Kotler whispered, "Adham isn't here." "What? How do you know?" "He would have taken one of the boats and carried that nuke on it. He's headed for Cheyenne Mountains. This fight is just a distraction." Denzel considered this. "You're sure?" he asked. "Call it 99%, Kotler said. Denzel looked up at the island. "We can't just dash out of here. We have to help them. They're expecting us to get around the island and provide a distraction." "Fine," Kotler said. "But let's just make it a dine and dash, shall we? Let's create a distraction and then get back in the water." Denzel nodded. "You have a plan, I take it?" "It's going to involve doing something dramatically stupid," Kotler said. Denzel grinned. "It's worked for us so far." City of Gold. Denzel and Kotler dragged their raft up onto the rocky slope on the far side of the underground island. The fighting was all concentrated downriver, and here, other than the echoing cacophony of sounds from the firefight, it was almost peaceful. There would be patrols, Kotler was sure, but most of the attention was concentrated on the outbuildings of the city, on the other side of the island from where they now crouched. They moved quickly, taking cover behind large stones and stalagmites. Ahead of them they saw men moving in bas relief against the electric lights and bright flares of gunfire. As they got closer, they spotted two men moving in crouches, guns raised, patrolling the shore of the island for invaders such as Kotler and Denzel. They were too late in spotting trouble, however, and Denzel shot both of them quickly. He and Kotler raced forward then, stripped the men and dressed in their clothes. They pulled their coats on over the bulletproof vests. Denzel removed the FBI insignia from his own vest, in case any stray glint of light might catch it. They also took weapons and a few other items off of these men. Kotler felt much better with a weapon in his hands, but it was something he found in one of the terrorists' pockets that really made him grin. "Grenade," Kotler said. "Give me that," Denzel said. "Have you ever had live fire training with grenades?" Kotler asked. "I'm going to pretend you didn't say that." They left the two bodies there and continued on, as if they were resuming patrol. They moved closer to the back ranks of the terrorists who were engaged in the firefight. Most were obscured by tumbled stone walls, but a few were wide open from this angle. "Ready?" Denzel asked. "Ready," Kotler said, raising his weapon. Denzel held up the grenade. "I think we'll start with this," he said. He pulled the pin and then lobbed the grenade in a low arc, right into the area immediately behind a cluster of Adham's men. In seconds the grenade detonated, killing several of the men close by, while wounding numerous others. Kotler's heart broke to see some of the buildings had taken damage as well, but there was little to be done about it at this point. Instead, he raised his weapon, just as Denzel did the same, and laid down fire from this side of the island. Adham's men were taken completely by surprise, and it took several seconds for them to scramble and adjust to this new threat. They'd lost a significant number of men to that grenade, but their numbers were still high enough that they could hold their line for quite a while. Kotler and Denzel backed away, keeping low to avoid the shots, and scrambled to get back to their raft. Denzel keyed his radio. "We've done all we can," he said. "Adham is upriver with the nuke. We're going after him." The voice on the other side of the radio came back. "Take him!
We have this under control. Thanks for the assist."
"I may need you to return the favor when you're done here," Denzel said.
"I'll have men running your way."
Denzel started the motor for the raft, and the two of them sped away, angling back to the wall of the cavern, where they at least got some small bit of cover. Miraculously, they avoided being shot, or even taking a hit to the raft itself. The raft was sheathed in Kevlar, but there was always a chance of a puncture. Kotler shivered at the thought of ending up in these dark, unexplored waters, and decided it was best to keep his mind on the task ahead. There was no way to know for sure where they were in relation to the surface. It was possible they were closing in on the Cheyenne Mountain facility by this point. They might be close enough that if Adham set off that nuke, it would accomplish his goal. Adham had not seemed like the suicidal type to Kotler, but then you could never underestimate terrorist zeal. Adham was clearly an educated man, and incredibly intelligent. Whatever his reasons for wanting this war with the United States, he seemed willing to sacrifice himself in the cause of it. Or was it possible that Adham had an escape route in mind? Actually, now that Kotler thought about it, why wouldn't he? There was no need for Adham to be present when the nuke detonated. In fact, he could theoretically leave it floating just under Cheyenne Mountain while he made his escape upriver. The Vikings had gotten into this underground river somehow. Adham must have been counting on finding that entrance and using it as his exit. He had never intended to die for this cause. Which also explained why he personally had left with the nuke in tow. He might have some of his men with him, but it was a sure bet that Adham had hopped into his boat with the intention of leaving the nuke somewhere and making his escape. What a coward, Kotler thought. The man was brilliant and dedicated to his sick cause, but not so dedicated that he'd die for it if it could be helped. He'd rather create a holocaust that impacted millions of people while keeping himself safe, as far away as possible. They continued running upriver for the next few hours, and Kotler was starting to wonder about their plan. This was already an unsafe place by its very nature. Add in a group of armed terrorists with a nuclear device, and things were even more harrowing. But other minor concerns, food, fuel, a means of escape, were starting to worm their way into Kotler's mind as the tension and excitement of this little adventure began to fade. Denzel must have felt that as well. "Do we have any way of knowing how much further it is to Cheyenne Mountain?" Kotler shook his head, despite knowing that Denzel likely couldn't see him. "I suspect we're already under the mountain itself," he replied. "The base is further in, but judging by the way this cavern runs, I'd guess that we're not far from it. Just a guess, though." "And no sign of Adham," Denzel said. "No," Kotler replied, and the word was bitter. He had half hoped they would come across Adham and his men after the first bend, and with each subsequent twist and turn the river took, that hope was halved. Now it was anticipation mixed with dread. Kotler was feeling impatient. Luckily, the wait was abruptly finished. They rounded yet another stony bend in the river and were greeted immediately by bright lights. Kotler quickly shut off their own spotlight and the lanterns, and Denzel cut the motor to the boat. They used the oars to once again paddle their way to the outcroppings of rock on the side of the sloping cavern wall. Ahead, Adham and his men, 4 of them by Kotler's count, were shifting from one boat to another. They had tied off their second boat, and one of Adham's men was leaning over to tinker with something inside. "That's going to be the platform for the nuke," Denzel whispered. Kotler nodded and whispered back. "What should we do? We're too far from the island for anyone to get here in time." "We'll have to take them down," Denzel said. "We'll paddle closer." "There's another option," Kotler said, though he was inwardly screaming at himself. "We can let them go." "What?" Denzel asked. "Why in the hell would we do that?" We can disarm the nuke and then go after them again. They're looking for the entrance the Vikings used to get down here, and who knows where that might be. Miles from here for sure. It's going to take them days to get out, if my estimates are right. We have time. Denzel considered this. It's a good plan, but we really have no idea how they're arming that nuke. There may not be a way to disarm it once they're gone, or Adham may have some kind of remote. So we can't risk it, Kotler said, letting out a breath. That's a relief. Denzel laughed lightly. I knew you didn't want to let him go. No, Kotler said, raising his weapon. Shall we go save the day? In answer, Denzel started the motor, and they were suddenly racing toward Adham and his men. Don't shoot the nuke, Denzel said. The chances of that device going nuclear from a stray bullet hit are almost incalculable, Kotler said. But the chances of hitting one of the explosive charges and setting it off, releasing radioactive material into the air and water, while possibly collapsing this cavern in on us, are a little more likely, Denzel said. Good point, Kotler admitted. He aimed at the four-man boat, high enough to avoid hitting the nuke. Adam and his men were taken by surprise, but recovered quickly. Someone in the boat gunned their motor, and they shot forward, taking evasive action. They headed straight for one of the bends in the river, with a jagged array of stones that could provide cover. They're trying to fortify that spot, Denzel shouted over the motor. In answer, Kotler let off a bleat of gunfire, tracking splashes in the water until he had a bead on the boat's outboard motor. In the next instant, this was chewed into so many twisted bits of metal as Kotler dismantled it from afar with the automatic rifle. Adham's men dove into the water, trying to get away from the hail of bullets. Two of them had the presence of mind to gain purchase on the stone walls of the cavern and start returning fire, but their angles and position were so awkward they were having a hard time aiming. From the boat, however, Adham stood with a rifle of his own. Kotler shouted, and Denzel took evasive action, angling toward the wall and putting a jut of rock between them. Kotler heard the report of the rifle echoing through the cavern, and the ping-whiz of bullets on stone near where they were taking cover. "We have to take him down," Denzel shouted. Kotler thought for a moment. "I have a plan, but you're not going to like it." "Sounds perfect," Denzel grated. Kotler crawled out of the boat and clung to the jagged rocks. He reached in and turned on the spotlight at the nose of the boat, aiming it dead forward. He motioned for Denzel to get out as well. Kotler began tinkering with the outboard motor, tilting it up and out of the water. Using a strap from his rifle, Kotler wrapped the throttle and tied it in the open position. The propellers of the motor spun at high speed, and the whine from it filled the cavern, cutting off any other sound. Kotler had Denzel help him position the boat, and then he quickly tilted it down again, so the props were back in the water. The now empty raft shot out and away, angling in the general direction of Adham. Kotler and Denzel swung around the jutting stone that was giving them cover, and as Adham began firing at their raft, they took aim and fired their own weapons. Kotler could see Adham in the light from their raft's spotlight, and as he watched, plumes of blood erupted from the man's back. He staggered a bit, letting his rifle fall to his side, and then Adham himself fell, tilting backwards over his boat's side and into the dark waters of the river. From their vantage point, they were able to spot Adham's men, the two who remained alive, and they took them out with just a few shots. The gunfire and motor noise slowly died out. Their raft continued on downriver, and Kotler watched its light fade in the distance. Denzel turned on a flashlight, which he was able to clip to his vest. "Great," Denzel said. "The bad guys are dead. Now what?" In answer, Kotler dropped his rifle, letting it sink into the darkened waters, and quickly swam back toward the boat
that contained the nuke. Denzel cursed before doing the same. Coelho dig site near Pueblo, Colorado. Kotler and Denzel had dried off, changed clothes, and debriefed. Denzel took some flack from the field agent in charge, especially when it was realized that Denzel had brought along a civilian to a firefight. There was some dressing down and some threats, but in the end, that seemed to be as far as the agent was willing to take the reprimand. Given that Denzel and Kotler had just saved one of the world's premier military bases, not to mention the city of Colorado Springs and its populace, from a terrorist action involving a nuclear device, there was an unprecedented level of leeway given. They spent the rest of the day repeating the details as they knew them. The nuke had been brought back in their boat, having never been fully armed when the two of them had attacked Adam's men. The bomb itself was dismantled and contained, and Denzel and Kotler were relieved to hear they had suffered only minor radiation exposure. Once the debriefings were complete, Kotler called Evelyn to fill her in on as much as he could share. He'd been warned that he was not to mention the nuke, or how close Adam had gotten to his objective. That was now classified information, and Kotler was more than happy to leave it that way. Evelyn was thrilled to hear he was all right, and that he had helped save the day. "I'm leaving for Houston in an hour," she said, "and once I'm cleared there, I'm going to gather my things." "Are you coming back to Manhattan?" he asked. "No," she said, and there was a note of something in her voice that Kotler couldn't quite place. "I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'm going home, for a while at least. I need to feel safe." "I understand," Kotler said. "Can I visit you?" There was a pause. "Dan, I'm sorry. I don't want to sound ungrateful after everything you went through to help rescue me. Kotler cut her off. "It's okay," he said. "I understand completely." "You do?" Evelyn said, laughing nervously. "Because I'm not sure I understand it entirely myself." "This has been traumatic. Go home. Be with your family. If you ever want to talk, I'll be here." "Good," she said quietly. They hung up, and Kotler rubbed his eyes with one hand. "How'd it go?" Denzel asked him. "She's going home," Kotler said. "I have a feeling I won't see or hear from her for quite a while." "I'm sorry," Denzel said. Kotler smiled. "I'd rather she be safe. It's fine." Denzel nodded, clearly not convinced, but not pushing it any further. Kotler was grateful for that. "So, what's next for you?" Denzel asked. "Now that all of this is over, where do you go?" "Well," Kotler said, grinning, "I'm hoping to go back to the City of Gold. Once it's cleared, it's a huge historic find." "About that," Denzel said, "I have clearance to return, and I figured you'd want to come with me. I convinced them that your expertise might help us close any loops that could still be open in this case." Kotler laughed. "Well, how could I turn that offer down?" Denzel nodded, and the two of them went for a meal and a night's rest before embarking on their trip to the City of Gold. Epilogue. City of Gold. The FBI had cleared some of the research team to assist in setting up a new camp in the cavern. The island that was home to the City of Gold was large enough to support a few dozen people, as well as the equipment and resources they brought with them. Kotler was temporarily in charge of the site, guiding the researchers in where they should concentrate their search for historic artifacts, but also guiding the FBI in where to place lighting and surveillance equipment. The FBI was very keen to keep any unauthorized personnel from going upriver. That path would be restricted until they could be sure no one was attempting to replicate Adam's plan. Denzel stood beside Kotler as he pointed out details and features of the stone structures of the island. The agent was patient with Kotler's geeky enthusiasm for the history of this place, but after a time Kotler could see he was growing bored. Denzel sighed. I still don't get the joke. Why was this place referred to as the City of Gold when there's no actual gold here? Kotler laughed. Sorry, I forgot. I haven't officially told you. I put it in the report, but you may not have had a chance to read that yet. So what's the story? Kotler shook his head. Context is everything, isn't it? Mark Cantor wanted to find this island because he believed it was literally a city of gold. His fortune was pretty much exhausted, especially after he started funding Adham's work. He wanted revenge, pretty basic stuff. The fact that he was enabling a terrorist to kill millions of American citizens probably didn't bother him in the least. From all accounts, Cantor would have been happy enough to go bankrupt as long as Adham managed to blow up NORAD. He was pretty close anyway, Denzel said. I guess the gold from this place was a way for him to have his cake and eat it too. Except, as you can see, no gold. Right, Denzel said. So what gives? Kotler laughed again. Okay, this is where it gets really funny. See, the Vikings managed to make their way all the way through this river. They must have found this island and set it up as a sort of base of operations. This was home, after spending weeks and months on this river. They knew how to get back, and they measured the distance with markers they placed along the way. It wouldn't have been that difficult, but this was a treasure too good to ignore, a fully fortified city in the underworld. At least from the Vikings' point of view, that's what all of this would seem like. Kotler waved a hand at the stone structures. They were a proud people, and there would have been a big appeal to the idea of conquering the underworld and taking a piece of it for themselves. And then, once they had this place established, they continued on downriver until they came to the cave, where they eventually met the Native Americans. And struck up some kind of friendship with them, Denzel said. In a way, Kotler replied. Remember the totem? Some of those natives revered the Vikings, seeing them as great spirits who rose up from the depths of the earth. There was a bit of worship happening, and chances are, after the alliance was formed, some of the natives went back with the Vikings to this city. So, what about the gold? Denzel asked, impatient. Kotler smiled. Well, if you were from a race of people who had never seen blonde hair before, how would you describe it? Denzel blinked. You're kidding, he said. Kotler laughed. The City of Gold was named for the blonde hair of the Vikings. The Native Americans had never seen it before, and that was one of the traits they assumed made the Vikings into great spirits. Coming here, seeing an entire Viking culture, and with stone structures no less, that must have made quite an impression, one they documented in the best way they could. Denzel shook his head. So, no gold, ever. Not even a nugget, Kotler agreed. So what happened here? Denzel asked. Why aren't we standing here chatting with an entire culture of underground Vikings or something? Kotler shook his head, and his expression softened. The river, actually, he said. What about it? Remember the crushed bits of wood from the research camp? The remnants of the Viking ship? I was curious about that. How did it get so far up into the caves when the river itself was so far down? But look at these stones. Kotler pointed to the stone structures. See that? Dried algae. These have been underwater, probably numerous times. In fact, I'd say that these were underwater fairly recently, maybe within the past 2 or 3 years. So the river rises? Denzel asked, looking around him and obviously a bit more worried. It's probably something that happens once or twice in a century, Kotler said. It's probably tied to the same seismic activity that buried the tunnel entrance in the first place. There's every indication that the Vikings were here when the waters rose, and it must have happened so suddenly that they couldn't escape. They boarded one of their vessels, but before they could make it to the caves, it was crushed against the cavern, and all hands drowned. The remnants likely floated up into the cave opening itself, and when the waters receded, they were left behind. Denzel shook his head, then shivered. That's just horrible. I can't imagine going out like that. Chances are they couldn't imagine going out in a nuclear explosion, Kotler said. This story is full of horrible ways to die. So that's it then? Denzel asked. The City of Gold was named for the Vikings' hair color, and they were killed by the same river that brought them here? That's the whole story? Not by a long shot, Kotler laughed. We still have to figure out how they got here in the first place, and what sort of arrangement they had with the indigenous tribes of North America. What impact did they have on the culture here? What permanent marks might they have left? We have the whole of ancient American history to redefine. Kotler smiled at this. Denzel rolled his eyes. Okay. Well, I've had enough of ancient American history and Vikings and terrorists. I'm on the next boat out of here, and I'll be back at Manhattan tomorrow. When will you be going back? A few days, Kotler said, and then I'll be working on documenting all of this. Dr. Coelho will be thrilled to be updated. Denzel nodded. As Kotler walked him to the makeshift dock, he shook Denzel's hand and said his goodbyes. They would remain in touch. Denzel was a good man, and a good man to know. If nothing else positive had come from all of this, Kotler was pleased to at least have made a new friend. He returned then to the stone structure and had a chat with several researchers. Everything here was thrilling and new, and the implications for American history were astounding. But even as he continued to talk and speculate and muse about possibilities, Kotler could feel himself detaching from all of this. The new head of research would take over soon, and Kotler would return to Manhattan, to writing, to speaking and touring. He would talk about this find as much as he was allowed, and would be thrilled that he had been such a large part of the discovery. And then he'd be on to the next thing. Whatever else he could discover about the world was already beckoning him. He could hardly wait. This has been The Coelho Medallion, written by Kevin Tumlinson, narrated by Richard Riemann. Copyright 2016 by Kevin Tumlinson. Production copyright 2016 by Kevin Tumlinson.